A chance to be able to play in the international playoffs. That is what this series is going to mean between Quincy Crew and SG Esports. The loser of this series, and again, if it does full-on loser 0-2, there's a possibility of a tie. But the loser of this series is very likely eliminated, Kyle. In fact, I may say is eliminated just because right now the current standing is both these teams have 2 wins. Fnatic, who is a step above them, has 4 wins. So there's still 2 series to be played for both of these teams, but this is kind of a do-or-die situation.
And 10 seconds remaining. Sorry, I'm just giggling because I know the term that Quincy Crew used is mega last. Nobody wants to finishing last. You know, that sucks.
13th through 16th last. That's
mega last.
Mega last. The 17th and 18th spot. Yeah, that's it's gonna feel pretty bad.
I don't know if this was intentional or not, but fate decreed that you'll actually, viewer at home, be listening to the commentary of a man who has been mega last, and I can confirm it's not fun. You don't even make it to the prize pool distribution graph. Now you do.
Now you do.
But
it's a huge difference, Kyle.
Yes.
How much of a difference is there?
$500,000. The entire
$500,000 for a 2-game series. That's what we're looking at right now.
To me, this is almost like TI finals or TI finals. Like, obviously, it's going to be your maximum hype, but this gets pretty damn close to me, especially when you consider like these 2 teams, right? NA and SA probably most impacted by the difficulties that the pandemic posed. These 2 squads have been grinding and grinding. Quincy Crew, notably, you know, these guys, no sponsor, no organization. Their manager moved in with the team captain. And this is it. This is to stave off elimination.
Yeah, I mean, this is Quincy Crew. This exact iteration is different than the previous years, but the previous years, Quincy Crew, or what they were known as when they were sponsored by Newbie, and then they were VGJ Thunder, right?
Storm,
which one of those. They did very well at the TI group stage, and their downfall was they did well enough to get upper bracket. They run into OG, and they just lose 2 series in a row. They lose against OG, and then they lose against whoever is waiting for them in the lower bracket. This year has been very bad for them, Kyle. Why do you think that is?
So we were talking storylines, but I legit saw that AA coming. We'll discuss why momentarily. But I don't know. Honestly, I will say it feels like they don't have the same confidence. You're right. Like, this was an upper bracket team 2 years in a row.
Yep.
They lost to the TI champions twice in a row in the upper bracket. Like, this is not a squad I think many people expected to be fighting for mega last on the final day of group stage. They had upper bracket aspirations.
5 seconds remaining.
Their drafts have seemed, you know, it's I think, like, in a way very similar to Alliance, where they have tried to adapt to the meta that's developed here at TI, but they don't look comfortable with it. So they're torn between, okay, should we draft stuff that seems good right now, but we don't play it very well, or we're going to stick to our comfort that people have researched and, you know, we've revealed throughout the seasons. You know, Alliance with their DK, Quinn with his Spirit Heroes.
Right.
So I don't really know. TI is a weird tournament, honestly, because there's no other event where you play such a high volume of games.
Yep.
And also consider that I believe like groups are drawn in a way to ensure regional diversity. So you play 3 matches over the course of a day against 3 different regions. You know, none of them are yours.
Mm-hmm.
How are you supposed to prepare for that, right? There's also much longer time in preparation for this event, which I think is something really cool. There's this long break, I think primarily to foster optimum competition. You get that month of scrims, the boot camp, for at least 3 weeks beforehand. Nobody really knows what people are going to play. Their Dota buff from DPC doesn't mean anything. That was what, back in May?
Yep. Yep. As commentators, we're intimately aware with how little we actually know about the teams until they start playing games. And I imagine the teams, they obviously have a step up in that regard since they scrim around. They
10
probably
seconds remaining.
even maybe hear about what other teams are, maybe not exactly what they're doing, but how well they're doing. They have an idea of those sorts of things, but again, you don't really know exactly what's going to happen until you start playing these officials. And we've heard plenty of times where teams do poorly in scrims leading up to a tournament, and then they just end up finding something magical. OG, that happened to them at TI9, I believe. They were losing all of their scrims.
Yeah.
And we've heard teams just dumpstering scrims. Virtus Pro being a great example. It just seemed to do incredibly well in scrims before the tournament, and then the officials come out and they don't do anything.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and I was joking with Sumel. Like, they went 2-2 yesterday, right? But
Yeah.
the 2 wins OG got were freebies. And it was primarily a product of the ease of execution of the draft and the relative power level. I always think the best example of this is a Drow lineup. The old Drow, more so.
Yeah.
Where if you just like kind of got, like, it's a Drow lineup. You know how it works. I'm ahead, you can't kill my Drow, and suddenly we just deal twice as much damage as you do and you lost. Same goes for these easy to execute concepts like Mag Jug, or the favorite was buff the Luna, Luna kill building, kill all.
Yeah.
And I think that's another struggle for both of the teams we see here on our screen, where they have they've been playing very difficult types of Dota. Like, it really feels like Quinn is not just necessary that he has comfort and a
10
favorable
seconds
matchup, but
remaining.
if he doesn't get like the right rune spawn, he's going to have difficulties influencing the
5
game the way
seconds
that he would
remaining.
like. Whereas if you were just playing a more conservative style, like, again, I think Mag Jug is a perfect example. You know, Thompson was just feeding. Didn't matter. He's got Sumel 5K, 6K ahead of the game. But let's dive into this specific draft. So AA is a concept, just deletes Wisp Gyro.
Yes.
You're typically going to be playing this like high sustain style. I think it was. Jeez. I think it was Insania. I don't remember who it was. It was somebody from that last ESL summer event discussing how Gyrocopter really likes playing with sustain, and I would agree, because you have to get up close and personal. You want to use your body, have Aghanims proccing and dealing these extra auto attacks.
10
So
seconds
AA
remaining.
removes this Satanic idea from you, and obviously it will prevent any sort of
5
sustain
seconds
help from the
remaining.
Wisp. So it's off meta, but I think it's perfect in this sort of game.
Yeah, and then they went for another off-meta hero, which I'm not sure if I like as much, but it is another counter to IO Gyrocopter, the Centaur pickup.
Indeed it is.
Grabbed 4 times so far in the group stage, only won 1 of those games.
I don't like the hero, but I think SG Sports with the bans on Sand Tide sort of put Quincy
10
in a rough
seconds
spot.
remaining.
Because, like, what other offlaner do you pick, right?
5
I'm surprised
seconds
they don't go
remaining.
for a Mars, to be quite honest, but perhaps a little spooked by the low win rate of the hero. Mars,
30%, 26 games. Yep.
when JT and IG, and I think JT has won at least 3 or 4 games on it, so
Yeah.
it's a really bad hero if you remove IG. And Quincy, I mean, they're going to stick. I like this. Just give Quinn his comfort. End of the day, I don't know how meta this draft looks, but Ember AA in this game looks very strong. Snapfire, yeah, I mean, to SG Sports kind of going a little more flavor of the tournament, and they honestly have their own notable storylines. Like, I've been cheering for Tavo since like 2016. ADR, I think there's still a clip of Evo Plus giving his very emotional breakdown of how hard Adriana has tried, how many teams, how many years to get here, this moment.
Storm Spirit.
And he'll be playing one of his signatures, the Storm Spirit. I actually love the fact that, you're playing for elimination, and now we've got Ember versus Storm, which I think is, it's a cool matchup in the laning phase, but it's like throughout the game, right?
10
Like, these
seconds
heroes
remaining.
are just dueling with each other. What was the match we watched yesterday, was
5
it? Where
seconds remaining.
there was like the bait of the rune, and like the Storm didn't go for it because he knew he was going to get slighted and the rune might get stolen. What game?
Yeah. I don't actually remember that, but yeah, they were both just sitting there waiting for the other person to make their move. And
That was a lot of fun. Like it's just one of those matchups. Like it's just so high skill, right?
10 seconds remaining.
And it's a nice pick in this spot because you're going to be able to
5
potentially
seconds
murder the
remaining.
Monkey King hiding in the trees
Quincy
or
Cruz,
find the
turn to
AA.
ban.
You know, thinking about it, I'm somewhat surprised Quincy let it through when you consider Wisp Storm, I think, was the most common partner pairing in the opening. And you have an AA, right? Storm is probably your best hero up against you.
10 seconds.
Adriano
remaining.
hasn't been playing a whole lot of
SG
Storm Spirit this
Esports, turn
season,
to
so
ban.
maybe that is part of the reason. But Adriano is also an Ember Spirit expert, so he's gonna take the best matchup that he can get, and he feels like that's Storm Spirit.
I feel like that's, like if you play one Spirit, you play them all.
10
Yeah.
seconds
Right?
remaining.
They're all like very mobile heroes, very burst
Cruz,
heavy.
turn to pick.
Like who's the like Earth Spirit is the most different from the other three because he's not a traditional
Yeah.
mid, but he can still be played as a mid. Last pickup here, gonna be a carry for Yawar.
10 seconds remaining.
What's left?
SG Esports, turn to
Gonna go for the Spectre.
Okay. This is this trio of heroes, Ember, Spectre, and AA, I am a fan of.
Yep.
Just because you got this global mobility and control mixed with high damage.
10
This was
seconds
also a combo
remaining.
that OG used back at TI with the Centaur in addition. However, that
5
was with a
seconds remaining.
kind of different game concept in mind. You know, the Aghanims applying a ton of damage reduction to the Spectre. Dispersion damage is dealt pre-reduction.
Yeah.
So you just do this massive AoE.
Choose your hero.
SG will scoop up the Mars. This, the thing is, there's all these offlaners that are banned out, so there really isn't much left. This hero might not be good, and they kind of needed some real catch, but I thought an Underlord might be forthcoming, just really strong in this game. But at the same time, then you might just swap the Monkey King into the lane, and even a support, you're going to have a really easy time zoning. KJ will take the Wisp, the Core, the Snapfire.
Yawar has only lost one game on Spectre this season, including this group stage, because I believe this is the first time they will have played the Spectre
seconds
for the
remaining.
TI-10 group. So it definitely feels like two very
5
different
seconds remaining.
ideas about drafting, and I'm going to assume, by the way you were talking, that you prefer Quincy Cruz draft. Not necessarily for anything that's involving like the hero differences and like how the drafts match up against each other exactly, but it seems like to me Quincy Crew has gone to comfort for them and what has gotten them to this point here at TI-10, and
Yeah.
not necessarily what's meta. And SG is going very meta. IO Gyrocopter has been run a lot here. Snapfire is one of the most picked supports in the game. Same goes with Mars. Funny enough, many of these heroes actually have a low win rate. IO
Yeah.
Gyrocopter and Mars all around 30% or so.
Indeed. It's really, I think, going to come down to the supports. And I feel like more than any other TI I'm watching, and I just feel like supports are just straight up winning games. Like IG yesterday, when Kaka's Lion was just single-handedly dumpstering.
Yeah, he was winning all three lanes.
Yeah. And I look at this and I think, okay, if AA dies at the start of a fight, I mean, SG have got it in the bag. If he has the optimal positioning, gets off a big Ice Blast, and perhaps even some Vortexes. I've seen some weird AA builds. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. It's so tough to keep
Oh
track
yeah,
of who's
the
playing
zero,
what.
zero
Zero
3.
Yeah.
I remember that build.
No points in Cold Feet, just spamming Vortex to give that damage assist.
Yeah.
For battle.
It was definitely an interesting one. We are one of the things we talked about at the start of this was the fact that it's different than the DPC, right? Because you're playing all of these international matches and you're playing them in a short period of time. this is something that both these teams are maybe a little bit more comfortable with each
Yeah.
other. South America versus North America, this has happened time and time again. They will have scrimmed against each other a lot leading up to this TI. Tavo, rebuke onto 5 to be able to push them away from him, but he is still surrounded and will still be giving up the first blood. They're going to try and give it to Quinn.
What?
Leslau takes the last hit instead.
My hooves run red with
Quinn left him with like 5 health, and Leslau's like, okay, you didn't do enough, so I'm going to take it instead.
Okay, but notably, so you could see Quinn, he was thinking about whether or not he wanted to skill chains.
Yeah.
It's not as punishing as it is in some matchups because typically you're going to want the early point just because you're playing against Storm, but it will impact his laning phase a little bit. Technically, you know, because you can always slight dodge the remnants, and you obviously want Flame Guard to shove lane into Storm, but either way, you're going to be okay. Nice move from Quincy to grab first blood. But they also did skill stun first on MSS, which I think you do most of the time anyway to confirm archers, but won't be able to trade as well at the top.
Yeah.
But what was the question you asked right before that fight?
I don't remember, actually.
Me
Oh,
neither.
I just was saying that both of these teams are familiar with each other.
Oh, yeah, the massing of games. I really think that's a huge aspect of why TI is so tough. Because, like, if you imagine even the DPC season, right? You're playing one match a week.
Yep.
Your region, you know them intimately. And here it's like just games. Like, we can barely keep up. We're just talking about them. You don't see how much prep is going into these drafts, how much teams are iterating on the concepts and like trying to balance, okay, what are we good at? What's working? What are they going to do? There's so many warring concepts in the minds of each and every player and captain.
Alrighty, things not going so hot for Quinn in the mid lane. Pushed underneath his tower and missing a lot of CS there. Adriano doing a good job as no doubt these players met each other multiple times in pubs and scrims. Quinn quite notorious for his pub antics, let's say.
The thing I found really interesting is, you know, I played a bunch of games leading up to TI. You really did not see as many, like fast bottle is every game TI. Like you're getting bottle before 2 minutes no matter what. So you typically see this build exactly, like a couple of tangos and a fairy fire, and that's it. Or sorry, branches. You know, no null talisman, anything kind of build, no circlets. And I think it's just a product of like TI, right? Because if you don't want to get crushed, and if he gets bottle, gets both runes, you've just completely lost your lane, and you cannot allow that under any circumstances. You'll see both players.
So you think it's like risk management, basically?
Exactly, yeah. You'll take that chance in a pub, right? Yeah, whatever. You know, I lost my lane. TI, you don't want to be in a scenario where you're just getting owned.
Dude, look at him. 10-2 compared to the 6-0. He is really taking it to Quinn right now. Quinn's going to fight back, though, and do a lot of damage. 40 yard. Of course, the water runes are up, and they should be able to get one apiece here.
Yep. And because they both get a rune, now it'll be more about trading mana. You'll probably see 40R, 80R looking to farm easy camp. MSS doing some rotation. What is he doing down here?
I'm not entirely sure because
Where is he going?
It's not like water runes are up.
Just an excursion to the river.
Yeah. Fortunately, the Centaur can kind of deal with the abuse of Gyrocopter decently well. They're going to jump onto this Gyrocopter here and try and take him out. The Fairy Fire being popped by KJ is probably just enough to keep Costa BLA alive. You could see it was pretty close. Theolacor, meanwhile, almost dies here in the bottom lane. LOA, also known as SVG, is going to die to the spear if it lands, and it does. Tavo, right through the heart of the Ancient Apparition.
Hits him with the tip, too.
Yeah.
This is, you know, I don't see Quincy crew really ever spam voice lines. I'm starting to think maybe that's part of the problem. And I think momentum is going to be critical. Both of these teams probably suffering from a limited level of confidence. You know, you're here
for sure.
You're what, 2-10, 2-8, both teams. It doesn't feel good. So I think that if you're Tavo, you know, he's a vet. Keep the energy high. It's going to be really important. The first team to tilt, likely the one that loses.
Fight for the water runes here. 40R is a little bit low here, and is going to be caught as MSS managed to jump over to the other side of the mid lane, came through top, and will manage to get a very important kill. Theoretically denies the water rune from Quinn, but he could just as easily get the other one.
Yep. This is Quincy Crew. You know, Quinn, he needs you to check his runes for him. It is quite important, as he will remind you if you ever queued up into him. And this is all helped out, though. It might have not been intended, but Les Lau getting the first blood means that he's had this ring of health since like 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And Mojo is free to just ditch him, right? Like even this harass, it's not nearly as problematic when you can just.
And look at it, like KJ's taking so much damage from the retaliate. He actually has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
You could see Leslau. If KJ steps a little too far forward, Mojo would pounce, and they might be able to kill the IO.
He's going to have a Vanguard at 5 minutes, which is just kind of nuts.
This is going to be really good for him. Of course, Leslau, the new addition to Quincy Crew, the Brazilian player, which is probably why they're spamming, and they have it in their team pack, apparently. A Portuguese line, since they are playing against SG, the Brazilian squad of their own. Leslau has been around. One of the few South American teams who's actually done a little bit of region hopping. Has been quite adamant in saying that he doesn't feel like he's actually a Brazilian player per se. He doesn't really view regions in a special way. He just wants to be able to play with good players. And he's found a home on Quincy Crew this season.
He really helped elevate them as well. I feel like it was really tough for the squad to replace Snake King. And Leslau. I like how he just kind of accepted the meme as his new name, but
yeah, Big Lelis.
Yeah, this was a squad like they beat EG in that second DPC season, right?
Yeah. Oh, he also had that period of time where he played for Ninja's Pajamas, stood in for Beast Coast, right?
Very tense so far. You can kind of feel the hesitancy, like both teams just really trying to maximize the EV. No crazy dives, insane aggression.
Yeah, nothing about this game for either team feels like loose or even fun. Both of them know what's at stake here. Tavo not going to be rooted by the cold feet, but will take a lot of damage and pushed out of lane. Such a great line from Sunset.
The 7 people who bought it all agree.
KJ getting some stacks. The king of jungles, as he's known. But MSS is going to be able to scout out some of this, and no doubt they're going to try and make a move at some point in time. Maybe not right now, but everyone knows the importance of trying to shut down this gyrocopter stack farming.
A little bit, Quinn, I think, is a bit tense. Like, he just did a bottle recycle, but you'll typically see people, come back full mana and, have already flame guarded, And he was only 80% mana before using spells when he came back in.
I mean, I've been watching him miss a lot of CS, to be honest. A little bit of it's just, a bit of bad luck. Sometimes you just leave a creep with, 2 health or something, but I feel like a lot more of it is just nerves.
I mean, this is... I think because the thing about TI, I like the term mega last. Nobody wants to just go home from groups.
Yeah. You work so hard for not just a full year, but 2 years at this point in time to get here.
It's also because bracket, you always have this sense of magic, right? Of what could happen. There's been some pretty legendary lower bracket runs after all. And you consider you have chances to prepare, day off tomorrow. You see, okay, we're going to go play a BO1 against these guys. It's a different kind of Dota. You can game plan, you can prep. We've discussed the madness of groups. And the bracket stage is much more like a traditional Dota tournament. TI groups is very unique within Dota. There's no other tournament that has anything like this.
Yeah. I think that Sentry, am I wrong, JJ? I think that Sentry could spot both wards. First rotation coming out. Spectre actually popping the Haunt here, but wasn't able to jump to the illusion in time. Still has a chance, though, as maybe he just feels like he's got nowhere to go. The Haunt's gone now, and he's dead. Adriano very happy with this rotation. Is going to net him a kill on the carry, as well as pick up the 5 position and captain of Quincy Crew.
Was there really nowhere he could go?
I guess not. He definitely had a second there where he could have haunted somewhere.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Huh. Well, unfortunate there. Really nice movement. I feel like Tavo is just beasting right now. Like, he's making plays, right? It feels like even though he was the one who got first blooded, it just did not affect him whatsoever. Nice dive from Quinn. They'll pick up the Older Core.
And they will repel the push coming in at bottom lane as well.
I'll tell you though, dude, Quinn's movements are really just strange to me. Like, he had a DD still and like Flame Guard ticking, but he went to recycle. He has a Remnant up, but he didn't go back to it. He's walking back to mid. I suppose afraid of Storm in the vicinity, but he still had 2 Remnants. I don't know, just strange watching his movements. I've watched a lot of Quinn.
It's not a move full of confidence. This is somebody playing slow and scared, perhaps. LOA going to be dove once again by 4DR. This is going to be a constant battle, right?
Yeah.
Storm Spirit, you said they need to be able to catch the Ancient Apparition. Storm Spirit is one of the best heroes to do that, and LOA is going to have to find a way to hide himself from the Storm Spirit and get good Ice Blasts in.
Dire's middle tower.
Look at the Vanguard hood. Hello, Max return. This is the old Centaur.
Yeah, he's going to just show up, and hey, this is kind of one of those unique situations. Dragon Knight's kind of like, they're going to go for it. They're going to relocate. They're going to all in onto this Centaur, and they've got so much damage that they do manage to overwhelm him. Quinn does what he can there. Tavo gets a little bit low, but they're not able to fully commit to this one. Now Quinn actually jumps and dodges the cookie. That was a close call. Tavo very low. MSS wants to be able to hop to some trees, but they've all been cut down by the arena.
Just, I don't know, I gotta say, like, I think SG, even though they're a slight, behind in the net worth, they're
making moves with confidence.
Yeah, like they're playing Dota right now, and Quincy Crew, just a little concerned. I mean, Tauke, that was a little.
Maybe too much confidence, Tavo, but he's going to try for it anyway. It's going to set up a fight of some kind. 40R comes in, tries to go for the Ancient Apparition, but the Stampede does allow Quincy Crew to be able to disengage. They get the mid tower. That's what they wanted all along.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tavo, my boy. Look. He's like, I'm baiting. I've got a big stick, but no arena, no call down. Like, at a point, I think you gotta just let the tower go. Like, the first defense I really like. They just blew up the Centaur. Felt like Quincy were just not prepared for that externality.
Yeah, they said.
But then he comes back. Like, you're not killing him again. You already used pretty much every spell you had.
Yeah, they blew everything. They blew kisses. They relocated into it. Storm had a long zip. They had arena spear. There wasn't an ultimate that wasn't used in that bit of action.
That's a big death for Tavo, because you got the main issue, I think, with Mars so far in this tournament, and why I think JT specifically has been successful. He's always getting that power level increase before Blink, right? And he's done it in different ways. Armlet in one, Meteor Hammer in another. A lot of other Mars are doing what Tavo's doing and just rushing Blink. But look at the net worth, right? Leslau with Vanguard Hood. This isn't just about survivability, it's about staying on map. He's going to continue to accelerate. He's going to farm. He's going to be able to spam double edge off cooldown.
Creep waves are typically the fastest way for a hero to farm,
yeah.
Unless you're doing some sort of ancient stack. And we watched that kill again there as they just all in on the Centaur, but it did leave everybody low, most notably Tavo.
Yeah, and this is the concern where Centaur will likely stay tied with like top net worth heroes in this game.
Yeah.
Tavo will fall off. And he'll also be requiring to set, hang on. The reload's
go
coming.
Straight for Coast of Belay, see if they can blow him up. And the relocate out. He's ticking. He's ticking.
Raindrop.
Oh, that is enough. They get the kill. They all end on it really nicely. MSS. Orbit Corruption slows down Tavo a decent amount. The relocate back in. KJ, nothing you can really do about that one. Oh, he managed to jump away, but he's still in minimum range of the Older Core with the kisses going out. Leslau going to be targeted here. They may have enough damage as eventually they're going to be able to throw out a spear. Leslau, nothing he can do here. Tavo giving him a nice little wave goodbye.
That is huge.
Quinn might go for this. He double damage runs out, actually, and he's low on mana.
This is just a tense game, man. You can feel the pressure these teams are under.
Yeah, 100%.
It really, based on the plays so far, I just don't see this being decided until some huge clash around Roche. It's just going to be maybe trading kills back and forth, but it's just going to come down to that one move, right? Games of Dota like this, you know, it's bad enough when you're just playing Dota. Like, this is hard. But when you know the stakes, like, legitimately, this is TI Finals. I think it's more nerve-wracking than TI Finals. Because then it's like, you know, you made it. It's at least fun.
Yeah,
like,
you're confident in what you've done if you've made it to the TI Finals.
Yes.
Here, these guys, they've been suffering the entire time, and they don't know what to second-guess. They don't know what to believe in.
Yeah. SG, you're not even just playing for yourselves. You're playing for your whole region.
Yeah.
Thunder Predator, already knocked out. You do not want to see both groups losing a South American squad.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about how the DPC has helped given a lot more experience to some of these regions who typically haven't been able to get multiple teams at these international lands. First time South America has been able to have 3 teams at TI. And if SG were the beat ones to be eliminated alongside Thunder Predator, then, you know, the community would just go back to looking at South America as being a one-region team, you know, Beast Coast.
Tavo, you can see he's got the blink, but very tough to just make things happen. That was a nice setup. They had died top, but that was because, but Mojo had placed that ward, which saw that movement coming, so Quincy knew to prepare. The Orchid reveal is nice. They really want to make something happen. They're going to camp top room, but good smoke from Quincy. They're coming for him.
Maybe it's best for SG that the rune does spawn bottom, because if they went for the top rune, they would have run into 5 here. They're going to grab a haste rune. Smoke's going to break on the low ground. Not the best place for that to happen. The Orchid's going to go out there, immediately going to go for the spear and blow up Quinn. The Ember Spirit's dead, but the Storm Spirit is going to be joining him into the grave. At the same time, they are inside of Wukong's command. They deal with the Monkey King in time, and it looks like Tavo is going to be just fine. Leslau is going to be chased down. He is tanky, but SG, they don't necessarily lack in damage. The Spectre Ultimate's going to go out. They're going to try and fight this one. They're focusing down this Centaur, but Yawar realizes there's nothing he can do. They don't have any damage on the side of Quincy Crew.
Oh my god, man.
Once their Ember Spirit's dead, and
what?
they've already used their Ice Blast, that's it.
I mean, Quinn, like, there's 2 ways to play this, okay? Your Ember Spirit, you're leading the charge. Your smoke breaks. I think a lot of players in this tournament pop Flame Guard, Remnant up, right? You're looking for the fight. That's the goal.
Get vision, see what's going on, yeah.
But to walk up the hill, not use Flame Guard, like,
Yeah.
you know that they're there.
Yep.
Oh. Quincy just looked a little lost, man. Like, they're going to need to shape up. Nice fight from SG. They had a huge timing with the Aghanims on the Gyro plus the Orchid, but, you know, they're gifted that kill. That whole fight, really. Like, you know, you're walking up as a squad underneath the ward. We're going to watch it one more time. Like, Quinn's just straight up dead. Doesn't get a spell off. And then look at the damage. Like, there's a call down perfectly overlapped with, or like a Venn diagram of sorts with the Mars Arena. You lose all your... And then Yawar with that ultimate, like, at the end of the fight.
Yeah, when the fight is definitely over, you're not killing anybody. Like, Leslau's tanky, but they don't do any damage. Relocate. Looks like they thought they were going to catch Quinn, but he was fast enough to jump to his Remnant before he got working at it. They're going to go for the Gyrocopter because they relocated up to top lane. They know the Gyrocopter's alone. Now KJ comes back to where the Gyrocopter was, finds that his carry is dead, and a double kill for Yawar. A big change of fate for Quincy Crew, because this game was looking a little awkward for them for a bit.
Indeed. Man, it's a... I keep saying it, but just... I'm so happy I'm in this chair, not one of theirs.
Yeah.
Like, because both of these teams, I think, it's not just that they're like bottom of the group, whatever, but it's that they've underperformed. And I personally had very high expectations for Quincy Crew. I think SG, for me, more of a question mark, but I know that they've got potential. I've played against these guys a long time.
Chasing after the Mars. He's got allies closing in. There is. Oh, he actually got the chains on a hero he didn't know was there. The Storm Spirit gets caught. He is going to zip through the Monkey King. Happy bit of fate. Nice blind stun from MSS. Does manage to get the Snapfire kill. So a simple Mars turns out to be much more than that, because that was a dominating kill streak on Thea Liqueur for 376 gold.
Yeah, that was huge. Sick arena. I mean, Tavo, he breaks the tree on Mojo. Otherwise, I think Storm just straight up dies. But because he got stunned by the drop down, he wasn't able to get a Q off. No slam. Now, the one thing is, Gyrocopter is still the strongest hero in this game. He'll have BKB momentarily. The person to watch in these fights is actually LOA, because if he doesn't get an ulti off on Gyro, like I don't think you kill him. Like he's just, there's a mech wisp behind him. He's going to not just survive, but you know, the combination with the new overcharge is just so strong because of the spell amp. Right?
Yeah.
You're getting not just like massive attack speeds, all these flak attacks get rattled off, but it's 16% spell amp on the ulti, on the Qs, on the rockets. Nice single haunt up top. Tavo just completely alone here.
They're going to use the haunt to slow him down a little bit extra. As they're actually chasing behind the tier 2 tower. Quincy Crew, now they're really moving.
Yes.
They're going to be able to catch up to Thea Liqueur. Again, he used the Essence Ring. It's rather tanky, but eventually will die. Quincy Crew beginning to move like the team that they kind of have molded themselves after, OG, right?
Yeah.
This is definitely different than the NA style, but it's what Quincy Crew has had success is they try and play like OG. They try and take that early mid tower. They make fast moves to the side lanes, and it's beginning to
look a lot like Christmas.
For them. SG, not so much, but we're still waiting on the BK.
Yeah.
That's a huge timing.
Well,
and that can turn everything around.
The thing is, though, Cap, they've had one. Gyro's got a BKB and 1,000 gold. That was what I was about to say, because SG, it's like they have to play a very timing-based game. And right now, even though a couple of the moves were misguided, it's really been Quincy just dictating everything that's happened.
Yeah.
They had that one reload top that backfired, but you know the Quinn juked. Other than that, we really haven't seen them make a move. Top is going to be where they play now, but it's part of the trouble with this Mars hero, right? Where he's kind of your sole playmaker in this game. Sure, Storm might be able to find some solo pickoffs, but you've got a vision advantage on the side of Quincy and no real great targets. Spectre and Centaur, super tanky. Quinn has a Yules. There's no real follow-up. It's going to be able to prevent him from remnanting out. Oh, here comes the smoke for smoke again.
And again, they are on the low ground and gonna find it pop. They get the instant orchid. They're gonna be able to get the follow-ups here again. It doesn't actually land on the Ever Spirit. He gets himself Yules off and will be able to turn around with the Flame Guard. Tavo stuck in here. Costabila is gonna bail him out. BKB Gyrocopter just charging forward and allowing the rest of his team to be able to retreat. But now that BKB is down, a poke from Quinn, holding them in place, seeing if they can find another opening to engage. But both teams will lick their wounds and back away.
Not the most elegant of executions from either side. Leslau MVP of the fight by just tanking the spear for Quinn. I believe Quinn dies if not.
Yeah.
Again, though, just like kind of, you know, the storm is zipping, and we didn't see a flame guard come out. Once again, it's another scenario where, you know, smoke is breaking. And
Also, why are they smoking in the river? The way I describe the river, it's the lowest low ground in the game.
Yeah.
And if you played a little bit of Dota, you know how important the high ground is. Quinn is going to run headlong into, okay, maybe he's going to be bailed out by MSS. He will. That one Boundless Strike stun, and he gets out. Quinn almost just fed himself over to SG. Ooh, an Ice Blast that. If he caught 40R, maybe Mojo just suicides in there.
Man, this game. Like, good players, but you can just see, like, I feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Like, it's palpable. And
you could definitely see there are some people, I think, MSS, Leslau,
Yeah.
I think Costabile.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're doing all right. Tavo even like he's dying, but like it feels like he's playing a little bit more naturally. He's gonna die again here in this top lane though.
We say that, but that's the third time actually, that we've seen him just caught out of position.
Yeah, why isn't SG just playing together? Long zip, gonna be able to find the Ancient Apparition, a free dust to make sure that Glimmer Cape is not useful. But all of the mana of the Storm Spirit, nobody else is around though.
But
No, they relocate
you
out
see what
to
I
protect
mean?
him. Yeah,
This
they're skittish. They're whoo.
Like there's so many things that they're just not like it's not about discipline. What's the word? Like Storm zipping all mana for an AA kill.
Yeah.
Radiant are
The gyro, Costabile just throwing out ultimate to try and cover him, and then the relocate. It's like you see him get the
Panicky.
kill, and they're like out.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and it's tough because Quincy are going to be favored in the late game. Like AA Spectre kind of delete gyro from Dota and bottom.
Sword can pick up from MSS, but at the same time, the back it doesn't change enough.
And this is the other concern, is that you're going to always have this massive vision advantage on
Yep.
the side of Quincy. Even talenting for the Tree Dance Vision AoE, I like that from Mojo, makes the Orchid even stronger. Plus, you're playing with this Aghanim Spectre, so you're going to have this global mobility on demand. If you can't get out of Orchid, which right now, he kills both supports. Storm, I think, has BKB en route. Indeed. This has got to be the timing for SG. You have double BKB.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. You need a good fight. You want to kill off a support. But it's going to get tough because you're going to have a BKB on the Ember Spirit shortly, and then he has just no counter in this game.
So if they could catch this Ember Spirit on the 26-minute power rune, that's what they're baiting out right now.
Oh, BKB.
It's going to show on the mid lane.
Searing caves.
Rune spawning in 3, 2,
He
1.
sees this.
It's bottom, so this bait is going to be fruitless. We'll get an Arcane Rune.
That was a pretty nice move. Tavo was in range, and Quinn actually broke the smoke by sliding mid.
Oh, yeah.
Because, your hero gets close enough
I hate
during
that.
the travel.
It's so annoying. Smoke is going to break. They're going to go for the Centaur, but Leslau has a BKB. They shadow step onto Tavo here, looking to be able to punish him with a Stampede. He says, you can back up, but I'm going to keep committing for this kill. The rest of the team is on its way, and sure enough, the offlaner of SG is dead.
See, Tavo, he's certainly playing with, confidence, but I think affected maybe in a different way because this is just consistent over-aggression, right? The reason he makes that play is because they have the ward, so they see the Centaur. But instead of, clicking inventory,
yeah.
it's just
BKB.
go. He saw a hero and just jumps. But even if there's no BKB, right, that's the tankiest enemy hero. And hold up.
He's going to try and steal
my
it.
God.
Jumps in. The Roshan's low. Aegis is picked up by Yawar as well as the Roshan hit. 40R is going to turn around and go for a pickup kill onto the Centaur. They do manage to get that, a 1-for-2 trade-off or 1-for-1 trade-off. MSS, actually, they do get a second kill, but the BKB, it didn't last long enough for his TP to complete. And MSS says, okay, yeah, congrats on killing me, but you just got yourself killed as well.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Costabile is enormous. Like, that, he had a Daedalus in that fight, but they go for the steal. Oh, yeah, we're going to...
Yeah, that is a
That is
big
insane.
difference in who's able to put out damage
How
in
much
these fights.
what was Storm's impact?
He zipped and did not manage to steal the Aegis.
like,
grabbed him just a
You
second
saw
too
all
late.
the, 3 or 4 times just canceling the auto attack.
Going for the Ancient Apparition, all-inning on him and trying to get out. Picks up a double damage rune, refills the bottle. That'll give him just a little bit more mana to potentially escape just outside of the Sleight of Fist. But if he doesn't keep running, Yawar's going to catch up to him. Now he's been Yule's. That was cool. You see what he did there? He
Yeah.
slided and then
got
used
the Yules. Yeah,
Yule's
that's
because
sick.
his hero was close enough. That was nice.
Quinn's starting to feel himself a little bit.
Fortunately, the relocate out was there, but
Are they going to
unfortunately...
fight this? No. Tavo was there. I thought for a second he might go for it.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to give him a tether out.
Yawar, that Scotty timing, you know, you get to a point then all of a sudden where the gyro, like, because the issue gyro always has is if you are able to be gone on,
Dire's
life is
bottom
grim.
tower is
And
under
if you
attack.
tank an AA blast, you can't really fight anymore. And now the Scotty's going to keep you close.
Yeah.
Spectre is just the strongest carry in this game, and Yawar 6-1 and 11.
What would you give it win percentage-wise? I'd say about like 80% potentially. It's just because
nah.
they've got such a big counter to IO
65,
Gyro.
65.
Okay.
IO Gyro still IO Gyro.
Even against,
Oh my god.
yeah, even against, I think Spectre Axe makes a huge difference as well, right? Because every fight, he's just going to be able to jump IO.
Yeah.
So even if they don't Ice Blast correctly, they're not going to have an IO in fights.
That's true. I didn't expect 90%. Goodness.
Dota Plus also is literally in love with Spectre at
That's
all times.
true.
So
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The hero does win games.
it does
And,
indeed.
you know, it's basically Costa Bile versus the world right now. They want to make a move here, but SG, like, you're playing into Aegis. It's just not something. Like, Aegis Spectre of all heroes. No wonder it's 90%. Just feel like the timings, right? When we watch IG play, PSG LGD, like, they're all about these massive timings. And SG, they got these items. Like, you see the Orchid, you see the BKB, but it didn't really feel like they had the map set up to exploit any sort of weakness in Quincy. It's just kind of smoke and pray.
Yeah. Shadow Step onto Theolocor. Just a bit of a poke before he jumps back to farming. It's just, that's the really annoying part about this Aghanims from Spectre. You just feel like you constantly have to be 5-manning. Very rarely can people show in the side lanes.
Yeah. I just realized that the Shadow Step fires off a dagger as well.
Yep.
That's so good. Like, even if that wasn't a component, it would still probably be the item you rush.
Crimson Guard now for Leslau. Nice pickup. You can see MSS begin some really nice vision around this mid lane, because that's very likely where SG is going to be making all their moves. So they may not see where they are exactly, but they do know where they're at effectively, and they're going to be able to find the initiation on Tavo. KJ is going to use his tether to try and bail at the Mars, but now it means he's not tethered to Costa Bile. Costa Bile, who's trying to finish off Leslau here, they take down the big tanky Centaur, but Costa Bile again! A BKB that does not last long enough, stuck inside his own arena, and will die here against Yawar, who is just too damn big. They don't have a chance to be able to kill him once, let alone twice. 40R, Adriano, maybe a small zip, but it's not going to take him far enough. Ultra kill for Quinn as he is fully back. We talked about this guy looking nervous in the first 15 minutes of the match, but he has recovered nicely with the help of all of his teammates. 8,000 net worth lead for Quincy Crew, and if it was 90% lead net before, it's going to be damn close to 100% after that fight.
Yep. Tavo, we were praising him at the start, but just consistently getting caught.
Yeah.
Like, playing out of position. Forces the tether, which, again, is not a bad play necessarily from KJ, but now your gyro has no wisp. We talked about the power, right? The spell amp, the attack speed, and suddenly he's just naked in the middle of a fight. Yeah, you've got BKB, but once that fades, like, you're just dead to the magic damage.
Yeah.
Scotty now, complete on Yawar.
Hey, even worse, Tavo had buyback, right?
Yep.
He diebacked in that fight, so it's not like they needed to save Tavo. They, like, if you're gonna win a fight, it's gonna be with you tethered to the gyrocopter and actually using that strength that you have between the two of them. So we're going to watch that again. With the vision that MSS has been setting up, also gets the initiation. Tavo just gets 100 to 0. He buys back in this fight. But you can see KJ already dead. Costa Bile is left to try and do it by himself, but again, TP's a bit too late.
But it's just, I mean,
Invisibility.
he has Yules, right? Could have potentially used that before having to buy back. Then buys back, but it's just spell casting, right? Blink, arena, the spear whiffs. Like, there's, you know, it frustrates, and I don't mean to be overly critical. It just kind of breaks my heart because we're watching this. Quinn's gonna go in.
They're gonna haunt. They're going to Ice Blast. That is going to be able to catch 3, so Costa Bela and KJ immediately have to back out. Yuar, with his killer instinct, just goes straight forward. He's like, okay, we can get more off of this one, and he's right. KJ is dead. They're trying to hit this Spectre right now, but he is super tanky. Only goes down to half health after a full assault. That being said, if Storm Spirit can reset, well, he won't have any team. He could do a little bit zip back and forth action, but he doesn't have any allies.
This is my least favorite part of the whole tournament. You know, knowing that one of these teams is going to be going home today, it just hurts because I want you know, only one team can win. But I think more than anything else, when you come to TI as a player, you want to just, this is your life. This is what you work for. This is your favorite game, both your profession and your passion. And I want you to be proud, right?
Yeah.
Like I left it all on the field.
Yeah.
Exactly. And right now, you know,
there is a better SG out there, and what we're seeing right here, they're just going to be full of regret because this is a life-changing opportunity. The international
ADR, like he's smooth, right? He's one of the most high-skilled players on the server, and I'm watching him like stutter his attacks in every single team fight, and it's not smooth. It's not carefree Dota 2, as the voice lines being spammed might make it appear.
Yeah, it feels like it's almost like they know they're nervous, so they're trying to cut through it.
Hey, we can see you in the Roche pit. We see you doing it.
MSS debating the Roche, maybe trying to force SG into the vicinity.
It's not actually going to be up for another minute and a half now. A late Roche on Quincy Crew. Might be a little disappointed by that, but they've got plenty of time, and it's not like they get any weaker as the game goes late.
And the supports, you know, recognizing, Storm's a big threat. What do they grab? We saw this, I believe, first at the, was it the Anti-Major? Just as a hard counter to Abed's Storm. You just saw PSG LGD buying Aeon Discs in bulk.
Yep.
And suddenly, there's just no chance to find that opening kill.
Smoke up SG. They run into Leslau here. They're going to be pretty disappointed, but they do get onto the high ground without the smoke breaking. They're going to loop to the side here. They're going to spot Quinn. No jump onto him. Quinn reacts, forcing out the BKB of Costa Bela. He's going to go deeper. He really wants to be able to kill KJ. They have the Haunt going out, the Glimmer Cape, and they're trying to get this Wisp out of here. Costa Bela is going to start taking some damage. He's going to return fire onto UR, but he doesn't want to be here for long, and that's why the relocate is called for. He gets out. The rest of the team trying to get away back to this relocate that is coming in shortly. Leslau's a little bit low. SG sees an opportunity. They're going to be able to keep this fight going and kill the Centaur. Nice spear back from Tavo, costing him his life. 40 yard though. What is he doing out here? He gets caught. A shadow step. Not the real Spectre. KJ. Oh, he's in trouble, but so is Quinn. Yuar does manage to get that kill. Yuar's a little bit low as well. Costa Bela is getting kited, though, one after another. A hero challenges and gets out, actually. They will manage to get a nice long zip, catching the Spectre. A crucial kill for SG Esports. As now, maybe with those buybacks, they can actually take Roshan for themselves.
Oh, my goodness. What a wild fight. I want to see that one back. So, Quinn, I think, reset himself, but they were a little distracted. You saw the Spectre sticking to the gyro, but Quinn was off trying to kind of zone the IO. Ended up getting tether stunned. That shard on Wisp always catches people off guard. And yeah, I mean, a very quick BKB from Costa Bela. I thought this fight was just over before it started, but you can see a little disconnected, right? Quinn, he's not diving in deep. He's just sort of in, then out, in, then out. Tavo surviving was huge, and of course the relo out. KJ kind of just saving the fight. They're able to then finish off the Centaur.
They're in.
Oh,
Quinn,
God,
he's going to go for it, trying to interrupt this Roshan attempt. He gets KJ really low. And Roshan,
They've got to finish this.
he's going to try and go back in with the slight. They've got to get this now before they jump in. Leslau, he's on top of the gyrocopter, and he just kills him right away. Thea Liqueur jumps in and does manage to grab away the Aegis.
Nope.
That is not going to be picked up by Quincy Crew, but
No.
Thea Liqueur is probably going to die twice, and 40 are relocated out. Woo! KJ That could have been the end right there, but he gets the Storm Spirit out of here. Theolacor very likely to die twice. Are also going to try and kill the IO here.
Yeah, they're going to.
KJ, he's going to be first. Theolacor trying to get out, goes up to the high ground, but of course Quinn has more than enough mobility to keep pace with him. It did cost Quincy Crew some buybacks there. They had to buy back on their carry, so if they make some sort of mistake in their attempt to end the game, or at least get a significant advantage, this whole thing could change, but...
Theolacor, he stole the, got the shard too. What a baller. KJ, you know, playing out of his mind. All the 0-9, but he's made like 4 or 5 sick relocate saves. Like, if ADR dies there, like that's at least 1 Rax, right? Costa Bile closing in on Satanic, but they'll likely lose the 1 Rax.
Back and forth, the zips.
Let's see, almost level 25. They have those 25 talents on both Ember and Spectre, so many remnants and incredible tank ability on the Yawar Spectre, who does not have an Aegis, but 4155. What the HP bar reads, that is a very difficult target to take down.
That's before the BKB he's about to pick up too. And he could even change his, what's that called again? The bracer thing? Neutral item? Van Brace. Thank you. He could even switch that over to strength if he wants to. Extra magic resistance too.
Yeah. I think it'll probably be his choice. Trying to see. Okay, we're going to have an Aghanim soon on the Snapfire. Tavo desperate for the BKB, but you can see like his game, and I go back to the point, you know, 8-9 minutes in, right? The best Mars player in this tournament, JT, he is never going for this naked blink rush, and I think this is the exact reason why, because you just end up like you're a blink spear. That's your hero, and you have a really cool scaling ability with the rebuke, but with no actual damage items, you're effectively just an initiator, and that's that. You saw in that last fight, Costa Bile did more than 80% of his team's damage. He's going to have to do that to win this game. And it's just a tall task. This Quincy lineup is so tanky, and their supports just offer so much more in the terms of the DPS.
Getting level 25 and getting Aghanim Scepter would be a really big play, but 40R, he's going to get caught. He does manage to get off the BKB, though. Those chain stuns weren't actually quite on point.
How is it not? How did they not chain stun that?
I have no idea.
Was Lesthau just late?
It didn't feel like he was that late, but then again, Boundless Strike doesn't stun for that long, and he also doesn't have the talent to go with it, so...
That's true. It's only 1 point. It's 1.6. What? Yo, this score was no buyback though. Don't you just stampede, finish him, then go finish the game?
An opportunity missed for Quincy Crew.
I do not want to be giving any teams extra chances. I don't care what Dota Plus says about the win probability.
Yeah. Especially when you don't have buyback on your carry, right?
All right, Costa Bile, they want to get to the secret shop, and that's the line drawn because they have enough gold for the Satanic on the gyro. This is not a game to save buyback. If one of your cores has no buyback, you might as well just spend your gold.
Yeah.
Because this fight is going to be for the game.
He is also closing in on level 25. Not quite as impactful on Gyrocopter as some other heroes.
Smoke will pop.
Radiant are scanning.
You're going to get a little bit of vision plays. That's the big key now. And that's the main reason I feel like Quincy have taken a foothold. Man, you got to be so careful, ADR. Oh.
They're going to get the chains on him. Is he going to BKB? He will.
Got to get out. I think MSS is just... The vision advantage is just massive. If you watch him zip around, like, he sees so much of the fights.
And he's finding wards all the time. He just got another one with the gem, so...
And you have Ember Spectre, right? These heroes consume vision. Like, it's just, oh, hey, there's a guy, we can kill him. And you're suddenly on top of enemy cores. Just, it's so much easier to play, thanks to this Monkey King. First picked, after all, right? Like, they consider this the most valuable hero in the pool. You can see why.
Yep.
Although many teams at TI do agree. with that assessment.
Certainly do. Monkey King and Weaver, probably the two highlight 4 position heroes of this TI so far. 15,000 net worth lead. Quincy Crew, every advantage you could possibly ask for. No vision out from SG. They're huddled inside of their base, nowhere to go to, just waiting for the inevitable push from Quincy Crew. Quincy can decide when they want to go for that.
I will say, though, I think they're perhaps playing a little too passive because... Hang on, Quinn. Okay. Storm Gyro. Like, yes, Spectre's the hardest carry in this game.
I think they know he went top. I think they're going to smoke there.
No, they're wrapping around.
Maybe not.
They're going to find that arcane
Dire's
or
bottom
maybe
tower
no.
is under attack.
Man, this is very risky.
Cane Rune.
Just going to take it for
Storm
free.
Spirit.
They have vision.
It's really big, and they're going to be able to find Mojo. They can also take away the gem potentially, but he does have a BKB. They are going to pop the Haunt to see if they can get MSS out of here. Yawar is in deep. They're already on top of KJ, and looks like Quinn is able to bounce back and get 2 kills already. Costabile needs a way out of this one. Adriano fighting for his life on the side as well. Quinn trying to back away as KJ is trying to keep Costabile alive, but he just dies so quickly and was able to get the Gyrocopter a little bit of time. He's fighting back, but the Yawar Spectre is just too damn big, and it will cut down the rest of SG Esports. That is it for Game 1, SG Esports. Again, there's another series for them after this, but really, they have to get this win in Game 2 if they have any chance to be able to get out of this hole of elimination.
Dude, that last fight, the first zip from ADR was like through the arena, realizes not where he wants to be, so he goes like another 1,500 units onto the AA standing on the opposite high ground, but doesn't have dust. He just has an empty slot. So Aeon Disc, Glimmer Cape survives the entire duration of Storm BKB, dies.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there's like any individual issue with SG. Like, nobody lost this team the game, but like this wasn't like they weren't like getting beaten as much as they were beating themselves. And I think you gotta, deep breath. You get a win. Quincy, they can relax. I expect them to be playing better in the next game in that early. Like, Quinn was a little shaky, but
Pressure's off now. They've gotten a single win, yeah.
if they can win another, they're likely just through and they can breathe easy.
Yeah.
SG, you can tie it up. You can force a tiebreaker. You're not out, but get loose. This is where you're probably tempted to talk about the loss and like, maybe we should have hit our timings better. But I think what this squad just has to do is go for a little walk. Forget this game. Go new and just play better, because I know that they can.
They absolutely can. There's a reason why they are here at the International 10, and they can give us a better performance. We know that. Let's see if SG can make that happen, though. We're going to take a short 3 or 4 minute break and be back with Game 2. right, before we get into our next game of
Yes.
SG Esports versus Quincy Crew, we do want to do a little bit of an update of what's going on in the other streams because it does have implication for what's going on right here.
It does. So, if you don't want to know what's happening in the tournament, don't listen. Mute the stream for 30 seconds, okay? I don't want to spoil anything that's happening right now. Okay. Fnatic just beat Secret. So, moving up to 5 wins, that means that it would be very hard for Fnatic to get eliminated from TI today.
Yeah,
They're probably
SG
through.
would have to win this, and then they would have to go on and 2-0 their opponents, which I think is Spirit.
Yes.
And then Quincy Crew would have to go on to 2-0 like Vici or something.
Yeah, a Secret, I think.
Secret? Okay.
Secret, by the way, was the team Fnatic beat. Also, Spirit took game off Beast Coast, and LGD beat Elephant. So, that means this group is nuts. Like, there's almost certainly...
Elephant is who they were supposed to play, right? Because I remember we were talking about this morning because I was like, oh, Elephant's going to lose to LGD, so they're going to be maybe tilted.
Yeah, okay. This is actually crazy.
Because everybody loses
Beast
to
Coast
LGD.
looked like guaranteed for upper bracket, and now it's like, oh, crap.
Yeah, now
this-
Fnatic and Spirit are really making a run at it, and who knows, Team Secret may not actually be making a run for it at all.
Yeah,
This
that-
might be yet another TI. The Team Secret really flounders. This could be the
Well-
worst. This could be the worst TI for Secret. Yeah,
That's not true. There's nothing will
that's true.
compare
There was.
to the fateful year when, man, what a roster. Legendary lineup. That was TI 6, I believe,
Yeah, I think so.
where Secret rocked up with, I think it was Arteezy, Eternal Envy,
Remaining.
Puppy, Pylai, and Bulba.
5
was the playing
seconds
roster.
remaining.
Yeah.
And all of them storied. Like, I'm not saying, but the synergy between those players, perhaps not ideal. But let's focus on the matter at hand. SG versus Quincy Crew. And now, Jack Chen, listening to my voice right now, did a few of those during that last game. And Quincy Crew,
Jack Chen is the manager of Quincy Crew, by the way.
10 seconds remaining.
the godfather of Quincy Crew.
The Godfather.
5
leading
seconds
the-
remaining.
Consigliere for the captain.
Mm.
And SG, you gotta come through. And we were talking about it off cam during the break. Just did not play up to expectations, and you can see the nerves. You can see how it's affecting them, and this is the first, right? Like, I can't even imagine playing a series.
Turn to ban.
Effectively, SG, they need to be able to win this game, and they have to kind of treat this like a best of 3 that they're going to reverse sweep.
Yes.
They have to be able to win this game against Quincy Crew, hope that whatever happens in their next series allows them to either be ahead or tied with Quincy Crew,
10
and then it
seconds
all just
remaining.
comes down to a best of 1.
5
And
seconds
actually,
remaining.
thinking about it, yeah, Quincy. This is a little less stressful for Quincy, but because they have that next series coming up, like, they're still nervous. Like, this is not a.
Yeah, I mean, they could 2-0 SG and then get 0-2'd by Elephant.
Exactly.
And SG plays against Spirit. You know, maybe they get an upset there. They 2-0. Then
10
you're right back to
seconds
being tied.
remaining.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And Elephant's going to probably be. I mean, Elephant just
5
dropped LGD,
seconds
so if they
remaining.
want upper bracket, they're going to need to keep winning today. Well, start winning today. So, sorry, by the way, if you tuned in after I said there'd be spoilers.
yeah,
and
that
we
was a
spoiled
long
anyway.
30 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine watching, like, because we're memeing on this a little bit because we got complaints about spoiling. It's like, man, the tournament's happening, like, live. If you're watching one game,
Esports.
like, can't you just, like, don't you, like, a second tab?
I mean, I
You
kind
watch
of
it
get
one at a
it that
time?
like Dota is hard enough to watch. Like Dota is a game that you need to be able to consume start to finish.
That's
it's,
true.
It's not a game that you can really jump in halfway through and really feel the full roller coaster
10
that's going
seconds
on, right?
remaining.
So I kind of get it if people want to be able to focus on one game. But
5
that being
seconds
said, there
remaining.
are constant implications. And to be honest, we only have a limited time between breaks. So we're also just trying to keep up to
That's
date
true.
ourselves on the tournament. which,
I mean, shout out to you, Dota fan. Like you remember the? I'm not gonna remember but it's like the Real Men of Genius ads. Like
Oh, yes.
you.
The real men of genius.
Indeed, you, this fan. Da da da. Anyway, if you're telling me you're watching games live, start to finish, and then later, when the Dota stops, 12 hours later, you're going to watch the games that you didn't watch. Like, hats off to you, man.
You
like,
are a true connoisseur of Dotes.
That is some dedication. There's just too many games. Like I can't.
Yeah, we do that
keep up.
as a job, and Kyle doesn't even do that.
I do that. I'm aware of things. Ugh. This, I'll tell you, Quincy Crew, much more comfortable. This is like the NA special. Now you're just gonna go hit him with the dotes, right? You've got a built-in smoke, check. Buff the tiny, all right. Like this is a game 2 kind of draft. You're feeling yourself. You got your confidence back.
Lots of stuns, lots of ganking power that's going on. Meanwhile, SG, they once again went for what has been very popular in the meta right now. Tidehunter is one of the most picked heroes. Weaver, I think, is probably one of the more successful heroes here. This is going to be also, a nice 3-4 duo. Like I like this opening. I wasn't a big fan of their game 1 draft. Because it was very meta, but it was also all the heroes that were losing.
Yes.
This Weaver Tidehunter is super strong.
What happened to Pango? Like, why didn't we see that hero? Because it looked busted when Tundra was playing it, when PSGLG was playing it, and it's like, to me, perfect for this patch, right? Where it can be effectively any lane or role, and it just fell off the map. It was nerfed a bit, but I didn't think it was.
It's still good.
Super significant.
It's still very good. You cannot give that hero, you cannot give a hero more and more tools and not have it be viable. Even if you change the numbers and nerf them, you cannot give a hero a free magic immunity tool that also makes your ultimate much stronger.
10 seconds remaining.
The shield crash slow that's a trade-off, right?
Remaining.
I guess it was nerfed in C. The slow was nerfed. It's more mana. I think maybe that was really it. It's that, man, Dota's just a crazy game, right? You give a spell like 10 more mana and suddenly the hero falls off the map.
Do you think that is their mid or 5 position? Or do you think Weaver's a 1?
It's 5 Pango, yeah.
I think KJ is going to be playing it. Okay.
Terrorblade.
I was just saying, because if they see Tiny already, I guess, I wonder how many times Quincy Crew has run Tiny and where they've been playing it.
Well, oh man. Talk about a draft. This is, I would consider the hardest counter to Terrorblade is actually Timbersaw. You're good in lane, very tanky, natural Lotus buyer.
Pure damage.
Yeah, and also very strong against Tide and Pango, of course. This also alleviates a lot of pressure. You even have a Mirana in your lane, which it's somewhat anti-synergy. Like, oh, but you want to stun for the arrow. But Mirana, you secure archers, and Timber can just shove lane. But you're also very adept at just staying out of XP range. And you don't need XP. You're a Mirana. Get level 2. You're golden. So he can just stack for his Tiny, be annoying, and Timbersaw allows you this freedom because he wants to be left alone.
Yeah, so all they have to do is get him off to a good start. If Pango's a 5 position, I don't really see what he's going to be able to do to Timbersaw. I think they have to start off with one of those plays where Weaver starts top. And they get bugs on Timber, and they shield crash him with Metamorphosis and just hope that they can 100-0 him. But eventually he's going to start winning his lane. It's just kind of guaranteed. So they're going to have to try and get as much done as quick as possible. That way Terrorblade can go and start playing the jungle. They need a mid laner now if Pango is going to be that 5 position. And Quincy Crew still have an opening here where they could be tiny mid, could be tiny carry. So they're saying it's a tiny mid. They think Quinn's going to be playing it and UR is going to be having something else.
10 seconds remaining.
But Ogre Tiny doesn't sound like a bad 5-1 combo.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just solid. Like, you buff your Tiny and...
Yeah, the biggest thing he needs is attack speed as a carry, so...
And move speed, too.
Yeah,
movement
speed very helpful, too.
I think it's an underrated aspect of certain heroes. Just, especially when you consider carries. Like, move speed is more about like farm speed, because you're just getting to camps faster.
Turn to pick.
They needed some sort of big magic burst hero. They're going to go for the Void Spirit.
It's a tough game for him though, and ADR is going to be asked to do a lot of the heavy lifting here if he wants to bring his team a W. Nice to have non-blink required
10
initiation though.
seconds
I'm always a big
remaining.
fan. You can get right on top of the Mirana the Ogre.
5
Aghanim's
seconds
timing, very
remaining.
effective. But, okay, the Weaver's going to buy Vessel, so that's one aspect. You're going to be able to deal with the Tiny and the Timber in that sense. Team fight for SG Sports is actually kind of nuts if you think about it. Just the roll plus the Ravage combination.
Yep, absolutely.
But Quincy, you have overall last pick for who else but Quinn? 24th picking his mid matchup.
So what do you want him to have? What wins you the game? Ember Spirit again? Tinker!
Gross.
Oh!
Wow. Okay, well, certainly they're
Quinn
feeling
Tinker.
themselves. I would not have guessed this. You know, you gave me 10 choices. Now, matchup-wise, this is sick. Yo, talk about counters to Terrorblade. Two of the top 3 are Tinker Timbersaw.
Yep.
Like, this is unplayable for your TB. It's also a pretty good matchup against the Void Spirit because, you know, melee hero, not too much harass or kill threat early on. And if you look at SG, they don't actually have a Tinker Killer. Like, they just can't find him, let alone slay him. No real click point stuns.
And Quinn, this is something that they're pulling out, right? This is a crucial game for them. Very likely, if they win this game against SG, they
10
probably stave
seconds
off
remaining.
elimination. So they're pulling out the hidden card they had in their
yeah.
back pocket
5
that nobody
seconds
knew
remaining.
about because Quinn is not a Tinker player.
Never seen him in my life.
He has played it 4 times on Optic. He's played it 7 times in total, but I'm just going to count the 4 where he was on Optic Gaming.
When was the most recent?
And the most recent was 2018. The start at 2018.
Jeez.
So this is, again, this is hidden information that Quincy Crew is pulling out. They think, and it's a great opportunity, as you said. Like, it's a great Tinker game. If they feel, if Quinn feels comfortable on it, you know, they're going to be feeling very happy about this draft. Though now they just have
Okay.
to execute it.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. I hope we see that animation to TB. Is he not holding them? Where are the handles?
Like he's got some mind powers.
What?
Yeah, see, he's just motioning with it, and it follows his will. That's how powerful he is.
Huh. I did not know that.
Always learning.
Yeah.
Always learning.
Like all the other, I mean, this is maybe an advantage, right? If you look at all the other heroes, Pangolier, Void Spirit, they have to physically hold their weapons, as does the entire draft and lineup of Quincy Crew, except that shield. I guess that's just kind of loosely tethered to Ogre Magi's right arm.
I do want to bring up a different hero for Quincy Crew, though. I want to talk about Leslau and their performance at the Animajor. Right? They got, I think, a pretty fortunate bracket where they had a chance to be able to make it to the upper bracket finals. All they had to do was beat T1 in the upper bracket semifinals. They would have secured top 3.
Yeah.
They end up losing a critical game 3, and a big part of that was because Leslau was playing Broodmother, and he was not comfortable on the hero. This game, in a very crucial game, he's playing Timbersaw, a hero that he also may or may not feel comfortable with,
Yep.
as he's only played 11 times, and he's probably, I think he's only won like 4 of those 11 games. So, and he also hasn't played it for 5 months.
Yeah, I just remembered as well. They took down No Ping Esports in that first round of the upper bracket,
30
and
seconds.
No Ping, of course, the unfortunate moniker of being the first team left out or second team.
Yeah.
Third team left out. Like they were 585. The cutoff was 800. So this would not be the first time that Quincy Crew would shatter the dreams of a South American hopeful at a Valve event. But as you stated, you know, perhaps a little less comfortable on the teams. I think SG though, they're comfortable. Like Costa Bile, Terrorblade. This is the bread and butter.
Yep.
Tavo on his Tide Hunter.
Battling for the bounties. Quinn certainly going to be dying here, but they're hoping to be able to get a kill somewhere out of this, but they won't. First blood fed to Costa Bile. At least Mojo has a sense of humor. Using
Quinn
Sir
emoji.
Action Slacks'
Você é muito
line.
bom.
Não, você que é.
Well, that helps. I mean, last game, Quincy, they were the ones to make the move for the first blood. This time it is SG. Good for them. Getting on the board. Who got the kill? Costabile. All right.
His most played hero of this season 31 times.
Yeah.
So
That's why you pick it, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
a tough game. You knew you were going to get counterpicked. You maybe didn't expect Quincy Crew to just double down so hard on shutting you down, but, you know, it is a solo win condition. And is LOA dead?
he is indeed.
Nice.
Very, very, very good for SG Esports. Starting off not just with the first blood, double
Whoa.
kill. They start off with
But they lost the whole first wave bottom. Why was Costabile so late to the lane?
I guess he walked all the way there from the fight. And Mojo must have stalled him up. Is that what happened, JJ?
But that was a whole wave. That's wow.
That's not great because they are already going to have a Timbersaw problem. I was thinking that they might even try and like tri-lane at the very start or something like that. But so to give Leslau that free start,
Yeah,
the first meta not pressuring the Timbersaw when he has no armor either.
yeah. That was a really cool move. Leslau, he intentionally like pushed, didn't block, so wave went into tower. But yeah, they'll have a level X advantage down bottom now, almost certainly. And KJ, because he TP'd and did all that stuff up top, he's also out of mana. And this is not good for the bottom lane of SG. They're also going to be outmatched a bit up top, even after the first blood. Nice body blocks. Toss back into tower.
Tavo, these hits, they do so much, even through the anchor smash.
How did
Tiny
that-
just hits
wait.
too hard.
How did he get tossed into tower, Cap? There's no stuns. He just went out of position.
And he has to fight for CS as a melee hero.
Radiant's top tower
You are
is
just
under attack.
must have found the right kind of opening. I don't know how this mid matchup goes. Do you? Tinker versus Void Spear. I assume it is Tinker favored.
Yeah, it's Tinker favored.
Right. Most Tinker versus melee matchups are going to
Yeah,
be favored.
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And I like that Quinn. I see a lot of Tinkers sometimes skipping Soul Ring. They buy Blink first, but I think especially in this matchup, because you're just going to trade, like, just get the Soul Ring. Why not? Spam on this Void Spirit. The shield doesn't help, of course, against magical or pure damage, so it's very effective. And,
See, Quincy Crew, they know the Terrorblade is going to have a hard game. Right? He's going to have to leave leave lane and go jungle pretty quickly. And they've already blocked out the Ancient camp. They placed a sentry there
Wow.
really, really early. Not a single camp has spawned there yet.
Por que tão bom, cara?
Yeah, I feel another reason this Tiny hero is so good in the safe lane, you can see they've just ignored the, typically you have to block the hard camp. They don't care. They just run over and farm.
Yeah.
And Tiny Ogre specifically, like, this is very scary to go up against. Hey, look, you are-
MSS looking for an opening. He has that freedom you were talking about. Playing with the Timbersaw, he doesn't really need to lane too much, so he can focus on just trying to land arrows. If not, he can farm up jungle creeps, which is also another way to slow down Costabile, right?
Yep.
If you leave all the camps with the biggest creep missing.
And this poor bottom lane. I mean, they pop meta, but that's a level 3 Timbersaw, and the wave is pushing in, so it's not even really going to be able to zone him too well. And yeah, exactly. Mojo, this is the dream. Where's he TPing in? He's going mid?
He's going to try and help out against 40R, who they were battling for the Water Rune. He managed to get the Water Rune away from Adriano. And if you were to land this arrow, probably be a kill. Checks for the Bounty Rune. It's not there.
Okay. I, maybe a little ambitious, but, what else is he going to do,
Yeah,
right?
he doesn't
He's
have
chilling.
anything else to do. And this is, like, at this point, I think you kind of want to be like Kaka, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just
40,
roam on this mid matchup as much as possible. If he were to, say, kill the courier, as it's on its way in to help Adriano, then that would be a big win.
Yeah, he saw him cross sides. Otherwise, if he was still waiting on the hill, maybe he kills Curry. In fact, actually, he's afraid.
Gets another toss back in top lane. Tavo is low, but I don't think they have anything left in the tank.
Oh, 40R. Oh, the arrow, the arrow, the arrow.
Oh, he tried to go for either hitting 40R or potentially stopping the bottle Passover, but gets it anyway, a refill. At least he maybe stopped the free charges.
Mm-hmm. But they're just so far ahead in this laning phase, Cam.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's wild. I mean, this Ogre tiny lane, I was thinking, okay, you're off to a great start. You got the first blood. They get that early kill, the bonus from the Pangolier starting top. But it's just Ogre tiny. Like you said, the minus armor. Well, Ogre has 7 base armor. What? How do you deal with it?
Yeah. Yeah. No, they actually picked a really nice 5 position to deal with Tide Weaver, and I mean, because that's a lane we've seen pressure Tiny before, right? Because he starts off with 0 armor, so negative armor can really mess him up. Taking away the Urn of Shadows, that is going to feel bad for Theo Lecor. He's going to sit here, trying to hold the Power Rune and take it away from Quinn. Won't be able to, and it does spawn top. Quinn going to be very happy with that. Tavo going to be very upset if he dies again, and he will not.
Look at this bottom lane, though. Kept a solo Timber, not even 6 hits, pressuring these heroes 2-on-1. Loses Courier, but did get the Arcanes beforehand.
I think we're about that point where Costa Bele's got to leave lane, and they're just going to give it to KJ. Say, get whatever experience you can, try not to die. And that would be okay. It's just natural sometimes when you get a late Timber pick in a draft. But the fact that Tidehunter is having a very bad game as well, they're losing both their side lanes rather hard. Not great.
It's just tough as well. You don't have playmakers.
They're going to try and bring Adriano over here. KJ may just end up dying. They're going to bait him in, but do they have the damage, really? Missing the Aether Remnant means that they do not. I was already going to be a long shot because they were trying to kill a Timbersaw with physical damage of the Terrorblade. So they kind of would have to play that perfectly.
This is just not ideal. Yeah, not ideal. And the downside, you know, it's not about just not being able to kill Tinker. You can't rotate with these supports. Your Pango Weaver, your lane dominators.
Yeah.
You can't.
Your lane dominators, and
fix
you
the
did
lanes.
not dominate your lanes.
And what do you can't touch Timbersaw now. Top there's this Tiny, which is 12 armor, 1500 HP. Good luck. It's 8 minutes into the game. Maybe Quinn, but you know this is Quincy crew. They're gonna be playing around him.
Astrun grabbed by 40R here. And unfortunately, this Ogre is too tanky, even though he's got a haste rune, even though he's a mid laner, has a big experience advantage over the supports. Can't kill him. This is going to be a continual problem for Void Spirit.
Yep.
Not being able to kill people. He's got Tinker and Mirana. Those are the 2 heroes he can really hunt.
And bottom, Leslau is just. Oh, I mean, again, he loses his courier. I guess that's one thing you can do. You can't kill heroes, but you can camp the birdies. KJ just, dies. Again, can't touch Timbersaw. Now level 8. He's just been alone here for almost 6 minutes. Huge XP advantage on the game.
I like this, though. Theo Lecor is instead going to try and take this lane, and he's going to try and pull the creeps away from the tower. So that's the thing. Timbersaw doesn't hit towers very well. What he does is he just tanks the tower, allowing the creep wave to survive. But Theo Lecor is going to just try and draw it away as much as possible.
He's got to be careful. JJ's like chuckling. It's like this poor little bug. It's like, what am I thinking? Men in Black? But maybe not the best example because in that movie the bug was incredibly powerful, and this one is unfortunately forced to scurry and scamper away.
But he's doing a nice job. He just killed a wave and a half. He's slowly keeping the Timber Saw. He's just kind of keeping him at bay, keeping him from being able to take that tower. And the longer this tower stays alive, it just means the more farming time that Costa Vila gets.
Yeah. And it's actually great. Yeah, great job top lane though. Cautious. Tide has Ravage. Is this really where we want to be, Quinn?
Quinn is in pretty deep here. They don't even need the Ravage for that one.
That's a bold move, Cotton.
It did not pay off.
You see a Terrorblade meta, you don't know where Void Spirit is, and you just King Conveyance in. And you have that extra time to think about it, right? Yeah, tip him. I love it. You got to get the mentality back. SG, you are not out of it. You've lost your lanes, you've lost first game, but this is still Costa Vila Terrorblade. And, you know, maybe the Gyro performance, I mean, I don't even know if it was necessarily his fault, right? It was a rough game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Quinn had 4.5 seconds to think about whether or not he wanted a TP in there.
Yeah. Considering nobody else is there, it seems like he just really wanted to be able to keep that tower alive, because if Timbersaw is able to finish off that tower and rotate and just be like a wall stopping you, then you have a nice map advantage, right? You have a tower lead. But maybe needed to communicate a little bit more with his team and let them lead that charge. And he can follow up, because that is kind of what a Tinker does. Theolacor still trying the same play, and he has been living and doing a good job, but finally he gets caught. The bug trap is set. Quincy Crew squash him.
Hey, I think he did. I mean, he got like a level and a half from doing this. And
Yep.
I think that was all you could really hope for.
Absolutely.
Just delaying the game. One concern, I mean, Yawar is enormous. He just farmed his Ancients. He's going to get buffed up, has the completed Echo Saber. I mean, talk about farm. He even had the luxury. Typically, you see Tinies skip their level 10 talent until they max out stun at the very least, but he's just so farmed. He's like, yeah, why not? Get a little more damage. Like, he's just jungling.
And I like now that he's positioning himself to take away some of the Terrorblades farm.
Oh.
And cutting over. 12-minute rune is top, though.
Tholicore, man. Oh, no. Guys.
Do it
Oh
again!
my God.
Nice.
The third time Lesla loses his courier. Now that is something that I think can help restore your team's confidence. It's basically just bonus bounty runes, but there's not a thing for him to do in this game. It reminds me of some game, I think it was the Boston Major, Moon Meander Night Stalker, solo top against a tri-lane. He has literally no game, so he just goes and ganks mid. Like 3 times in a row, he finds a kill. It's a daytime level 1 Night Stalker, literally no play, still finds impact, and that's what Tholicore is doing here.
Girano needs to be careful. The Moonlight Shadow Tiny approaches. Eventually, they're going to feel like, oh no! That is another miscommunication from Quincy Crew. Now LOA is going to be running into the Rolling Thunder of KJ and Quincy Crew. They just got to get out of here.
Quinn?
They turn around, throw some damage on a KJ, but Adriano's on his way. They're going to be able to catch Quinn here. They dissimulate away, jump out. Adriano, the last tree. Is he going to kill him? He lives. The shield was enough. Yawar TP's out. Leslaw's good as well.
What? Quinn?
Not a Tinker player.
I feel like the nerves almost just came flooding back. Here, we're going to watch this. So Quinn short blinks, cancels the rearm, then defense matrices himself, ends up dying. And somehow... Oh, God. Hang on. Oh, my God.
Ravage going to go off. A nice 4-man Ravage with the bugs on top. The Sunder barely going off from Costa Vila in time, but he lives. At the same time, SG probably won't be able to pick up a kill. Theolacor, the blinding light of the laser, ends his life 5-5 now. Oh, KJ. He swashbuckled in for that one. Will try and shield crash up to the high ground. Does manage to get free. Yawar could still potentially catch him, but no, they're going to let him go.
But doesn't Quinn have... No, you know what? Let's focus on the
I like
Matterhead.
this. No Ravage. Hit that mid-tier 1 tower with your Tiny. Your Tiny and Timbersaw feel very strong. SG still are able to fight, though, thanks to Rolling Thunder being so powerful. They just keep on stunning up this Timbersaw and hitting UR a couple times as well. Pushing them back, keeping their tower alive.
It's a great defense. They had no 40 hard, no Ravage.
UR is kind of pushing his luck a little bit. They got to respect the fact that they are low.
This is insane space, though. Like, Costabile is 3-0.
Yeah.
He's top net worth. Like, I actually cannot believe SG are winning this game.
I think all the things that the supports did in that bottom lane, it drew a lot of Quincy Crew attention. They've gotten a couple of kills on the Tinker as well, who's the counter to the Terrorblade. SG, they've given themselves a real shot after a bad laning phase.
And I almost feel like Quincy Crew, like, I don't, like, almost too confident. Like, they're doing some, I have not seen Ogres maxing Bloodlust, right? And here you have SV, or LOA, he's 1-2-3 in his build. I always see max out Ignite, right? Just for the damage. You saw Yoar, you know, getting talent before max stun. Like, they're just kind of like, hey, we're ahead, we're going to win, this is easy. And it's not easy. Like, this is not SG's not just falling over. You can't just hit creeps and expect to win the game. And KJ, this Pango 5 is doing so much work.
It really is. May not have been able to do much against the Timbersaw, but now that he's level 6.
And if you look at that first game, you know, the only criticism maybe I had was a little early on a relocate one time. But if you think about it, he actually balled out, right? He had a lot of really clutch saves, good positioning. And I like that they've given him this active hero because he's got that killer instinct. And I really think that, you know, of all players in this game right now, it feels like KJ's most comfortable. Although Costabile, I don't want to take anything away from him, but, you know, it's tough to gauge a man's comfort when he's just hitting creeps.
They've got the Spirit Vessel. Leslau's in trouble. Timber Chain isn't going to take him that far away. Arrow comes through. Does manage to land on Tavo. Leslau's taking some more damage. Another round of Spirit Vessel, but the toss up in the air. Theolicor barely gets off the time lapse in time. Running away. Tavo, if he gets spotted, a heat-seeking missile will bring him down. UR doesn't see him, though. In the trees, UR guesses the right side. He was on the left.
How? I don't think Yoar got the attack off on Weaver when he was midair. Like, that should just be a kill.
Yeah, it felt like less damage than it should have been for a combo, right?
He does have Vessel plus the raindrop, so maybe just tankier than we expected, but, like, that's a Echo Saber Shadowblade Tiny. I just thought for sure he would be able to take him down.
SG, though, have now shown, you know, like, it's unfortunate. They came so close. They blew both of their Spirit Vessel charges, so that hurts, but they did show that they can kill Leslau. Tavo. Try and catch LOA here. They're going to leave the Ogre behind, but 40R sandwiches, catches the Mirana. Any follow-up stuns could get the kill on MSS as well. They're going to pop the meta just to ensure this double kill. He gets caught. King Jungles finds him with the Rolling Thunder. They do have a dust. They're going to be able to Ravage, hold him in place, and a big kill on the carry. SG Esports win a big, big fight in the bottom lane.
Okay, well, I don't know what they did in between games, Cap, but I am impressed by the fortitude of this squad. Like, all I want to say, shout out to the supports, because Theolicor, I really think those courier kills, like, re-energized this squad. They lost all 3 lanes.
Yep.
Costabile is hard countered, and they are somehow outplaying QC. They have a 2K gold lead, and it feels like total control of the map now. I mean, that's a Scotty Terrorblade, bro.
Yep. Rush that Scotty.
Oh my, good luck, Leslau. Suddenly this Timbersaw's game got a lot harder.
Yep.
But I don't want to point fingers, but I mean, you said Quinn wasn't a Tinker player. This game, I really think he didn't have to even try too hard necessarily. Just like be a little damage assist, go farm, push lanes. It almost feels like he's tried too hard to be impactful, and now his net worth, like, he's below the Tidehunter.
Yeah. No, I think that is exactly what happens when you don't feel super comfortable on a hero. You either don't do enough or you try and do way too much, right? Just depends on the player. Like, I, for example, will always try and do way too much, ruin my game. And Quinn, you know, he has been a playmaker in the past, and it certainly feels like he's trying to make so many things happen, and it has stalled out his game. He's not going to have that Aghanim Scepter for quite a bit. Theolicor, though, is going to be found by UR. Tossed up, 100-0, not quite. Still at a solid 200 health left. And LOA wasn't close enough to hit the Fire Blast.
He has the Pupil's Gift.
Oh, yeah,
very
that's a lot of extra HP.
14 strength. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And Weaver does use a good amount of intelligence when you're a support, so.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these Monkey King Weaver, I'm going to stand that the reason they're so damn strong is because they don't need boots. So they just straight up, buy these super useful items, and they're indestructible as well. What? Wait, whoa, Lotus Orb on the... Okay. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Rushing it against the TB, that makes sense.
Yep. Deal with Spirit Vessel, good against Sunder. Might be able to help against the Yule Scepter of Adriano. SG getting a lot of, Theolacor getting a lot of vision of some heroes here, while the rest of his team is doing Roshan with this Solar Crest TB meta.
And the
Quincy
Pango.
crew are going to be very surprised, I think, when this one comes out.
This is such a great call by SG.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really feel confident, like, taking fights on Quincy's terms, right? Because to charge into a draft that has tiny Timbersaw Tinker is, like, impossible. But because you have this great Roche-taking lineup and the Solar Rush on Tavo, you just clean, what was that, 20, 30 seconds? Now Aegis gives you this huge edge because suddenly your Terrorblade isn't susceptible to just being ran at and killed off. TP's coming in. By the way, I think he's just going to buff tower? No.
Just going to make sure they cannot get to the Tinker.
Okay. The big timing is going to be the Aghanims on the Void Spirit, because then you can actually get on top of it.
Ooh, that was a lot of
whoa.
damage. The Silver Edge hit, 600 damage crit. It got him with the cleave. He pops the time lapse. They want to be able to catch some heroes here. The Moonlight Shadow is going to go out, but he already got the dust on him.
Theolacor's living on the edge, man.
Yeah.
This dude is playing with fire.
And it feels great. I feel like he's drawing so much attention from Quincy crew all
yeah.
the time.
Huh, JJ's maulding right now. Watching...
Talking about the empty slot on Tiny.
Yeah,
No
which was a
dust or
problem
anything.
for ADR actually in the last game on the Storm. Okay, we got him. I don't know, KJ a little lost up on that side of the river. Was he warding?
There is a ward on that high ground, but it's a little old, so. Doesn't seem like an Aghanim Scepter soon for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's big because suddenly you just kill off Quinn, right?
Yep.
And you interrupt that that rearm. One of the sillier things I think frustrates me about Tinker or OD Tinker TA is that like you can't really cancel rearm blink. Like it, I don't think it should rearm blink if you're taking damage. Like, but
Sure.
like it's so difficult, and I don't even know if it's possible. Hang on. They caught SVG.
Yeah, just another pick on SVG, LOA.
What? Okay, so 2 supports, 1 from each team have died in the same spot. But, yeah, so if you have quick cast blink, there's no way to stop a Tinker from blinking because you channel rearm and spam quick cast blink, and you're gonna blink every time because it's immediate refreshed, and there you go. So silence will obviously prevent that. But and maybe a Ravage. They really don't have too many other stuns. Of course, the Pango roll would be effective. MSS in some trouble.
Trying to root out some heroes here. They really wanted to be able to catch this Tiny who's been sitting here. Instead, they're going to run into MSS and do manage to get the bugs on him, so he's going to die. They've got vision of him.
I'm very surprised. If you look at Mojo's items, the Yules and the Medallion, I have not seen many Miranas skipping that sustain build, right? The mech, the pipe at some point, and I feel like Solar Crest makes sense, but I guess it's not a vessel game. But it's still odd to me to see him go for the Yules.
I can kind of see it just because they want to keep as much lockdown on heroes as possible, right? Like if he catches the Weaver or the Void Spirit and is able to Yule's arrow, then like Tinker's gonna throw in some disables. But like the sustain build, if Tinker gets caught, there's no saving him, right?
That's true. And they do.
Oh, Quinn's
Whoa.
gonna be found. The 2
The
supports
high
and
ground
40R
ward.
cutting in. A nice Tinker ward laid nice and offensively. Is gonna be able to bring down Quinn, and here comes the tips.
I can't. Man, like, I mean, again, shout out KJ, but that is, like, that's a mistake you can't make, Cap. They saw that he bought Aghanims as well. They don't have meta for much longer, but they do have Aegis. But yeah, you're going to do some tier 3 damage here. You know that there's very, very low chance Tinker's playing with buyback.
Long range arrow, even as meta falls, SG continue their assault on the high ground because the most important hero for high ground defense is dead. Tinker, with his Aghanim Scepter, could really stall out this game. They picked him off. Another 10 seconds. 10 seconds where arrow?
Okay.
It's a little awkward. He does have an
seconds.
Aegis, but even just slowing down the time he's hitting that building is good.
Oh
Ravage is going to go down. They're going to go for it here. Committing. They've already got the Ogre kill. Leslaw's a little bit low, but the Tinker is back, and they've got to be careful of this. That Aghanim Scepter is dangerous. It's already killed the Tidehunter. 40 yards, very low as well.
Okay, so couple interesting things. TB like running in, like no HP. Could have potentially finished off the racks, which unfortunately they went for both. So you now leave 2 racks at about half HP. It's almost certainly going to ensure that that Tinkerboard bottom is countered. Like Quinn knows, like that's how they found me. But what? Like I love the decision, right, to go for those 2 supports.
Think they can do this? 1200 HP. Timber Chain gets canceled. Bouncing back if they hit him a couple more times, maybe. But again, maybe. He's still back to 900. Uh-oh. Goes to Belay. Yules, arrow. Quinn's here. Laser, Yawar. If he can finish it off with the Avalanche, they've got him. A big, big pick off on SG's carry.
Wow. Wow, that was big.
SG, they've got to be like a little bit concerned now because they went from what should have been a guaranteed melee racks. He doesn't get hit by that arrow. They focus down that melee barracks. They don't go for a Ravage situation. They just take the building and back.
Yep.
They would have been really happy, but now they don't have that objective. They lost their carry.
And taking a Rax, especially against Tinker, is actually pretty huge.
Yeah.
Because it gives you that knowledge that this off lane is going to be covered for you. And it's also the most valuable Rax because it would drag Quincy as far away from Roche as possible. And that's really what you need if you want to go high ground in this kind of game.
You would know Tinker would be constantly trying to push out that bottom lane to give them Roshan control, which just means, well, you know where he's going to be.
Yep.
Great opportunity to get him picked off.
And 40R, 80R. Playing with fire.
Adriano. Always, he's inspecting the area. Tree inspector here. Don't mind me. Oh, he's gonna try and go for this pickoff, but he managed to get him. Yule Scepter, arrow again. Wait. Where's the arrow? Oh no, that TP wasn't gonna work. They found him, and they do manage to kill him, despite a slight bumble there.
And you can see, like, Quincy very shaky, but suddenly they've come alive. But at the same time, SG, man, they've kind of just given some gifts here. And it's like, it's October. We are not quite in the Christmas season. You have got to be a little more selfish. Channel your inner Scrooge, because right now you're still out drafted in a sense, right? The win conditions are firmly in control of Quincy Crew, and now they've taken back the gold lead. Like, I was so impressed. Like, I couldn't believe how advantageous the position they found themselves was in. But like, man, if you don't catch that arrow,
the 10 to 20 minute mark, they were so good.
They still haven't taken the outpost. They took a tier 2 like 5 minutes ago. They could have taken a Rax, and instead they've ceded map control. You don't have any wards up except for this one on the high ground, and you're going to be losing your lanes as Tinker Tiny just shove them into your buildings.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Speaking of outpost, MSS take that one. You are closing in on Blink Dagger. Any other item updates that are really big? BKB we already knew about on Costa Belay. He hasn't gotten anything new. Is Tavo going for a BKB on Tide? Is that what that is? Yeah, it is.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
the
is
farther
under
this
attack.
Tinker
Are scanning.
gets into these scary items, the laser now with the ether lens.
He's just so far away in the fights. Like the one fight where he died to the roll,
Under attack.
like he was near me, he was on the same screen. He's going to be playing so far back. Nice blink out.
And he's got so many frontliners too to give him space, right? Timber, Ogre, Tiny. Even Mirana in some way is going to be able to run interference for you with that Yule's arrow. So SG, they got to be really good in their positioning for these fights. They got to be a little sneaky, perhaps. sitting here underneath their ward, which has a sentry on it. They spot it now. They actually show that Costabile is here by killing that sentry.
That is a very tense part of the game. Next Roche is really the window, and it is up. You have the BKB Terrorblade. Maybe a free kill on LOA. Oh, bots too.
Tinker, okay. Bots too, but probably for the best that he decides not to TP onto the Ogre. A simple 5-position pickoff. Maybe more here. Actually, the Ravage are going to be blown here. They're going to try and 100-0, and they will manage to get him. Leslau gone. 60 seconds as well. What happened there? Because they got the kill on the Ogre. How did Leslau end up in the same spot?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I honestly looked away, Cap. I was like checking out Tinker's items and like, wait, what? How?
I think they assumed that SG was just going to go rush to Roshan.
Yeah.
And so they want to be able to contest that. So Leslau was like, okay, I'm going to go chase after them. Turns out SG was all just sitting there waiting. Nice read there, Theolacore. Even just spotting Yawar will do a lot for them and trying to finish up this Roshan. Defense Matrix on Yawar
God,
doesn't allow
no.
them. Oh, Theolacore runs right into him and he does get caught. Now he jumps in, looks for that Roshan. It's low. He pops a BKB. He looks to be able to cream Roshan and take the Aegis.
Take
It's on
Aegis!
the deck.
Somebody!
It's on the deck. Somebody grab it. Yawar gets it. He gets it and now turns around. He sees his opportunity. He says, okay, I've got the extra life and I've got the laser on my side. We're going to fight for this one. The Aether Remnant pulling him back. They do manage to get a nice jump in from KJ. Gives him a Sunder option. Costabile has a second life, but this Razor, it's creaming him. The laser is just too much for this Terrorblade. Double kill for Quinn. He had all the time in the world to throw spells.
Oh, Arcane Rune. Of all the moments to find an Arcane Rune. Oh, that Aegis stayed on the ground for so many beats. Like the dramatic pause. Unbelievable. What
Radiant's middle tower
what
is
is
under
even
attack.
happening? They didn't have Timbersaw for that fight.
Yeah.
And poor
Radiant's
so he
middle
has the
tower has
Satanic
fallen.
to remove laser that first time. But
Sure.
he used it like early and was blinded immediately after and ends up just going down.
Yeah, we're seeing this counter pick. Again, Quinn may not have looked the most comfortable in the first 20 minutes, but now that he's got his Aghanim Scepter and Aether Lens, it's a lot easier to play this Tinker, and it's a full-on counter. They're going to be able to get the toss back onto Tavo, and this damage coming from these two. The Tinker, the percentage-based damage mixed with a heavy hitter like Tiny. Nobody is safe on SG.
Yeah, and it all started like Theolacore. I respect you. You have been playing so well, creating so much space, but he just missed like. There's always, Cap, 100% of the time in that scenario, there will be a sentry placed by Dire on that high ground, and if you invis on the low ground in range of it, with a Tiny in the game, a Tinker, like you're going to die, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it felt like they were just so set. Maybe even a little panicky on getting that Roshan, right? As you said, the Timbersaw was dead. They could have just gone back for that fight. We'll watch it again. The jump in here.
Dude, Ogre's dead. This was a 3-on-5.
Yeah.
The Ogre was still dead.
Yawar finally got his hands on it. You could see Costabile even dropping his
Where's
item to
40R
try
in
and
that
grab
fight?
the Aegis.
Like 40R, he goes for MSS, and yes, you find the kill, but he had to get Quinn.
Yeah.
Like man, ADR. That hurts. Like that's just
Yeah.
terrible target selection. I was wondering because Quinn is just free casting that whole fight. We talked about the importance of the Aghanim Scepter. He has a Yules. Like you shut down Tinker, you win that fight. It is 5-on-3.
Is under attack.
Talk about scoring a goal shorthanded. Like they got Aegis. Oh man.
This Terrorblade, he can win man fights again to carry Tiny, but not with Tinker in the game. Not with this laser constantly bouncing around, killing his illusions, making him blind, taking away percentages of his HP. Yeah. 16-13, 7,000 net worth lead for Quincy Crew. Feeling very good. A faked out Ravage. Tavo popped his BKB and faked the Ravage and actually forces the BKB from Yawar. A small win, which SG are going to try and escalate here. They say no BKB on the timing. Let's smoke out. Let's try and surprise Quincy Crew here.
Smoke popped.
They almost ran into ooh, Quinn. He's going to be able to jump in. The Ravage going down. They are going to be able to catch this Tiny. And KJ, he managed to lock down the Tinker for a second here. Where's Adriano, though? They need a little bit more help on this one. He's chaining around. Tavo's now dead, but Costabile, he's arrived. So is Adriano. They get on top of the Quinn. The Tinker's now dead. That means Costabile has a chance to be able to carry this fight, as the Tiny doesn't do enough damage to him. He turns around, whops one onto the Ogre. A few more hits. That should be enough. Oh, now they've caught Leslau as well. He's tanky, though. Yuar's back into it, though.
The Thunder!
But the Thunder
goes on!
Costabile, like, turning around, gets the kill onto Yuar. He's dead. Now they can keep marching forward. There is no buyback on Quinn or Yuar. SG, if they get even more out of this, would be so massive. Blink away just in time from MSS.
Oh my god, dude. Somebody, win or lose, somebody buy KJ lunch today. So, the 5-position Pango is somehow the one who finds Quinn. Ravage, not close. Void Spirit, off somewhere in the ether. But it's KJ, 4 times stunning Tinker. The only reason they come alive in that fight. They go for the kill, but they just don't finish it. What a... Quincy crew, talk about playing risk of it. Like, that's a huge risk they took. And hang on.
The arrow jumps in, 40R. BKB activated by Costabile. They're going to deal with 2 supports very easily.
What?
They were so afraid of giving away 1 lane of barracks. They wanted to stop this. But it's possible here that SG just keeps on going forward.
But Aghanims, though, that's so much damage onto the TB.
Yeah, it is. It's too much. It's too much. Costabile, he doesn't have BKB. That's not the place to TP out.
Oh, it was a bait!
Maybe they baited him in. The Ogre's certainly dead for it, but I'm not sure how much they could do here. The Tinker is alive. They've got to get out of here. Tavo pops a BKB, turns around quickly. Quinn blinks away before he's hit by the Gush. Got to be careful. And Leslau, he should be able to chase down Tavo. No problem. The rest of SG do manage to disengage, but again, look at those buildings.
Oh, wait. Oh, the catapult. Oh, one more.
No. Here comes the Lucor. He's going to go for it before backdoor protection is up.
Oh, the illusion.
Oh, the illusion. They get it.
The Olafort. Dude, this game is unbelievable. You can feel like, look, this is a much better game than the first.
Yeah.
In terms of player performance, but
you can still feel the mistakes.
Yeah, like
you can still feel the bumbling, the fumbling, the nervousness that is in this game, because this is the difference between being able to have a chance at TI and just being eliminated before you get the main stage. Quinn is going to be caught! Yule Scepter, Aether Remnant, pull him back in. The rest of the team is on the way, and here it is. King Jungles is here, baby. Rolling Thunder 1. Doesn't need a second one. Maybe can catch up to MSS as well. And one more leap charge to be able to get to the low ground. Slowing him down, and they've got him. That's a gem on the deck as well. Quincy crew is beginning to fall apart.
Oh my god.
The courier? Okay. They get the courier. The gem's dropped again. Theodore grabs it. Whew. They have to defend against a Terrorblade with no Tinker.
Oh my god. I'm like, what?
Somebody on Quincy crew needs to call a timeout and just reset.
Talk about needing a strategy pause.
Leslau is left to try and hold again with his Aghanim Scepter. It may be the only reason Quincy crew is okay here. Is if they can somehow keep them back with this double chakram going on.
They're afraid of the buyback. Look at this, just the gatekeepers. The 2 whirling winds.
Satanic pops so he can get to full health. Goes through the chakram. Leslau has to reposition them. He gets low enough. Yuar might just all in for it.
Has a flank.
He's getting close. There he goes. BKB activated. Costabile is going to be a little bit low, but the Ravage should be able to cover him in an instant. Turnaround Sunder onto Theodore to make sure he's back up to full health. KJ hits Yuar once. Doesn't hit him into that second time, though. Bumps into him. Yule Scepter. Yuar is going to break this Tidehunter. 5 seconds till the Tinker's back up. Once again, SG needs to be able to retreat, but Yuar, he's not going to let him go. He does manage to get the toss back. The Lotus Storm toss back. And now the Yule Scepter to be able to stop the TP away. Oh, no. Costabile. He gets scythed. He's now dead. SG. Once again, they get a lane of barracks, but they do lose the team fight for it.
Dude, the writers this season in Game of Thrones are just unbelievable. They really know how to keep it dramatic. Why? What? Like, how did 40R like get tossed in like the Lotus toss? Like so he's just getting attacked and dying because he's in the air.
He got tossed into Terrorblade, and the Lotus Orb was on Terrorblade, so it reflected toss, which still was on 40R back into Quincy Crew. So it was a double disable. Look at this tiny little Q Roshan. He's adorable.
Okay. Man, oh, by the way, we're blessed to have JJ observe, thank goodness, because the viewing experience is incredibly heightened, but I've never seen him so animated. He's like pulling out his hair. I can't believe what he's watching. This is nuts. Remember what is at stake here. SG, they lose this, they're likely mega last at TI-10. No shot in the playoffs. Quincy, they're trying to make sure they don't face that fate because it's realistically one of these two teams that we will not see in the bracket stage. They will not get a chance to play on the main stage.
Yeah,
and
it's the difference. 50K or 500K plus, right? You could just manage to win that best of one.
This is a $500,000 series, actually.
$500,000 series, and again, maybe even more. Right? Like just getting the opportunity to play. You win that best one, you go up to 9 through 12.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we're talking millions.
Yeah.
And that is why you're watching a Dota game. Dota is naturally a game of errors. That's just the way it is. But this is why TI is so special because the money just is a representation of pressure, of putting these players under the gun, putting them in the brightest spotlight and seeing what they're made of.
And it's also just a massive, like, the difference, it's like playing in the tournament versus not playing in the tournament, right? That's huge. But money-wise, you know, it's 500K. To make that up, to make another 500 extra, you'd have to get all the way to 7th.
Yeah.
You'd have to win, what is that, 2 series in the bracket?
I forgot the escalation from 16th to 12th was not very much. BKB almost complete for Adriano. A late BKB, which would allow him to just kind of dive into the Tinker. And it's going to be all up to these two players, I think.
Yes.
A lot of it is going to be maybe King Jungles as well.
And I will say, Quinn, he does not have his own BKB. So he is still 100% your target.
Yeah.
And you're just gunning for him. That's the name of the game for SG. Just kill the Tinker. You got to be cautious, though, because Yawar is a big boy. And he's now got plenty of damage to wreak some havoc all by his lonesome. And Leslau, like, Quinn's actually, like, by far the lowest net worth core on his team. That's kind of wild. He's still going to be your target just because of how much control and damage mitigation he offers. But, like, this Timbersaw is actually enormous. He has his own BKB, the Spell Prism, soon to be a Shiva's.
Yeah, you want to talk about, like, again, seeing what these players are made of? Leslau has been a rock for Quincy Crew this series. He has been holding it down for them despite the errors that have been made. He is keeping them in the game, helped them win game 1, has been keeping them alive game 2.
I can.
They're going to go rolling out. Yawar, not going to take any chances. Blinks away the moment there's any sign of danger. The map is getting real small for SG, bit by bit, despite the fact that they're the ones with who have taken buildings. They're the ones with super creeps on their side. The advantage of Tinker means that all these lanes are getting pushed in. And that now means BKB complete if Quinn wants to buy it out.
That's a tough choice, right? Buyback or BKB?
Yeah, because even if you don't activate the BKB fast enough, he could get chains done by the Pango, right? He could deal with the Void Spirit, but the Pango might be able to just stun him for 5 seconds plus.
And now the big thing. Okay.
Smoking up to the high ground, Quincy Crew start knocking on the buildings real quick, trying to force SG into some sort of reaction. SG is going to cut out from the side. They're TPing back as well. Goes to BLA. Invisibility breaks the smoke on LOA. They do take a ranged barracks here. A defense matrix, 4,240 HP Tiny. Carry Tiny.
Yep.
Not easy to bring down. King Jungle's out of position, gets caught. A gem That was probably Mojo's, if I had to guess.
KJ, the game state has changed significantly for our Pangolier. Like, he's absolutely balling out.
Oh, no,
but
that was KJ's. Oh, the gym.
yeah, he feeds now. Like, not as in, like, he just can't do that. If he's not, like, even in a roll form, he's going to die in 2 hits from your war. You just got to be so cautious now.
Again, we're talking about his importance in being able to stop the Tinker, and the Tinker is important because that stops the Terrorblade.
Yep.
It's all this chain reaction. So he's got to value his life a whole lot more.
And okay, so power spike wise, a big edge right now for Quincy is they have 3 level 25s, right? You've got the 2 tosses, you got a little bit of extra laser damage, and then your Timber Saw suddenly has a Timber Chain from across the map, okay?
JJ, can we check out Fia Lepore? Because I know he was building an Aghanim Scepter. How close is he
He's
to
far.
that? He's away. He's 2,000 gold still.
Now, the huge thing, Void Spirit level 25. Dissimulate stuns for 2 seconds. The best talent in Dota, really. It's so good.
Insane.
It also pierces BKB, if I'm not mistaken. It's just not listed in the tooltip, correct?
We talked about this last time, and I was like, that sounds crazy. Breaking the Tiny. Stun 1. King Jungle's going to be able to bounce back and forth. It's so hard to be able to get out of this. They're going to Ravage to cover it. It doesn't hit anybody on Quincy Crew, but they do get a silence onto the Tinker. Tinker's in trouble. He's getting run over. Quincy Crew have to leave him for dead. They both have buyback.
What the?
But you have to assume that SG is going to force it out of them. 1 minute and 40 seconds until Roshan can spawn. So there's nothing else to do but try and take this objective.
What happened?
I mean, he's just stunned forever.
Just standing on the hill? Like,
He's trying to force reactions.
he did. He certainly forced a reaction.
Yeah. And SG, they reacted very well. I mean, whenever you push over that area, it's a dream for Rolling Thunder. You can just bounce back and forth between the 2 walls. He's so close to being able to buy back and have BKB on the Tinker. SG.
They're 1 racks for Megas. They're going to force buys
racks for
here.
Megas. They certainly are going to force buys.
Leslau trying his best.
Quincy Crew have to know that they're going to have to buy back if they want to stop this. Are they willing to give up Megas potentially? They use the glyph. They pop it early.
Okay. It's getting tight.
SG, they force that out of him. Now's the chance. They're going to go straight up for Leslau first. Leslau is dead. The buyback's still being held by Quincy Crew. They have no glyph. Now the buybacks come in. Mega's still not taken just yet. 40R is in deep. Tinker has already been used up in the air. 40R TP's out. SG.
They out?
They forced the buybacks, and they got everybody out.
He found him. He uses him and gets everybody away. Oh my god, how many? Okay, they saved the buyback on Yawar. Dude, I am literally shaking. I am literally shaking. Oh my god. Like, there's so much at stake, and I just don't even know what in the hell is going on, Cap. Like, I've been in this situation, you know. I know what it's like to lose in this kind of situation. And a lot of the time, what beats you is just yourself. This game is going to be won. Even here, it's like no gold event whatsoever. And yeah, you've got 5 racks on the side of SG, but it's still anybody's game. And Quincy, they're just in.
They're in. They're in. They're going to force this. They're going to try and go for Tavo, but Tavo gets off the BKB. The second toss is actually get up on the side. The side, they've got the Timber. He's dead.
He's got by.
He's going to be able to buy back. Tavo's still going to get caught potentially here. They see him 1,300 damage coming from Yawar. Okay. That's a lot of damage right there as Quincy Crew find the opening and might secure Roshan. It's not actually going to come up for 50 seconds. They're going to buy back on SG. They don't want to give this Roshan.
But there is no Rosh.
They don't want to give it to the Quincy Crew, but they don't know if it's up or not.
Oh, the arrow. He did not see that one. Refresher ready on TB. No buyback. Everybody's all in. Okay, so Yawar has buy and ADR has buy. They're the players that are going to need to be aggressive. Somebody just used Refresher. I think Quinn just used Refresher Shard.
Okay.
I heard the sound. Oh, maybe it was just like the sound. I have no idea. Don't listen to me. Watch the game. No Roche yet. Soon.
both
Anything
of
new?
these
Okay,
teams.
25 on Void Spirit though, so you have the Dissimulate Stun. It's a lot easier to kill Tinker now if you
Yep.
can catch him before BKB.
They also have the Aghanims time lapse on Theodore.
Ooh, that's
level
big.
25 on Costa Bile as well. They can bail somebody out. They can bait somebody
Yawar?
even. Yawar.
Hello.
They're going to run into him. BKB activated instantly, but the Scotty is slowing him down. That's a little bit of a problem. He needs to retreat back to the high ground. They will. SG, are they going to charge forward? Tavo certainly wants to. Look at him blinking forward like that. Quinn needs to be able to keep his distance. Leslau putting himself in front now.
Baiting with the Lotus, asking to get hexed.
Goes to Bile. Uses that one Silver Edge hit with toss number 1. Toss number 2.
Oh,
The BKB doesn't have the Ravage goes in. They do see Quinn, but he managed to get a D-arm away. He blinks out.
Oh,
they don't see him. They see him now. King juggles. He spotted him. Yule Scepter first. The Liquor is there as well. He goes out with the laser, but then goes to Bile's dead. They went for the Tinker, but they lost their carry, and now 4DR. All these heroes are low, but he can't do enough. He doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have his carry. SG. They tried so hard. They've been working at this for so long, but now there's 3 dead with no buybacks, and Quincy Crew have a chance to grab a double damage and take the buildings to end the game and 2-0 SG.
Okay. No buybacks, Cap. No buybacks.
They have a buyback on UR too for Quincy Crew, so they can just be really aggressive with this. I do not see how King Jungles and Adriano are going to be able to hold this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lift first, right away.
Radiant structures are
They're
fortified.
just going to go for base. ADR.
It's a double deal. They have to take it with the DD. That's smart. Yule Scepter onto the Tiny. That'll slow things down a lot, but it does cost King Jungles his life. Yule's arrow, he has a buyback. He's going to have to Rolling Thunder in soon. Yuar's just doing too much damage. Quincy Crew, it's been a hard run for them in the group stage, but with this, they will be able to get the 2-0 against SG, and by most circumstances, keep themselves out of elimination. There is still one series to go for both of these teams. But Quincy Crew, in just a sweaty, sweaty game, do manage to win.
I have no idea what we just witnessed, Cap. That the last fight felt like the only, like that was like the real fight, and
Yeah.
it was just buttons being spammed. Okay,
Yeah.
like they baited their Terrorblade with no buyback. The strategy for initiation was we're just gonna dangle him, okay? And I know, like dangling can be a strategy at times, but with no buyback, like they got the perfect time lapse, but they just all end him. Like that
To
was
have
just
your
wild.
bait be your most valuable asset
Yes.
takes some serious cojones,
Yes.
and it did not pay off.
Yes, that's like a plot line in the action movie, for the final scene, but it's not necessarily recommended. Quincy Crew, wow, oh my God.
So
What a
SG
series.
now, the only way to be able to re-tie it up with Quincy Crew after this series was they have to 2-0 Team Spirit,
Yeah.
and Quincy Crew has to lose both games against Team Elephant, which I believe is going to be the 3rd series of the day.
Yeah.
So both of these teams do have a break. It's going to be an incredibly difficult road where they have no power in their hands, but SG are certainly going to try.
I wish them luck. I mean, even if they end up eliminated here, they balled out. This was just one of those series. Don't know if the best Dota of your lives was played here today, but there's always next series. Keep your head up. I think it's quite likely Quincy Crew, they're going to be playing Elephant. Elephant must win if they want to have any hopes of upper bracket. Quite possible Quincy Crew gets 2-0'd.
Yeah.
SG, you want to stay in this tournament? Go 2-0 Spirit.
And then you get a
Get one
tie
more shot.
against Quincy Crew, and you get one chance, one best of one, to be able to get yourself into the TI playoffs. It is
I need to lie down.
crazy, crazy day. The last day of the TI group stage is always insane, and there are going to be a lot of games like this where the pressure begins to break some people. And we're just along for the ride
Bro,
and
I'm
the
broken.
entertainment. We're going to take a break. we've got more series coming up. 2 more series on each stream is going to be coming up. So be sure to stay tuned for more of the International 10.
Why, hello there, Suns fan here with Cinderin, and we have a god tier NA showdown. Cinder, you know I'm excited about that. We're already in the draft, so we can take a look already. But EG versus Undying. Undying, of course, by many considered to be the third best team in NA, but they so far have been the best. But having said that, they have lost a couple games recently, which means that they are in fact tied with EG and T1 for the 4th slot in their group.
Yep, this series is going to decide a lot. There's a potential for, I'm not going to break down all the possibilities for what can happen here in tiebreakers and whatnot, but let's just say if anybody 2-0s this series, they're in a very, very good spot. I actually do believe they're guaranteed upper bracket, whoever 2-0s this. But if it's a tie, all sorts of shenanigans can still happen in this group. So very close, very exciting. Like you said, Undying outperforming a lot of people's expectations. I don't know how you personally were expecting them going in. I was like, they might be in the middle of the pack. They might surprise and do some, like, maybe make up a bracket if they do really well. And that's kind of where we're at. A lot of people had them as bottom of the barrel. And those people have been put to shame here because Undying have looked really great. So exciting series, like you said. These two teams know each other pretty well. They've played a lot in the NADPC. Evil Geniuses generally have had Undying's number. But TI is a different beast entirely, and Undying are coming in very well prepared and very well in shape.
Yeah, I mean, based on what happened in the DPC, EG was obviously the top dog in terms of NA, and then Quincy Crew and Undying were relatively close, but Quincy Crew is typically always slated a little bit higher. But then the reason NA gets a lot of flack is because after Undying, there is a really big drop-off. But in terms of the top 3 that have made it, all quality teams for sure.
As far as this draft goes, nothing too out of the ordinary here. IO first picked for Undying, and the response will be Tide Snap, 2 of the most picked heroes of the tournament. I think maybe even the 2 most picked heroes of the tournament. Elder Titan being banned here, as well as Silencer by Undying, and EG get rid of 2 of the most banned cores, Tiny and Monkey King. We were talking a little bit about if we think Monkey King is overrated. A lot of the teams are banning this hero with very high priority, and the games that we see it played, it's kind of polarizing, I feel like, the results and how much it does in the games. But
all right, what's the win rate then, Cinderin?
I don't remember what the win rate of Monkey King is just off the top of my head, but yeah, okay, thanks for asking and putting me on the spot. You don't know it either.
Why don't you just come up with a number and just pretend that you're right? Nobody's going to look it up.
Because I'm not Kyle, so I actually fact check.
Oh my, that's a burn right there. Okay.
5 seconds.
I think you should buy Kyle's voice pack just to make up for that comment.
You talking to me? All right, they're going to get a Weaver as well here for Team Undying, and then we go into bans. Lena, Legion Commander, and Void Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker seemingly a targeted ban here for Undying. They know Arteezy plays it for EG, and a good hero against Weaver. Really setting up here for what should be a carry Weaver with these bans, right? You ban Faceless, Void, and Bloodseeker. Either you're committing to the idea that Weaver should carry, or you're trying to mislead the enemy team and it's all smoke and mirrors and you swap it to position.
I mean, we did see a game the other day where Weaver was not able to use time-lapse with the Ags because of Chronosphere.
That is true.
So, and
if it's very well placed.
Yes, that was a very, very, very good play. High mechanical skill. And we probably won't be able to replicate that one again, but probably right. Probably position 1. I mean, for EG, Tide is the hero that's been played as support more often than offlane, but could be the offlaner as well. We've seen Snapfires, typically position 4, which, I mean, last couple games I've watched the Snapfire, she's actually gotten her Ag, so even if it is a Tide 5, you can just throw Tide in.
Yep.
Doesn't even need to itemize for a Blink Dagger.
Have we seen Snap as anything else than a support? Like, considering it's been picked,
no.
I want to say 35 games now.
Problem is you need 25 to really come online, right?
Well, you could see a world where maybe you could play it like offlane, right? It's a pretty strong laner. It has very powerful spells, and it can buy auras. We've seen in the past, Snapfires go Greaves Pipe sometimes because just the spells by themselves have a lot of utility. But it's been prioritized as support for the most part here.
Yeah, sadly, not seeing any. The mid Snapfire is very entertaining to watch. So I mean, that technically is a flex if you want to look at it that way. If they've been practicing it, kind of a hidden pocket trap. But you have to keep it under consideration. These teams have played each other a lot.
Yeah,
during the NADPC, so they're quite familiar with what they play.
I don't think putting Abed on Snapfire is what EG do. I know.
Yeah,
so
true.
There's a lot of I feel like every time when it comes to EG have a very passionate fan base, and I've been reading up on what people respond. And a lot of the time when it comes to EG in these tournaments, they're like, E.g., your drafts are too predictable, your hero pools aren't wide enough, etc., etc. Abed is only playing A, B, C, D. You're only picking the same 5 carries, etc., etc. But a lot of the time for a team, you'll have a recipe that works for you, and like an archetype. It doesn't mean you can't deviate from it, but I think for E.g., they have something that they're comfortable with that works. Generally, if you want to win a tournament, you will have to adapt a little bit along the way. But as far as Abed goes, I think what EG could be looking for potentially down the stretch, as they are, of course, secured playoffs, but they do want to get to the upper bracket, is perhaps branching out a little bit with the mid-hero pool. I will agree that Abed just basically in this tournament has played Puck and the Spirits, right? It's been, for the most part, relatively predictable. Storm Spirit, and Ember.
So in the Singapore major, I looked at it as an advantage of sorts that he only played a couple heroes because you're forced to ban them.
Right.
And they would still first pick, like first phase, the Abed hero, which they're not really doing right now.
That's true.
So things have definitely changed from that aspect. But you're right. Storm's like, I think of Abed, I think of Storm now because he plays 90% of his games on that hero.
Definitely plays a lot of Storm. Storm, Ember, Void Spirit have been his 3 biggest, I think, this event. Puck, a little bit maybe. I'm not sure if they've played Puck, actually. Ooh, Crystal Maiden.
Very nice. Okay.
You know, I really like this hero. I actually think Crystal Maiden is fun and good, but why did she have to lose the attack speed? Like, that it just feels bad to attack with Maiden.
Synderen,
she was already
fits the
slow.
Theme when you're chilly, okay? When you have ice around you, everything is slowed down, okay, except for time.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. If you get put into an ice capsule, you'll be frozen in time, technically, but you will be dead. So, depends on the perspective there.
Yes.
Walt Disney is frozen as we speak. He can't move. Attack speed is lowered drastically. That's what happened with Crystal Maiden. Okay?
Walt Disney's attack speed is very low right now.
It is. Very, very low.
5 seconds remaining.
So what I see for Undying here, their team fight is kind of lackluster, right? Like you do have,
and they have no front line at all.
You have no front line. Your team fight isn't that strong. EG have team fight in spades, but they kind of only have team fight. All right, absolute shocker. We're gonna get Abed Puck here. It is a good hero this game. Coil is great against Weaver. Puck lane's fine against Leshrac. And Silence is great against this Undying lineup. They really struggle when they get caught in silences, and now they have to deal with Disruptor and Puck. From a skirmish perspective, however, EG, maybe not the best, right? You have almost overkill in the way of team fights. Snapbolt, Tidal, Ravage, Snapbolt, Ravage, Static Storm, Coil. Whereas Undying, they have very low cooldowns. They're just ready. They're ready to roll. And their last pick, I think, is going to tell a lot about their overall game plan here. I feel like you keep looking at me weirdly.
Well, okay. I was wondering. I got scared there for a moment.
All right.
We do have an observer. I'm like, am I actually the observer? Thank God for Pimp Muckle.
Yeah, we've got JJ arriving. JJ is, this time he's actually here. Yesterday we were joking every time we missed a kill that JJ wasn't serving. I'm sure you appreciated that. Probably got some tweets out of it. Farming him some followers. But this time the real JJ will observe for us. So very nice. Going to miss 0 kills as always.
Yep, for sure. So EG's, well, Undying needs an offline, or it could be an offlane Lesh, I guess, but they still really don't have a front line if they go that route. But assuming this is mid Lesh, position 1 Weaver. And an offlane to come for Saberlight.
Yeah, what offlaner do you actually pick into this enormous team fight? Do you just double down on the idea that you play fast and you get something like maybe Sand King and you just play on low cooldowns and you get stuff done? Or are you trying to get maybe a combo breaker offlaner or like a save, a Baden offlane? I know Legion Commander is banned here. It's one of Saberlight's best heroes, so target ban coming out of EG. Could have potentially been nice against some of the stun. Curious to see what they end up.
It's got to be somebody beefy.
Deciding.
I wouldn't mind the offlane Abaddon, but we haven't really seen that too much lately.
Also doesn't fare too well against silences, but he is very good together with Weaver and could maybe help give a little bit of a, that frontline and vision factor that the Undying lineup needs. When I see EG pick 4 big team fighters like this, my mind immediately goes to Naga Siren. Like that's just... When they pick this overwhelming team fight, they will generally pick Arteezy, some sort of hyper late game illusion carry, just because they have this mindset that, well, we have this insane team fight, we can defend for a very long time and just fight without our carry. and then eventually he can come online and win the game.
Definitely not a good Terrorblade game, though.
It's not a particularly good It's also not terrible, but I think Naga might be better if they want to go that route. Let's see. It is the Sand King, so I think it's a very nice choice here from Undying. Honestly, a bit surprised EG banned Doom over that. I think Sand King might have been a better ban. I understand the Doom ban against Tide. It's what a lot of the Chinese teams have been doing. They've been picking this Doom into Tide to just shut him down. Also a little bit scared for the puck, I guess. But from the perspective of what Undying needs in the ways of initiation, I don't think Doom would have really been that big of a concern in this game, perhaps. Whereas Sand King just seems like it rounds it out very, very nicely. So I like the pick a lot here for Saberlight. And this might make EG think twice about getting an illusion carry, because now there's also Sand King that you need to worry about. So, what has Arteezy played in this kind of game this tournament?
Oh my!
That is a really good anti-mage game.
Wow!
Actually. I'm a fan of that pick. It is very good this game.
Mana Void against Lesh always feels good.
Yeah. So. Anti-Mage is one of the nightmare laning matchups for Sand King, because all your damage basically is magical, and Sand King struggles so much with mana break. It's very, very annoying. Your hero has no presence in lane when he gets mana burned. Ideally, you don't even want to buy Soul Ring on this hero, I think, a lot of the time, but you probably kind of have to. You have the added benefit of hanging it against Lesh. I think Anti-Mage performs pretty well against Weaver in the carry versus carry matchup. When you get a Basher on an Abyssal Blade, you can just overwhelm and kill the Weaver. And Undying's damage is, in all fairness, right now looking to be like 80% magical.
Yep,
Weaver needs to get very big before it kills AM. So if EG can hold their towers and slow down the game and get Arteezy off to a good start, this could be one of those standout performances for an anti-mage. Very nice last pick.
All right. Not often you see a good anti-mage game these days.
Right. It is a pretty uncommon pick, so, but one of the beautiful things about Dota, there are heroes that you feel like they're out of meta, they're not that interesting, but any hero with the right circumstances can shine.
Except for Meepo.
Meepo can also shine, but teams refuse. I definitely don't
I've
think
been
that
wanting
hero
to
is
see
so
is it the Shard or the Ags? I can't remember that they throw each other.
Oh, where you throw the storm hammer?
Yeah, the placeholder particles, yes.
Right. I think that patch actually nerfed Meepo, so
yeah,
definitely didn't help.
All right, so EG versus Undying. This is an extremely important series. If they split, then things basically stay the same, right? And it depends on what happens to like T1 specifically, if they can 2-0 their next series.
Right. The really good news for T1 is that their series is against Thunder Predator.
Oh, you're right.
And they absolutely annihilated them in Game 1. So Thunder Predator obviously mathematically eliminated yesterday after being 0-13. And they are going for the perfect game of hearts, getting all the spades and going 0-16 as it looks. So unless they can somehow pull out a win in the last game.
I hope they do.
It will be the first time, we believe, since TI3 that a team has gone through an entire TI group stage without a single win. So sad story, but it is a story that I think should be mentioned nonetheless, because obviously it is going to be a major talking point. Teams falter sometimes.
If they 2-0, then one of these two teams needs to 2-0 to continue to maintain that tie with T1.
Yeah.
So a split will not do. Yep. But yeah, that's going to be crazy if that happens, because EG and Undying both in lower bracket. That's not something I would have expected to see. But EG have had Undying's number for the most part during the general DPC season. Trying to remember if Undying even won a game. Maybe they did, but for the most part, EG completely dominated them. Wasn't really too close, from my memory at least. But it's been many months now, and I'm sure they've scrimmed other teams.
And
hopefully the Chinese teams, because that's the teams you need to learn from right now.
Yeah.
So it seems.
The power dynamics definitely different there at this TI than many people would expect. Like, some of the teams are doing very much better, and some are doing very much worse. The one thing that most people expected going in that did come true is, like you said, China is playing some really good Dota this event so far.
Undying with 3 bounty runes. Great start for them. Observer, could we see the win percentage based off of just the 3 bounties, please? 52. Wait. All right. I wonder what that was before
Gabe
the 4
loves
bounties.
anti-mage. Actually, Gabe Newell's favorite hero used to be Sand King.
That's true. Surprised he didn't end up changing the statistics to show that.
Surprised he didn't buff the hero more then.
That's true. As Abed is going to be facing off against Bryle. Many matchups they've had in the NADPC, of course, but Lesh versus Puck. Tell me about this matchup, hero to hero.
I think it's pretty close. Both heroes can spell farm. Obviously, the Lightning Storm as well as Split Earth can get some CS, but Puck can dodge the Split Earth and find its own farm with spells. So pretty straightforward. All right, Arteezy with the level 1 Blink. Putting some decent pressure there into Saberlight will more than likely see him go a 1-1-1 build. There's a lot of value in 1 point in Spell Shield in this lane. You can reflect Burrow Strike, you can reflect Frostbite, and you want that passive magic resistance component as well against a lane of this kind. Sometimes you see AMs go 2-1-0 if it's a very good lane to play aggressive in, and sometimes against Sand King that is the case, but I think with a Crystal Maiden in the lane, you might want to double down a little bit on the defense instead of playing too aggressive. And yeah, Counterspell, just an incredible skill point in this game. Like, very, very...
You think he gets it at 3?
Yeah, I do. I do think so.
Of course, there are some storylines here. Fly, Crit, and Moon Meander were all on OG back in the day.
True.
Of course, 2 of them are now on EG. So definitely some memories there, some majors won and whatnot. As you can see, a Burrow Strike onto Fly. Arteezy jumps in, as you can see, has his passive leveled now, and Dubu and company going to be drained of mana with each right click now going forward.
Yeah. Dubu is going for the 1-1-0 build, pretty standard on Maiden. In the past, Crystal Maidens would usually skill Arcane Aura on level 2, but a lot of the time now in Dota, you need to have that early laning pressure. Good damage on Arteezy. He will be forced to blink soon here, unless, okay, actually just runs back. Doesn't have any regen left.
Position 1's min-max, Cinderin.
They do.
To the extreme.
Arteezy needs to min-max his waiting game here to get a salve from Fly, so make sure you wait just the right amount of time before you get healed.
Yep.
It's going to find CS here, of course, Sand King out of mana.
They do see it coming, by the way. That is a ward showing off that courier. That would be a pretty big snipe.
It would be very big indeed, but
not
Crystal Maiden, unfortunately, would have had to...
Slowest hero in the game.
Would have had to see the weather forecast and be there already.
You need a haste rune to catch up with that one.
Yeah. Not a very...
Yeah, what do you think about haste rune on CM? You go like 549 move speed. What do you think? That would be fitting as well. Crit. In the top lane, Moon Meander obviously playing the IO this time around. I think Crit played IO for OG, right? It wasn't Moon. Moon was the offlaner back then, the Earthshaker player.
Yep.
That's Tomato. Oh, all right.
Good
Cookie's gonna
damage.
Connect, but here comes Moon Meander for the save. What about this lane? Tomato playing the Weaver against the Ice Tide and Snapfire.
I'd say this is a good Weaver lane, actually. Snapfire can be a little bit intimidating, but with IO backing you up, you trade very well into Tide as Weaver. The harassment is just strong. You have a magic damage component, so Crack and Chill doesn't matter against that. And with IO sustaining you against what Tide usually does, which is Anchor Smash spamming whenever possible, and the Snapfire with the Shredder, I do think this lane fares very well up here. And it does seem to be doing well for now as well. So Tomato sitting on 20 and 21 and 2.
And Abed is 19 and 3 versus the 22 and 4.
Yep. All lanes are very even so far. Nobody's getting any significant advantage. I think out of all games we've cast at the 4-minute mark, I think this is the closest CS we've ever had.
Yeah, probably.
I
mean, we have cast a lot of Thunder Predator games, so a little bit skewed, probably.
That is fair. They've been struggling in some of their lanes a lot. IO.
What about the
IO
new
the
age,
biggest winner, actually. How is Moon Meander this far ahead on net worth as a 4 over the snap? There was no kill. He has 2 CS. I guess Crit has had to buy a lot of regen for the lane, and Moon Meander hasn't.
I mean,
so.
constant spam here from Tomato. And Swarm is pretty annoying for a Tide Hunter. You can't really Crack and Chill off the Swarm, right? So can be kind of an annoyance. Talk to me about what Leshes do in the mid lane these days. Like how, obviously you want to be pushing as fast as possible with the Diabolic. Like, are you looking to go to a side lane, or are you just trying your, against the Puck that's going to be pushing the waves as well? I assume you're not going to be able to gain the advantage of the push.
I think you push out the wave and then you go and farm side camps with Pulse Nova for a while and just get really big.
Now it's going to be first blood going the way of likely EG, and actually Abed gets it, so Fly, very unselfish play from him. And that's going to give Abed the advantage of the mid lane as a result.
That brings Abed slightly ahead of Bryle, as he was previously falling slightly behind. But that first blood bounty, how much was that? Got a good 300 there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Browse is going to keep shoving out this mid lane and then going to farm the small side camp. It's already stacked once. He might stack it again here. All right. Putting some pressure on Abed. Coil.
Coil's there. TP's coming in. Nice phase shift dodge, and he's actually going to proc the stun from the Coil. Oh. All right. Bryle gets the kill before he goes down, so he'll take that any day of the week.
A lot of value out of that Magic Wand plus Raindrop combination against these heroes ganking him, so they were not expecting him to be able to turn Dubu with a great placement there. Sitting right behind, getting in for the Frostbite. And getting a trait there, 3 versus 2. You're definitely happy with that if you're Undying. Shrek is going to probably, more than likely, TP straight back to mid, take the wave that Dubu has warmed up for him here. Maybe not. Actually, no. Brawl goes top. This is a very... I think this is an unexpected play for EG. That Brawl's going to come in here. Ice is just dead.
Setting it up with that Split Earth from the Lightning Storm. And, like you said, goes down, and that means Brawl can just pop that Diabolic Edict.
And they have a Siege Creep. This is a very, very good play. Might just go ahead and push out the next wave with Pulse Nova, and then this tower is actually going to fall if EG don't rotate over Puck. I don't think Tide plus Disruptor have a chance at defending this. Next Edict is off cooldown in 3 seconds. They've already expended the Glyph, and yep, EG are just going to more than likely concede this. They're too late. It's gone.
Yeah, not even level 6
Swarm.
yet.
Oh, he needs to not die, though. That would be terrible.
Kraken Shell takes off the stun, though. Glimpse to try to save Ice, but the Swarm is still attached. A couple more right clicks. But the Kraken Shell is level 3, so those right clicks don't do much right now.
That could have been ugly. Ice does survive, but again...
1-3-1
another salve. Yep. A lot of point in Kraken Shell. Makes a lot of sense against Weaver. The constant harassment, you really want that damage blocked. And Io as well. Let's not underestimate how much it matters when you overcharge, right? Like the attack speed between these two heroes.
Oh my. All right, Mana Void. Cookie sets up the stun. And Saberlight's going to go down to the right clicks of Arteezy. So Arteezy off to a pretty start overall.
Absolutely. Oh man, Undying are playing hyper aggressive though. They got the top tower. Bryle is already posing that he wants to start in mid. Dubu is here. Abed. Frostbite.
Yeah, Frostbite. Nice phase shift. There's a coil onto 3, but no follow-up. Just on the retreat is EG. Looks like Abed will be fine. And the rest of EG as well, as Bryle wants to chase even further, but Diabolic Edict has now run out. I'll try to attempt this push here potentially, but really doesn't have much mana to work with.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Bryle on this Leshrac, Io makes this hero so much better. The amount of protection that you have and the burst of heal, as well as just bigger mana pool, right, makes a very, very big difference. So some of these plays that Bryle is getting away with is knowing that he can squeeze way more out of his hero than is common. This is a pairing that we've seen, I want to say, more Chinese teams than Western teams over the last couple of years play, the Io Lesh. But I do think one of the Western teams that took a lot of advantage of this was, I do want to say there were some games that Nigma played it with Miracle on Lesh. I don't know why that comes to mind, but I'm kind of sure. But yeah, just overall a strong hero pairing. That's definitely not a surprise or anything innovative here. But Undying are playing it very, very well.
By the way, Arteezy is going for Battle Fury, which I know is very standard historically. I've actually been seeing a lot of Echo Saber. Is this the only hero that can buy Battle Fury right now?
I think it might be the first purchase of the item at TI this year. Maybe there's been other Anti-Mage games that we didn't get to cover, but it's the first game we cast that anyone even put it in their quick buy. Everyone else has a little sticker, a little sticky note on the screen that says, "Don't buy Battle Fury no matter how tempted you are." And then they all are like, "Oh yeah, true, I'll just buy Maelstrom."
Yep.
So.
Echo Saber, Maelstrom, that seems to be the very common build for a lot of melee carries right now. You can see Dubu here is level 6 now. And Ice has done basically no damage.
It's getting found as well.
Freezing Field is popped, and that's just to clear the wave, it seems. And Crit, Fly, and Ice are in the vicinity, so Dubu's sacrificing his life. See if EG can take the tower now.
Yeah, he might have defended the tower by just the raw amount of damage he did to both crit and ice if Undying wants to rotate, but it seems like they're just settling for, you know what, you guys can try to pressure top, we're going mid. We have a siege creep and a Leshrac, so we're going to trade very effectively. Sanking also showing his face mid. Saberlight rocking the Hood of Defiance, so very tanky against this Radiant lineup right now. We did talk about how much magic damage Undying have against EG. Well, it's kind of the same both ways until Anti-Mage gets formed, right? This is a magic damage lineup from both teams. So Hood of Defiance, of course, an extremely valuable item that both Bryle as well as Saberlight have grabbed. First major item, if you want to call it that. They're not going to go for the mid push, though. They will go bottom with Io Leshrac, as they also have a Siege Creep alive there. And EG's push top is really inefficient. Like, they've been up here for quite a while.
Look at the heroes. Coil. Going to be applied to Saberlight. Gush, Static Storm, Kinetic Field. Looks like that's going to be the first kill for EG in this engagement.
I'm pretty sure he defended the tower that way, though.
We have to relocate with Bryle. Just wants to take out this siege, and they'll be able to do so successfully.
I think realistically speaking, they probably could have done that without dying on Sanking, or at least Sandstormed in the tower.
Yeah, they're getting out.
And now that the relocate leaves, I think they will have to give this up. I do like the idea there from Saberlight of getting in here and being tanky with that Hood. If he had made it to the tower, like I said, I do think you actually defend there. With the threat of relocate, and just the overall strength of your lineup right there. But EG catch him off and burst him down. They used quite a bit for it, though, right? They used Coil and Static Storm. And that does open up a potential play mid for Undying. Bryle still just happy at bottom, though, pushing even further with his Siege Creep. It's hitting tier 2.
Yeah, Arteezy is basically a Void Stone away from Battle Fury at this point. So we can see the replay. Just pretty easy kill overall onto Saberlight. And turn into that tier 1 tower top. I hear a pig pull.
Important.
It's either that or they added that to the cheering, which I did recommend.
Oh, God, if they do that.
But then you kind of be calling your audience pigs in some way, right, by doing that. But I would not be offended personally.
No.
Witchblade completed on Abed as he gets back to base here. Has the Arcane Rune as well, so look for him to make a move with the Coil very shortly. See the smoke already purchased from Fly, so they're going to try to set something up. This tier 1 tower taking significant amount of damage. Dubu trying to defend a bit, and Bryle and company are here. See if they actually want to fight. Isis Ice, of course, with Ravage online. And they're going to start grouping up, it looks like.
I wonder if EG are going to flat out just bull rush this tower with 4 heroes. This is not a safe take at all.
Gosh,
Ravage?
there's the Ravage. It's going to connect onto 2. The Static Storm Kinetic Field are there again. Moon Meander not able to save. The missed stun from Saberlight. As you see the Mortimer's kisses from afar. Dubu's going to burn inside of that. And Moon Meander going to take yet another Gush as EG continuing to pursue and getting everything that they want. Double kill for Abed. Saberlight stuck under his tier 1 tower. And now with that Dust of Appearance will likely fall as well. Thunderstrike with the Illusory Orb. Triple kill for Abed. Tomato actually completes the TP, but don't think he's going to be able to do too much.
I think Undying were almost in disbelief that EG went for that Ravage. He didn't use the Hood. Bryle didn't react in time and get the Hood off. The way they piled in their heroes one at a time afterwards completely whiffed Sand King stun. Everything just went wrong there. Like, that was just a mess for Undying. And EG got probably more than they came for. I think they would be happy to take that 1 kill in the tower. They get gifted a couple of bonus ones. And now they're ahead. And Arteezy wasn't even involved, right? He's anti-mage. He's not going to get involved in anything.
Yeah.
For quite a while, unless he has to. He's just pushing out bottom.
So I do want to mention this just as a, I don't know if it's a precursor or not, but EG have a lot more experience in these type of situations. They're used to being last in group in a lot of cases, right? For so many tournaments. Or at least a slow start to the group stage. Undying, this is the biggest tournament they've ever been at, right? Moon Meander is going to be the lone exception as far as like true experience on a LAN level. So see if nerves become a play. I mean, we saw the Quincy Crew series before this, and there were a lot of mistakes from both respective teams, and I think a lot of it has to do with just pure nerves and the pressure getting to them. Of course, not the same stakes. This is not for staying in the tournament right now, but upper bracket's a big deal.
That is a very big deal. It's basically a free win, right? You skip a round in lower bracket even if you lose. So starting upper bracket is guaranteed top 12.
Yeah.
And these teams, they're definitely, especially Undying, I think. Oh boy.
Yep. Static Storm.
He is dead.
Saberlight again killed. Abed having himself a game and a half right now. And it's funny because we talked about how he picks Puck consistently, at least back in the day when it was actually a little bit stronger than it is now. The Pucks that we've seen at this tournament have not looked good, though. Again, we did cast a lot of Thunder Predator, so maybe that's a small sample size from our side.
I think I want to say for the most part, Puck, I mean, if you go back 2 months, Puck was like the mid, right?
Oh,
it's
boy.
not right there right now.
Bryle
Oh my
caught out.
god, the damage.
Yeah, and Arteezy, the fact that he's participating in fights with just the Battle Fury now shows how much importance they have here on him being involved early. You can see Dubu just popping the ult, but will fall shortly after. So EG starting to snowball a bit. 2K net worth lead. Kill advantage definitely in their favor. The fact that it's only 2K is a blessing in disguise for Undying. Yep, Ice Ice Ice. Well, Saberlight was thinking about the epicenter, but not going to go for it. Ice 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 is just way too tanky right now. Actually has the Blink Dagger in his stash. And Tomato gets the double invis. Very nice.
You would imagine that Undying would want to look for fights right now. From their perspective, it's probably not going to start getting easier as Anti-Mage progresses in his itemization. So EG have just been able to find these team fights basically around Static Storm and Coil, and Undying not taking much initiative off of it afterwards. It's just been EG making the moves first. And I still don't think Undying in this position are in a horrible spot in the game. But if it gets to them a bit too much and they don't get stuff done, then it could very easily become a very snowbally game. Sand Dagger is a big help. You do see they clearly have a plan of doing something with it. Grouping up with Bryle and Crit. If he shows his face here, he's dead. Didn't show, though. It's out of the vision of Bryle.
Yep, so we'll live as a result. Of course, Tomato is keeping up with the farm of
Tomato's
Arteezy
farmed
for now. But if any of the thousands of anti-mage games are indications, Cinder, that's not going to be the case for long.
Right.
He's just going to ramp things up. And I actually am interested to see if there's going to be a big deviation in either item build or is Shard a thing on this hero or Ags at all? Is there any consideration for these things? The Ags is the one where you blink and lose. That one actually sounds pretty strong, but probably don't get it too early, I would assume.
Yeah, I think you'd rather just max out your build.
And a Shard is a little...
I guess the Scepter is pretty decent against Leshrac, but...
I mean, you get 3 charges. It's actually quite good.
Ravage.
Big Ravage from Ice Ice Ice. Hits 4 heroes. Static Storm with the Mortimer's Kisses from afar as well. 2 dead immediately, and Undying on the retreat. That is a big yikes if you're an Undying fan. And EG get 2 valuable kills. 2 cores dead. I mean, Tomato has kind of dodged death consistently this game, but...
yeah.
Not the rest of his team.
But you're playing an IO Lesh, and your Lesh has died 4 times. Your Sand King is 0-5.
Yeah.
These are heroes that have the potential in a game like this to get a lot of stuff done, and it just hasn't happened. EG are ahead at every turn. They're making the better moves. Look
oh,
at that.
my
Beautiful.
goodness. Oh, actually hits all 5. My mistake.
Excellent
Good
combination.
Lord. Disgusting
Very
Ravage
well
from
done.
Ice Ice Ice.
Great ward.
All right, so what's the item build for Tomato this game? I saw he had Dragonlance, Maelstrom, going for the BKB into crit, it looks like.
Yeah, I think you go Daedalus, maybe. You need something that can contest AM. The problem with going crit as well, though, is that AMs love to buy Butterfly, and Weaver doesn't have any inherently good way of handling that except buying MKB, so maybe he could do that, but is eyeing the Chrysalis for now, which is, just from a gold efficiency standpoint, just a more cost-efficient item most of the time to get a Chrysalis.
Any thought process behind Bloodthorn, potentially, after that? I mean, that gives you True Strike, right?
Yeah, it can work, but AM is going to have a Manta, right? And he's probably also going BKB when you look at the lineup, so it's like really edge case scenarios where that is even going to have much value. Maybe if you stun the AM with Sand King and then you Bloodthorn him, then you have like the stun duration, and then you stun again with Lesh, perhaps, but, you know, that's... A lot of the time, it's dangerous to think about Dota in that way. It's assuming that you land everything and the enemy, other 4 heroes are just randomly stunned and don't participate in the fight. Right? That's not, it's not really going to happen. So
Arteezy pushing the wave here to prevent any type of, well, I guess backdoor protection doesn't really apply to that tier 1 tower anyways. BKB now on Tomato, so perhaps looking to fight now as Ice 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 jumps in again. But Arteezy has his Manta, and this is where it starts to get scary for Undying. Not that it isn't already. 14-2 for EG in terms of kills.
It's by no means an insurmountable lead, but it's starting to get to a point where EG's lineup thrives, for sure. And a lot of the success in this game really off the back of that Disruptor-Puck combination. Once again, Fly and Abed have been finding so many opportunities together. And Crit as well been involved in basically all of it. Look at these three heroes, 7 and 4, KDA on the puck, or 7-1-4. So he's been in 11, Disruptor's been in 11, and Snapfire's been in 14, or sorry, 12 kills. My math is really good today.
Yep.
So those three basically have done everything.
Hanging around NA people too much.
Yes. What is 2 plus 10? 14.
Uh-oh. Coming in, Saberlight, but big Ice ult again onto 2. And these follow-ups from Fly have been beautiful. Saberlight's going to take a tumble. Moon Meander next. They just seem to be on the same page this game for sure. Every Ravage into Static Storm Kinetic Field.
Yeah, are Undying on the same page, though. They were all over the map when they made that move. Sand King went in for that try on Disruptor, while Weaver was bottom and Leshrak was mid.
Right.
Really surprising that they even try for this move. And that's just, hey, EG, do you want Roshan? Here you go.
Yeah, so like I said, and not that this game is over by any means, but a lot of the games that I have seen between EG and Undying and the NADPC have been like this, where EG is just not close. But the crazy thing is Undying is doing really well at this tournament. It just seems like their kryptonite is EG for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. You go into this game, both teams are 8 and 6. This is not the kind of gameplay you expect out of Undying. EG are definitely on fire today, no doubt about it. But I want to see Undying take more initiative once again together.
Aghanim Scepter RTZ. That's what he's going for.
He is going to buy it. All right.
Hell yeah.
All right. I actually thought he was going to go BKB first, or maybe even an Abyssal against the Weaver or Lesh, but we'll get that.
I mean, this is such a low...
Blink Fragment.
3 Blink Fragments. Basically an illusion that just right-clicks away. I mean, that's such low commitment, and it does so much damage. And we talked about how much mana burn means this game, right? Especially against the Lesh.
I don't question it. I think it's good. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I like it.
Tomato trying to force a TP
top.
out
All right.
here.
Are Undying going to make a move S5 here that is more successful? They're setting up for Arteezy.
Epicenter. Okay,
way too late on the stun.
Comes out. Yeah. Turns into the reverse Burrow Strike as Arteezy is perfectly fine.
What happened there? He had so much time to react on Arteezy. He wasn't even ready for it. Sand King blinks in, waits a good half second.
Oh, Bryle.
Some sort of a fair play clause.
Tomato making his way. Oh, Bryle pops his BK. Oh, man, oh, man. Things are just getting worse and worse for Undying. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, Cinderin. With that 3-minute Aegis left, Ag's almost complete now from Arteezy.
Like you said with that Kryptonite, man, there might be some sort of deep...
It's like a mental thing.
There's a deep mental thing going on, perhaps. Like, it's just so uncharacteristic for how Undying have played the tournament. This game is like, it's a different team that than they've been the last 2 days. Well, it is only game 1. You can't obviously recover from this, but perhaps also a little bit psyched out by what's at stake here. They know this series is about getting to upper bracket, and they know that their final match is against one of their worst historical opponents. So,
yeah,
can understand why it's stressful, but definitely not too hot here. EG, however, they're playing their bread and butter, heavy team fight. Abed, Puck, and Arteezy on a last pick carry, and it is just working. Can't really put a finger on their play. Everything has just worked.
Yeah.
Their lanes went well.
Wait. The illusion. You can't move it. I'm surprised surprised it moved to the creeps there. I didn't know it did that. Huh. I thought it kind of just stood in just the general area, and if somebody's close, it chases. But that was kind of a long range leash. There's Ice again! Triple Ravage. Mana Void is there. Down goes Moomian, but Tomato gets off the BKB, buyback onto Moon. Arteezy blinks out. Looks like they're just going to reset, and now with the BKBs down, the coil onto 2 as well. Arteezy's coming into play. Tomato just getting right-click down into Oblivion. Arteezy still has the Aegis, so nothing to fear for him. Tomato in the grave, and Abed with that Desolator showing off his right-click damage. Arteezy, Bryle is donezo as well, and things are just getting worse and worse. All Undying get out of that is a kill onto Fly.
Yep, and they're going to also grab the enemy triangle farm here.
I forgot that the Blink Fragment actually casts Counterspell as well on the illusion. And yourself, I think? Does it?
Yeah, when you counterspell, it counterspells on all the illusions.
Oh, it doesn't auto... Oh, I see.
It's replicated, so... Yeah.
Okay.
It casts on all. Huh. It's a way of faking out that you blinked in your real hero, right? Like you blink in an illusion, you cast counterspell on your...
He's going Moon Shard. Okay.
Well...
Interesting.
Want some... I think he's buying Moon Shard for the attack speed here, not the night vision. But don't quote me on that. It could be...
What is the night? Is it 400?
I still find it so weird that that item actually has that.
Why not?
It makes sense from lore standpoint. It's just a strange design, don't you think? Like
something needs night vision.
Oh, I guess.
Yep, there's the illusion going out. Burrow Strike onto Arteezy, gets 4 stats to safety. Still Aegis online for 20 seconds. I mean, they've gotten most of the buildings now, so they'll be happy with this use. No Ravage online, so I'm not sure if EG actually wants to fight, but they could find a kill on Bryle potentially. See the Blink Fragment comes out again. And yeah, you're right. Cool. I mean, it's funny because when they implemented this stuff for the first time for AM, it was really weird. Oh, Ice, Ice, Ice. Gush.
Dude, how much damage did that just do?
There's the glimpse back with the BKB from Bryle. Comes out again. It feels like a lot of these BKBs have just been in a defensive measure, which I can't blame them for, but just not ideal. But yeah, the Shard and Ags for Arteezy, for AM as a design concept were, I thought they were cool. It was almost like it was a beta test. You know what I mean? Like, all right, maybe not so good, but let's just tweak it up a little bit. And oh, okay, now it's actually pretty decent.
How was it? The original one just made 1 illusion, and then they made 3.
Well, he had a talent as well that created an illusion when he blinked, right? So it's kind of like the weird combo of sorts. But one of them was the cooldown of your ult or something, right? What was it? You use your ult on somebody, and it put their longest spell on cooldown or something weird.
Oh my god, that doesn't... Yeah,
that one was
It was the
strange.
Reaper Cypher spell.
Ice, Ice, Ice.
Ravage.
Yep, gets the Ravage. It's just the IO this time. Tomato able to get that BKB off, but still 70 seconds on the deck for Moon Meander. And with Roche, no, not going to be back that soon. Tomato does have the Daedalus, so he does do a considerable amount of damage if he's able to just stand there. As you can see, the Courier just took a lot of damage.
Is he getting another one?
Needed a Daedalus for that one. Dubu, yep, he's likely dead as well in his own base, no less. And okay, looks like Abe got a kill. All right, they're just gonna call it GG. Yeah. Can't blame them. This one was a shellacking and a half. This was a game.
Made sure important here for Undying. They made sure to call the GG when the score was not 3-2-2 but 3-2-3.
Okay.
Needed to wait for both the Maiden and the Sand King to die in opposite lanes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evil Geniuses looked awesome in this game. You know that meme with the guy who's like poking with something with a stick, and he's like, just do something.
Yeah.
Do you know that one?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that with Undying this game. I was just waiting for them to, come on, let's go. And then they made a couple of attempts, and EG was just ready every time it got 2 or 3 4-man Ravages, and the moves just didn't work out. So obviously, Undying strategy this game, inferior in just raw 5-on-5 team fights until you have the BKBs, and really key moments, the mid-tier 1 tower, with the Hood Leshrac not going off and just losing him in the tower. EG just didn't look back and made it look very easy.
At the end of the day, Cinderin, for whatever reason, EG is Undying's Kryptonite. And I don't know the lore of Superman and how he overcame Kryptonite, because Superman is the most uninteresting superhero to ever be designed. Just terrible, terrible concept.
Let's hope Valve aren't Superman fans.
No, they're not. I can attest to this.
He does change his outfit in a phone booth, right?
Valve is very logical. Superman is the most illogical and it's the most imbalanced in fact, he came out first and they didn't have Kryptonite. Did you know that? That was a little trivia nugget that I gave you.
Oh, they had to come up with that, so he had a weakness.
That's
because
right.
the original Superman had no weaknesses.
No weaknesses.
Oh.
That's right.
That is quite the superhero.
What a terrible design. Anyway, that's just going to make me
kind
angry
of like
talking
Earth
about
Spirit.
on release.
Yeah, first Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit on release was Superman pre-Kryptonite.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
And then they invented the phone booth, so he had to at least go there to become strong.
But
Well,
when he
anyway.
puts on glasses, totally different. Okay, don't get me started. That's the end of game number 1. This was a shellacking and a half for sure. We'll see if Undying can come back in game 2 to try to tie it up, which again has huge implications. On the group stage of TI-10, we shall return. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to Game 2 between Team Undying and EG. Undying got spanked real hard. We'll see
Not
if
in
it
a good
leaves
way.
a mark here for
Yes.
game number 2, Cinderman, as we are in the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Undying's logo
Tide
is an
hunter.
upside-down Omega.
Yeah.
Undying's turn
It is
to
time to turn that Omega lol from last game upside down and make some actual Pog plays, okay? Actual plays in general. They got rolled. They made a couple of attempts that just didn't really work. Like, I kind of... we talked about it a lot last game, but it was really the start of the game. EG were one step ahead. They were just in a really great
5
position most of the
seconds
time, had the team fight ready, and Undying, unfortunately, especially didn't really manage to bring in the Sand King in that game, who was meant to act as the setup for their fights, but he ended up getting caught 3 or 4 times in a row when they wanted
And
to fight.
Ice 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 played great.
Great tide. Of course, like what really made it possible for EG was that they had extremely good hero placements and good vision. So they were just ready for the moves every single time. And I honestly, I have to say, I kind of like this from Undying, that they do this again. So this is always an interesting topic in my opinion. You get crushed in a game. What happens when you pick the same strategy again?
Yeah.
What does it show? Does it show confidence or does it show lack of imagination? I personally think Undying were just like, okay, guys, we screwed up. Like, that was just bad.
Yep.
Let's go again. We'll play it better.
It's
We like our
funny
Eye Weaver. We believe in our
because I
strategy.
vividly remember in the NADPC this exact thing happened.
5
They
seconds
got
remaining.
crushed in game 1 against EG, picked 4 of the 5 same heroes,
And got crushed again.
and got crushed again. Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Well,
as bad as the first game, but
Right.
And then I interviewed. It was Arteezy, I think we interviewed, and I asked him what he thought about that. He's like, I really respect that they did that because it shows that they're full confidence in their strategy. Just didn't
10
happen to
seconds
work that game.
remaining.
So we might be seeing it again. We'll see. I mean,
It's something that
5 seconds remaining.
that way of thinking I associate a lot with PPD, actually. I feel like for EG back in the day when PPD was leading the successful EG team, that was something he would do a lot. Like maybe make minor tweaks. But
Puppy
not make,
did
like,
it for
huge.
Navi for
Puppy had the same thing going for a while, and it is a show of confidence, but
it's a thin line for sure.
exactly. Like sometimes you can also get too stubborn, and clearly if the enemy team has a solution, you need to spice things up.
I mean,
And
We
it's
should
it's always a
mention-
really cool dynamic in a grand finals.
right. We should mention the big difference is the Snapfire ban. So they felt that the Snapfire was a huge deal. I mean, we talked about the combos that it had with the
Yeah.
Disruptor as well. But this game, unless this is a mid AA, this
10
will
seconds
likely be the
remaining.
Fly AA.
Only Beast Coast does that, and they don't win
Turn to
with it.
ban.
So
I
no
was
other team will get
really
inspired.
rooting for them because
Mid AA
it
is fun.
sounds cool.
It is fun. I'm not a fan, personally. I don't think it's that good, but Beast Coast are running it. It's not the first time they do it either. It might be the first time this TI, but they have played AA on Chris Luck before. I don't remember if they ended up winning
10
that game,
seconds
but it also
remaining.
didn't really impress me too much that time around.
5 seconds
But yeah,
remaining.
different story here. 99.9% will be played by Fly. He plays it every game for EG when they have it as a position 5. What are we seeing for Crit? So now that Snapfire's out of the picture and they are running the Tide again, I don't think Crit is going to be playing 4 Tide. It is possible, but probably want to play that on offlane again, assuming that they face Carry Weaver. Earth Spirit is a possibility as a good hero against Weaver and IO, but your lane is way worse
Right.
than it was with Snapfire. Lion is a possible pick.
Geniuses turn to ban.
Lena could have maybe been a 4, but it's banned by themselves, and you might not have wanted that anyway against this matchup.
Keep in mind, this could
Titan
theoretically
is
be a
banned.
big bait by Undying because, again, like I said, they played against EG where they've done the same thing where they just redraft the same basic
Right.
heroes, where Weaver could be support. That could be the big
10 seconds
like change up
remaining.
here, theoretically. You don't
5
like that
seconds
idea.
remaining.
I do like it,
You
but no. So the thing about playing IO Weaver as your 2 supports is you have this insane amount to save, but you don't have any in that support duo. There's no catch, there's no playmaking, which isn't inherently a problem, but it does mean that if you do that, I think it's hard to conceal it any longer than this one next pick EG take, right? Because now Undying will have to show the next 2,
True.
and if you want to keep that open-ended at that point, you're starting to like. It's starting to be a little bit of a stretch how you can possibly even draft so that the options are still there without showing anything.
Yeah, I mean,
So I do think
if
they
they
can
want to
hit
go
it.
down the same road, there's still the Lesh there.
It is.
There's still the Sand King. What was the fifth hero?
There's no Lesh.
Turn to pick.
Okay, no Lesh. What was the? Who were we missing? What was Dubu's
Crystal
here?
Maiden.
CM, yeah. Which was whatever, as it usually is.
I mean, the thing about that last game is, honestly, I think the way the lanes went for Undying was what they wanted.
10
They just
seconds
didn't convert
remaining.
in the next 5 minutes and lost all ground. If they make 1 or
5
2
seconds
good
remaining.
fights there where they're ready, the heroes are in the right place, they have the right map read on what EG are doing, and they get to press all their hoods,
yeah.
I think there could have been a totally different game. Like, just 10 to 15 minutes in the game made all the difference. And EG came out with all of the victories in that time span. So, again, for Undying,
Undying.
could see them pick the
turn
Maiden again. It's going to be the Lion for crit.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Good against Weaver. The Lion Tide lane is decent. I would say it's weaker than Snap for sure. But, you got to settle when you can't get your premier pick for that lane.
All right. So what do we think for Abed? Storm Spirit,
10
Void
seconds
Spirit,
remaining.
Ember Spirit,
Undying's
or
turn
Puck?
to pick.
Disruptor.
Evil geniuses.
All right.
turn
Undying going
to
to take
pick.
Disruptor this time, along with Doom, who is left in this time.
Okay. He was also left in at this spot last game.
Okay, he's
but
left in
he
this
was
time too.
banned in the last phase.
Technically, what I said was correct.
Absolutely. You're not wrong. And being technically right is the
10
best.
seconds remaining.
Boost.
I can get high off being technically right, Shannon. It
5
is
seconds.
the best
Technically
feeling.
right in the club.
In the club. There are going to be so many people watching this game like, what are they talking about? If you weren't there yesterday when we made that, it's like
Everything
just
we
the
do
most-
is an inside
It's
joke.
the most random inside joke, though. It's like,
Undying's
Yeah.
turn to
people
Everything.
won't even realize it's an inside joke. You just be like, what
All
are you
right,
talking
you
about?
were talking about this last game.
Yeah.
We're going to see it this time. So the Arteezy Naga Siren.
Yep.
And they don't really have great wave clear right now.
That is true. The AoE capabilities of Undying, not the greatest.
10
And I do think
seconds
Naga fares
remaining.
very well against Doom in general. I think you farm in the lane, and later on
5
in the game,
seconds remaining.
illusions are very annoying for
Weaver
Doom to
can
deal
be
with.
okay at it once you get Shard and some damage
True.
items with the
It's
Swarm.
somewhat okay, but generally it just isn't enough when Naga gets like 3 or 4 items. So the Shard makes your Geminate attack hit all targets affected by the Swarm, but Geminate attack is obviously not ready all the time, so you still,
Yeah,
you
but
do some damage, but
it procs items, right? So if you have a Maelstrom and...
yeah, it can help. Maelstrom has an internal 0.2 second cooldown though.
Okay, so,
So-
it doesn't really work then.
So it does if the attacks, if they hit with the right delay based on
Yeah,
where
yeah,
the
okay.
illusions are, right? But it's like, it's tough to get a lot of value out of. I think for Undying, you're probably gonna be looking at, okay, what hero can we pick that does something about Naga when she gets items? Because realistically speaking, your lineup is probably not going to win this game while keeping Naga
Evil
poor.
geniuses
That's just
turn to
kind of not
ban.
possible anymore.
Right. I
think,
mean,
so.
the one thing I do like about Undying's lineup is that they actually have kind of a frontliner in Doom. Like, Sand King doesn't feel like that. I mean, he has the Sandstorm in the laning stage, but after that, it just feels like
Undying's
he's the
turn
one
to
going in
ban.
to get the burrow shot, but he's not tanking that much necessarily, right? He's not the one chasing.
Mm.
He's like kind of an in and out type of hero,
Yeah.
where Doom is just, oh, I'm chasing you now.
It's very good against the Tide, of course, but
Undying
10
needs a mid
seconds
that
remaining.
can clear
Evil
illusions,
geniuses
Yes.
turn to ban.
which Ember would have been great.
and Undying
Storm
bans
is out.
Storm, so who's gonna ban Void Spirit now?
So if you ban Void Spirit, then Puck is the only
Undying's
one.
turn
Okay,
to pick.
Tinker.
the Tinker
yeah, that would have
ban's
been good,
I
too.
think. It
So
could've been good.
Void Spirit, Puck. That's the 2 remaining heroes for Abed. He'll just take the leftovers.
I think the thing that's a little bit annoying here for Undying is I think their hero, you want something that sets things up a little
10
bit.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
you can play off of Glimpse and just Doom running in to people
5
and then force
seconds
them back
remaining.
and fight that way, so that can work like as kind of pseudo stun. So you don't have to go something like the Puck route. Trying to think of what mid heroes have insane magic burst against this Naga. There's like Shadow Fiend, of course.
Love to see
Unlikely to
Shadow
be
Fiend.
that.
How
they,
about
they have almost no time.
Evil
Necrophos?
How about
geniuses
Dark?
I'm not gonna pick
Sphere?
Necro into AA.
So
Okay, mid Doom, maybe?
yeah, I think mid Doom
Okay.
probably. Huh. Okay.
For Doom? Mid Disruptor.
Hell yeah.
Mid IO? I don't know.
10
I would say
seconds
mid Doom
remaining.
most likely, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Okay, so Abed.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, are you confident he's going to take one of the 2 heroes? Void Spirit, Puck? What? Yeah, none of those are banned, right?
I think he might just pick Puck.
Will he go outside the box and pick? I don't know what would be
I mean,
good here.
what you could notice here is the fact that no matter what EG do or Undying do mid, it's a melee hero, right? They're not going to put Weaver mid. It's a bit of a stretch. Like, technically they could, but something like Shadow Fiend for EG actually destroys this game just because his laning matchups are free. He has a lot of surrounding stuns from Tide and Lion and Snare to just get the raises off. Kunkka is something they've played, would also be good this game.
Magnus is really good against melee.
Yeah.
I mean, Empower Naga is okay, I guess. It's not the best.
It's whatever, I think. I kind of like...
I mean, actually, there's a lot of options against melee.
Yeah.
So many things are good.
It's good.
Kunkka. Good call, Cinderin.
Select your heroes.
Yeah. It's good. I think Kunkka, Shadow Fiend, Puck all would have worked here. But yeah, Kunkka's lane is definitely going to be very nice and easy here against Doom. So, and you like the X-Mark catch against Weaver and Io, as well as the added benefit of having an inherent counter to Glimpse. That's one of the biggest parts of Kunkka is when you are playing against that Disruptor, you can just X-Mark the person that's getting glimpsed, and the moment the glimpse is complete, you pull them back to the X. It actually is very stressful playing around that in the game. Like, you know, you have this like habit and understanding of where heroes are when, and then it's just like start teleporting around all the time. It can be a little bit annoying to work with. I like the Kunkka pick. I think it's very good. Gotta say, I like EG again in this game. And let's quickly go over implications of this series. I'll try to make it simple because there's a lot at stake here actually. So currently, I do believe the game between Thunder Predator and T1 is ending.
Oh wow, Thunder Predator were winning last we checked, and they just lost by 22.
They got rolled. So
Wow.
that game is over. So that means currently T1 are 10-6, OG are 10-6, EG are 9-6, and Undying are 8-7. So Undying are lower bracket now, no matter what.
Yeah.
EG with a win here can get a 3-way tie for top 4.
Yeah.
Which would be against OG and T1. If EG lose this, there is no tiebreaker.
So it's a 3-way tie where 2 teams make it through.
Yes. So if it is the way it usually is, these teams are going to be playing each other in a best-of-1 cycle.
Yeah.
And if any team loses 2 games, it's just done.
The round robin, as it were. The infinite games, potentially.
Yeah.
Prepare for
Hype.
battle.
And I do believe the way a 3-way tie of that nature would work at TI is that 2 teams play against each other, and the loser then plays the other team. Because if any team loses twice, the tiebreak is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Exciting
here we
stuff.
go.
A lot at stake here.
Game number 2, EG versus Undying. Undying got destroyed last game, so looking for a better performance this time around. They started the draft in a way that you thought they would run it back, as it were.
It feels good to be this good.
It's only the first 2 picks that end up being the same for
Dota
Undying.
2 is a fun and balanced game.
That's a good line, yeah. Classic.
I like the one. I'm hearing a couple of voice lines I haven't heard so much in here. I think that's the first time I've seen AUIs used. I like it.
This good.
Yeah, and PPD.
30
BSJs.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, Crit is really repping that. I wonder if he has some sort of a contract going with BSJ. That he needs to use it a specific number of times every game.
That would be smart. I should have thought of that. Get a percentage to just use it in your games.
That's the first time I hear the Lavender AA line as well.
I partnered with 4 Zoomers, so it didn't really work out for me.
Yeah.
Cinderin.
Well, you're not a man who makes good business decisions.
That's true. It's all about friendships with me.
That is
except when it comes to
statistically
you.
true.
I don't know why they put me with you as a
No.
co-caster. It doesn't make any sense, actually.
I don't know either.
All right, the runes
I don't know why you consider me a friend.
It's going to be split. That's true. You can't really be
Strictly
friends with a
strictly
robot.
business between us, Shannon.
Well, you can't
Strictly.
be friends with a machine, right?
That is untrue. You can be friends with a plushie or even a pencil.
But it's not a mutual thing. 'cause
That is true.
They can't reciprocate.
That is true. JJ is rubbing his eyes out. He thinks we're being really stupid.
Yep.
He's probably right.
Probably.
There's a high chance when I say something that it's not very smart. Sometimes
As the
I
cheer,
do.
look at that cheers. Everybody agrees with that sentiment, Cinderin.
Yes.
Appreciate that. All right, so Abed versus Bryle again.
I think this is a
Kunkka,
Kunkka
Doom.
favored lane.
Yep, Kunkka against basically any melee hero would be good.
What do you want to find as Bryle with Devour, actually, in this lane? Let's think. Is it just the Ice Ogre?
I mean, Ice Ogre is good.
Maybe
No
the
doubt.
big Satyr, and you want the regen, actually.
It's not bad. It's not the greatest, though.
It helps quite a lot against Kunkka's consistent harassment, though, to get that free regen in. Now that...
I mean, it's not for the lane, but I know the what is it, the Kobold for the move speed for when you gank is really good,
I
right?
thought you meant the Kobold. No, wait, never mind. I was thinking about the Hill Troll Priest, like just so you can heal yourself between every cleave.
Yeah, the heal, and it gives mana regen,
Yeah,
right?
it's not that
It's
bad of
actually
a
good.
creep, actually.
But the fact that you have to take such a long cast animation to heal for 5 is...
Oh, Fly is taking quite a bit of damage taunt here from Dubu.
Yeah, Bryle as well in the mid lane, so to keep a close eye on this. Of course, I'm not doing observing, so we shouldn't miss any kills. Isn't that right, Pimpmunkle?
Let's go,
Should be
JJ.
He does not have any reaction, so...
JJ is pretty done with you.
He's sick of our shit right now,
Yeah.
I think, is what that look means.
Yeah, he's nodding. All right.
Crit. All right, this might be first blood. Gets a nice Earth Spike. Pops the Fairy Fire. Looks like he'll live, though.
Guess it is fair to say that it is strictly business between you and JJ, at the very least.
Yeah, I think it might be you, actually,
Okay.
that he's an issue
Yeah,
with.
it's possible. I am sitting closer to him, so I may be a little bit louder.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah.
All right,
All
this
right,
is TI-10 group stage, by the way, in case you just you're wondering.
His tea is about to be complete. He's gonna be.
Okay.
It'll cheer him up, I'm sure. There was a little smile. Aw, JJ has a cute smile, actually. It's I gotta say, it's charming. Very good. All right,
Bryle
I
right
think
now.
the observing is about to power up. JJ is hydrated. He will miss no kills. As
Can
a
we
matter of
stop
fact,
talking about our observer,
He
for
will
God's sake?
invent kills, so he can miss
Oh.
less than a kill.
Wow, that'll be a first.
That is quite impressive. So Arteezy as well as Fly. This is a good lane for Darkseer. The support AA does not do well at all against this hero in lane. Can't really... Oh, nice vacuum from Saberlight.
Yep,
This
Thunder
could be
Strike to
first
follow.
blood. It is not.
Fairy Fire. Very well said, Syndra. Thank you for being my co-caster again. Ice 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 has to take off this swarm, gets off the Anchor Smash, losing a bunch of damage there. We'll just TP back.
All right.
So he's going to be good to go. Mid lane 17-6 to 18-3 for Doom. So actually quite even. Obviously, Bryle taking a little bit more harassment damage.
He should be behind on net worth from buying regen. Actually, no. He hasn't needed to buy any regen yet. Actually, surprised with that. But okay, here's the X marks the spot. Torrent.
Yeah, we got a TP from Crit coming in as well. Torrent connects. Earth
Ayo.
Spike as well. Hex to follow.
He's
Moonmeander is here, though.
Oh!
But he wasn't connected. He didn't
Hello?
have tether. He didn't have tether.
He didn't have tether.
Yeah, he just TP'd in to make it seem like he had tether. So first blood.
I thought he tethered him and he was going to stick him and it was a bait, but
No,
he didn't
no,
have
no.
it ready.
Yeah.
Oh.
EG with first
Oh, boy.
blood. Yeah, just really unfortunate time for Moonmeander.
Yeah, he must have just used tether bottom to the Weaver, so it wasn't ready. Yeah, that's just unlocal, or however you pronounce that.
Crit taking one of the water runes. And Ice 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 just doing his thing again. We'll see if he has another standout performance. I mean, when I think of Ice Ice Ice, I think of taunting Tidehunter, so this is a very fitting series for him overall. This Crit has made his way down to the bot lane as well. In terms of CS for the carries, Tomato was top of the charts for a moment there, 26-3 and 21-9 for Arteezy on Naga. Talk to me about Naga build in general these days.
I think most like to go for Manta first item, and then it's either Diffusal or Scotty, is what I've been seeing.
So what
the
you're
most.
saying is nothing has changed.
Pretty much.
Yeah, okay, just double checking.
Naga does not buy Battle Fury.
Sadly.
Because it's not
No Echo Saber like
anti-mage.
every
Doesn't
other
buy
hero.
Echo Saber because it doesn't work on illusions.
Yeah.
So Naga, honestly, this hero's flexibility for being creative in item builds just isn't very wide. Like, there's not that many cool things you could do. All right, it's going to ensnare Dubu top. Full body surround.
Yeah, well, Dubu getting surged. Takes a
he's
bunch of
quick.
damage in the meantime, though. Gets off the health salve.
Nice vacuum.
Vacuum keeping him at bay as well. And Dubu will likely drop to the right clicks here from Arteezy.
So much effort to still die.
Yeah, that was some resource damage here. As we're going to see Torrent into the boat. Crit is here as well with the Impale. Moonmeander does have tether this time. We'll see if that's going to be enough to keep Bryle alive. He gets X back again, and down he goes to the Tidebringer. Abed absolutely crushing now in the mid lane.
They killed Saberlight top as well
Oh,
with
man.
Arteezy. All right, well, Lanes for Undying looking worse this time than last game, where the lane stage actually went pretty well, and then the mid game started being problematic. This time could be harder. Make sure to keep it
Kryptonite,
PMA. It's
Cinderella.
been about 3 minutes since Crit used his contractual obligation voice line, so need to make sure to drop that. Expecting the next one at around 9:04. So keep an eye out for that. We do, of course, have a dedicated observer today, so we will not miss a single voice line.
Man, you've been on fire the last couple of days, Cinder. You must be getting some good sleep.
Yes.
That's great.
A good 6 hours a night keeps
Do you
me
sleep
going.
with the plushie that you consider your friend?
I do not, no.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower
But I
is
am
under
developing a very good relationship with my pillow, I have to say.
That's great to hear.
It's a good to lean on.
Very sorry for that pillow. Top
Saberlight's
lane.
in trouble.
Yeah. Cold Feet's gonna. Oh,
be fine.
Saberlight does get out just in time. But yeah, back to the Kryptonite thing, Cinderin.
Oh, no, here we
I'm
go
not
again.
No, I'm not going off on a tangent here.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, was there a team that you had an issue with, like just losing, like Na'Vi? I mean, you beat Na'Vi at DreamHack. So.
Like a Kryptonite team?
Yeah, the team you just couldn't beat is we're going to see Ensnare with the Cold Feet combo.
Any team.
And so deadly, this just ridiculous amount of immobilize.
I do think, so it's funny that you mentioned that event where we beat Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
I think my win rate with my teams against puppies are
Ravage,
absolutely atrocious.
boat coming.
Oh, Tomato!
Layered very well, trying to
Will
get off
lapse.
the time lapse. Will
Get
do
it.
so.
It's fine. Very nice. Fluffy hat.
Oh, and
Okay.
a swarm. Let's see if they can try to turn this around. There's a TP coming in. Abed just taking off that swarm. Saberlight has Surge, has Ion Shell. Abed with the Horsey, creating enough distance to get away. But Ice 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 looks like that's who they're going to try to go on here. Get the slow thanks to the tether. Vacuum back as well. Ion Shell continues to do damage.
Good
Beautiful torrent from Abed. Just trying to create some space. Looks like Ice 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 shall walk out or swim in this case. You were saying.
No, I was just saying, I think my overall, I remember, I think, was it Knoxville that gave me a stat at some point about my win rate against Puppy being absolutely god-awful. But there was like that one event where we managed to get it done, but I think it was something along the lines of like 3-20 or 3-25. So
Until DreamHack.
probably my kryptonite, honestly.
Okay. It's a lot of teams Kryptonite throughout those years.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what you're saying is Undying could win TI against EG.
That they could. It is definitely a possibility. Crazier things have happened before.
Yeah, DC making it to the finals.
Yep.
Very crazy.
And you don't like DC Comics, but you do like DC Dota.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
All right, we got 3 members of EG mid right now as they have a 1K network lead. It's 5-0 advantage, so
Yep.
not quite as snowbally yet.
It is still
Close to
kind of
game
the
one.
makings of a similar game to the last one, if you look at the grand scheme of things, right? EG with a massive team fight, with the hyper carry.
And the fact that there's Doom on Undying makes it
Yeah.
a little bit misleading.
It's a
perhaps.
Midas Doom, and you're still 1K behind Minute Knight. So,
Yeah.
you know, it might realistically speaking be a little closer to 2K with other heroes. There's a Max Devour. So, EG again looking very good.
Yeah, well, we got the setup in the AA Blast, and that is a kill onto Saberlight. Meanwhile, Bryle with the Doom mid. Don't think there's any TPs to come, so this is looking like an easy one onto Abed. Inside the kinetic field, Arteezy can't get off any sort of deny because he is in fact a melee hero. But they're going to try to turn this around. Crit with the Impale into the Finger of Death, bursting down Bryle. So they at least get the trade between the position 2s.
Radiant's top tower
Do you know
is
when they
under
introduced
attack.
that sound on Finger of Death? Where it does that thing in the
No.
end when you get the kill?
Haven't noticed.
I think that might have been when they introduced the stacking damage. It's one of my favorite sounds in the game. I love that sound.
Man, you love just sounds in general.
Yes, I do. I love sound.
Radiant's bottom tower
Okay, I
is
just
under
need to have a
Make
moment
sound.
of silence there, just for the irony of it all.
Dire's middle
Yep.
tower is under attack.
You're a funny guy, you know that?
Thank you. All right,
I wake up
Arteezy
every
almost
morning
done.
and I think I wish my pillow was Suns fan because he's really funny.
Yes, that's a little skill,
Radiant's
Mike.
bottom
Speaking of
tower
scary.
is under attack.
Jesus.
Mid tower, under siege, Abed double damage, and siege creep. No Finger of Death, of course, but Ice Blast is off cooldown again, and Ravage is ready too. This is a strong push.
Yeah. Doom still on cooldown for
Coming
another
in
70
here.
seconds.
Fortified.
Looking for that Midas usage.
Dire's top
Trying to
tower
be
is
as
under attack.
efficient as possible. Does get it off successfully. You just have to keep an eye on this Hand of Midas, Synderen. Yeah, double damage and just the siege is going to be too much for Undying in this mid lane.
They are not interested. Instant smoke. This smoke is without Tide, however. Ice 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 will TP instead.
Okay.
Place himself in front as a nice little wall. Arguably the single best hero at tower defense at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
High level Kraken Shell and Hood is so hard to get through.
Oh, EG is smoked. Bryle would be a very juicy kill. Torrent is not going to connect, but they have a whole lot of shit to throw at him anyway.
Whole lot of shit.
Down goes Doom. As Tomato is hooked up to Moon Meander. See if they can get a collateral kill here onto Fly potentially. And not looking good for Tomato in the meantime. My God! Bursted down to a high degree. Too much confidence, perhaps. There's another beautiful kill from Abed. And by I mean, he just hit him as a melee attack, but still, Arteezy actually goes down, so that is very nice for Undying at the very least. And Dubu trying to dodge, but the Impale is too much again.
How did Darkseer solo
2.
Naga?
I don't know.
It feels good to be this good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
Here's the replay of the mid fight. Really good spell casting here from EG. Just nice. Squeezing out every bit of damage they can there. Finds the cleave as well. And that's another cleave. Man, Aves on fire.
Yeah, top net worth now. Actually, quite a bit of a lead over the Doom.
1,000 ahead of Doom.
Yeah, 1,000 over Bryle.
Oof.
And it looks like Abed is, I think, what the double bracer, super tanky, but this is kind of, I want to say old school. Like a year and a half ago, this was very standard. And it's going for Maelstrom. Or sorry, not Maelstrom, Orchid.
Orchid, yeah.
Very cool. As
Trying
Meander. Oh, the Torrent actually hits. That is kind of crazy. Predicting the tether. Let's just say he was. That was really nice. EG.
Yeah.
Just on another level this series.
Absolutely. Like, it's shaping up to be another very unclose game. What would you call that? A wide game. What's the opposite of close?
Well, narrow is wide, so that doesn't really work.
Right.
Close is far.
A very open game.
Radiant's bottom tower
Open? Open is closed.
Yes.
You're really bad at this.
What's
by
the
way.
opposite of a What's the opposite of a close game?
I just said far.
A far game.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh, Bryle's in some trouble. Boat's going to connect AA Blast as well. Man, they just have so much damage. And it
Kunkka
creates so much
together with
space.
AA is actually so nice. So just to elaborate on this a little bit, Kunkka a lot of the time has this ability to get heroes down to like 25% on his own, and he's lacking that little bit of extra. Ice Blast always acts as the gap closer in that, in terms of the heal, in terms of the overall health. Okay, let's use another terminology for that. It helps kill.
is under attack.
Oh, okay.
It closes
Yes.
the gap between health and no health.
Wow, that's great.
I was struggling a bit
Very
with that one.
eloquent.
But also, Fly has opted for max level Ice Vortex, which, you know, Kunkka does a lot of magic damage, so these two in tandem can honestly just kill any hero on Radiant right now by just combining their spells.
Well, talk to me about the Orchid.
Yep, even more amp. And silence against the Weaver, silence against the Doom until he gets the BKB. Makes it very hard for them to make counterplays. And also, Orchiding Darkseer feels real good if he hasn't cast Surge. The hero can't really respond to it at all. So, yeah,
Sure, it's
EG
going to
again,
force out
just-
several Lotus Orbs if the game even goes to that point. 3-13 right now.
This
EG's
bottom
favor.
tower is gone.
Indeed.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower is
Arteezy,
under
despite
attack.
that one death, still
Radiant's
doing
structures
quite
are
well.
fortified.
Basically even with the Doom in terms of net worth.
Okay, hear me out. What if Arteezy is like super 5-head and thinks into the future? He's like, Undying are going to qualify for TI. We're going to face them at some point at TI. So in my winner interview, I will say, I think it was a really good idea to pick the same heroes and be confident. It shows you believe in your strategy. Even though we trashed you twice, you may have just played poorly. So,
It's
you
very
know,
nice about
You should
it.
definitely try it again at TI.
Dire's middle tower
You know,
will
I'm
do
actually
better.
impressed with esports players in general saying the right things now in a lot of cases. A lot of people don't still, but
Yeah.
Cuckoo is
Shout
an
out to my boy
example.
Kuka.
Yeah, we were thinking the same person there. Like in traditional sports, you go to school, like they make you go to a class to teach you what to say and
That's
not
true.
say. And
Some-
esports players just show up. You know?
You know, that's probably something that should be taught in schools. You should learn text management,
Yeah,
how to write an application,
yeah.
and how to talk to people.
Yeah, talking to people.
Talking to people is a really, really good skill.
Yeah.
And some people.
Oh, Arteezy, that's going to be the first song of the game, and Surge was already used. They're going to set this up on a kill for Saberlight. He gets off his wall, likely just to fall here, but Moon Meander, nicely done. Wait, and he dies anyway.
I mean, it was nicely done, but he was X'd.
Nicely done, good effort.
Kunkai's so good this game.
Yeah, it's actually a crazy good pick.
What a great pick.
And now they're going to set this up for Moon Meander as he makes his return trip into the grave. We'll see if they can perhaps push with this incoming wave for the tier 2 bot. But yeah, lead is, again, 3K net worth lead. It looks like it's less than last game, but this is with Doom on the opposing team.
And
speaking of which, Bryle.
Once again, it kind of feels like Undying are struggling to find moves.
Yeah, yeah.
It really is a replay of last game, except the teams have swapped sides. E.g. we're Radiant, right? JJ's nodding.
Yes. Question mark.
It's a good sign. It means he's listening.
Saberlight is 100 gold away from Axe. That's going to give him the double Ion Shell plus the extra HP.
And Doom is getting BKB. They're going to look for a move with this.
That's a power spike.
That is a timing that's worth making a fight out of.
Yeah.
Bryle also, nice neutral item. We haven't really talked about the neutrals this game, but Tumbler's Toy, really good on Doom. Needs the mana pool. And having just that little bit of mobility can make the world of difference for a hero that's built around chasing. So that is a very nice one for him. Darkseer's Axe is on the way, I do believe. The courier is kind of... okay, it was there. I was looking at the wrong place. I think it's go time now for good old Undying. Tomato is spotted.
Tomato is a bit away. He's still a recipe away from BKB, so he has to be super careful.
They are trying to find him. He's a really good map read here. Hiding up in the trees. His teammates are connecting in from the left. And E.g., they haven't shown crit. He remained smoked the whole time. They're going to find that ward.
Another smoke from Undying.
Yeah, going to smoke again. This is a big moment.
Crit. They don't see him.
Nope.
Keeping his distance right now, knowing that everybody is off the map. Just trying to tank the gank, as it were. As Bryle making his way around the outpost. Oh, we're going to see the impale. AA blast tied. Oh my god! Tomato just deleted again, but here's a big potential vac wall, but the Static Storm is there. And Moon Meander hooking up to Bryle. They're going to try to chase down Crit. Again, only casualty is Fly so far for EG as Crit ends up ticking down finally, but it's going to cost them a Darkseer as well as Disruptor. So 3 for 2, EG advantage again, and it just feels like Undying they can't find an opening right now.
Yep.
Like, the Tomato just gets initiated on every time. And not having that BKB, nothing you can do, really.
Do you take joy in watching Tomato get squished like that?
I do hate bugs.
You really don't like tomatoes.
Oh, tomato. Yeah, I guess it's a double whammy this time.
Yeah, so a little bit of a dirty pleasure there. Also, if you don't like bugs, that's a triple whammy. You don't like bugs either.
Yeah.
Damn. What a dream game to cast, huh?
Oh, Bryle still has his ult available. Isis going to glimpse back, and this will likely lead to a kill. Although Arteezy and Crit are on their way. Arteezy has Song. AA Blast does hit it. Isis basically out of mana. Bryle does get off the Doom on the correct hero. It is Arteezy, as he's attempting to walk away now. It's deniable, but the glimpse back, and Arteezy looks to be mega dead. So a huge kill for Undying. Started out a little bit awkward
Dare
there,
I
but
say,
it worked out.
finally.
Yes.
Finally. A bit of life coming out of Undying here. And they get the mid tower as well, and they're going to transition this into an invasive maneuver into the triangle. Going to steal away a little bit of this as well. Abed actually fine. Good for him that he's having a good time here and will escape no problem whatsoever.
Yep.
There was no glimpse available there from Dubu. He was too far away to the left, so couldn't get the Kunkka back out of position. As we do see this, I find this interesting. This is one of the only ways you can get insight into the strategy of teams during the game, right? When you see one player ping another hero missing, it's like you're starting to wonder, okay, what is Crit saying here? They're planning
Well,
out
he's
some
saying
sort of
Darkseer
strategy.
is missing. That's
Thank
what
you,
he's saying.
Suns fan. That is not what he's saying with that.
Technically,
they know where he is.
Technically, that is what
he
he's
is saying. This is the hero we need to control and do this or that with. Not Darkseer is missing while he's literally showing top lane on a creep.
He's missing.
Okay. Yes. Very good. This is why I love casting with you.
We'll be going for Lotus Orb.
You don't understand anything, so
Saberlight.
I look very smart.
BKB now online for Abed. So looking to see if EG wants to continue. I mean, with Naga games, we meme about it sometimes that they a lot of times go late. Do you have to go late with this hero in this current patch, you think?
With Naga?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I think there's a decent timing when you have Manta Scotty and potentially a third item after that. Even Manta Scotty can win sometimes, but I think realistically speaking in this game you probably don't end without, say, Butter or Heart or whatever he wants
Right.
next.
They really don't have building hitters until he gets items. That's kind of the issue, right?
Yeah.
Or Tidehunter gets the shard.
True. It's definitely an option. All right, Undying.
Oh,
Going
into
for
Roche
it.
Pit. I like this.
They do have the
It's
Swarm.
a bit risky. And they do have... this is into AA Blast, Ravage, and Naga Song, as AA Blast is coming. Hits onto only one.
Oh, they actually smoked, so this smoke is super obvious for EG. They know what's coming their way now.
Yep.
But they don't have Ice Blast, so that is something at least here for Undying. If they find a good attack angle.
They're on the high ground right now.
Isis frontlining.
I'm just trying to see if... Yeah, nobody's in the pit. They can see it with the Ice Vortex. Now they just chill.
Yeah. There's a lot of really good things going on from Isis there. Just a lot of detail. He swaps the Sage's Mask into his backpack in case they're roshing and he can blink and then try to steal it. He realizes because his smoke doesn't break close to the Rosh pit, okay, they aren't roshing. Then he steps right and his smoke breaks close to the hill. So he knows, okay, they're not roshing, they're on the high ground, and they have placed a ward. So I'm just, cool. Let's just back off. Like, all of that happened with one hero and one smoke. You can buy yourself a lot of information with
Very
that item.
subtle plays.
Yeah,
Very
small things that have a big impact.
Speaking of big impact, that is a Scotty online for Arteezy. And after this, you said you're expecting a Butterfly potentially?
It's possible. Butterfly, Heart, or...
Abyssal? Too
I
early for Abyssal?
Yeah, too early. You wouldn't go Abyssal in this slot. I'm trying to think of the third item. I feel like there's a third build you do see Naga go for sometimes. I don't think he would get Satanic here, especially not against Doom. So maybe just Heart. Maybe Heart is just stable here. I think it's fine. Well, we have ourselves more of a game than last time.
They've traded jungles right now, so and you can tell Undying is very passive. I wouldn't say they're playing scared necessarily, but I mean, it makes sense to be a little bit hesitant considering so many of your potential initiations have just flopped in these two games so far.
But I do like the way they're playing the map though. They're making sure that they don't leave the Roshan space open. They stick around the neighborhood, but this is one of the problems playing against.
Oh, Bryle.
I think he's okay.
X has already been used from Abed. See the Orchid.
But this is a problem when playing against Naga Siren like this, though, right? Arteezy's just cutting 2 waves on his own, non-stop. So he's out farming them. He just pushes these 2 lanes, farms jungle.
He's not attacking with those mid illusions, though.
Oh,
little miss micro there, Arteezy. Come on now.
Arteezy doesn't make mistakes. He did it on purpose. He wants the wave to come up closer to mid so Abed can take it.
Oh my goodness.
Abed is
beautiful play by Arteezy. What a god.
Abed's
Next
very
level.
Close to an amazing item. Just has 600 gold to go for plate mail.
Wow.
Which was definitely communicated there.
Wow.
Good stuff. All right,
I mean,
now he's hitting them.
To be fair, we have seen Naga Sirens, especially if it's Eternal Envy playing, that will just farm the entire map, and it almost becomes a negative because your team can't get farmed.
You do need to keep in mind how you distribute the gold, for sure. Arteezy is eyeing up a Butterfly, by the way.
Okay.
So we'll opt for that. Against both Weaver and Doom, it's fine.
I would assume Tomato would need to go MKB instead of the Daedalus this time around, right? Oh, he's actually...
He's queuing up Sanjin Yasha. I am not a fan.
Going Mjolnir first, which makes sense against Naga, but yeah, SNY.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, he has been getting stun locked in like every fight.
Yeah, I don't think
but
another...
that was before BKB.
I don't think 20% stat resistance is going to save him from that, though. Or how much is Sanjin Yasha nowadays, actually? I never buy this item.
Is that because you're trying to boycott status resistance?
22%. Okay, it's 22.
That's pretty good.
It's important to be technically correct, as we have established many a time together.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, it feels like right now in this standoff situation that EG are just getting more out of the map.
Yep.
Like they keep pushing bottom mid. They have just as much Roshan control as Undying do, and eventually you saw with all of this constant pressure from Arteezy on the 2 lanes, ultimately Undying did have to go back to their own half to kind of put out the fire. And that means now they have to swap across and, well, what do you know? We've swapped sides of the river.
Yep.
Exciting stuff. I'm trying to make a sports analogy here. I don't think there is one.
Well, you don't watch sports.
No, but you do, and I want to impress you.
You impress me just by waking up in the morning, so.
Oh man, I've been
Keep it up.
impressive as hell this event then.
Keep it up, buddy.
I have been waking up so hard.
Tomato does finish the Mjolnir now, so. Yeah, it is interesting to see the S&Y. Not the most common thing on a Weaver, but obviously values the status resist. If anything, I mean, obviously Halberd is weird to get on Weaver, but you do get status resist and disarm for Naga, which shows which Naga is real if you get it off before the illusions come out.
Step lively now.
Yeah.
Your admiral is on board.
Is Butterfly on the way? I feel like
Radiant's
should have
bottom
something
tower
coming.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's got to be close, right? He's where
Doesn't
is
have
his
much gold
where
right
is the
now.
courier?
It's in the base right now.
What's
You
he
can do it,
got?
Pimp. Top right, there you go. Absolutely nothing on the courier. What the hell?
Oh, he finished
Oh, he
B3.
went BKB.
Okay.
Okay. So he pivoted a bit.
He changed his mind. That is actually another item that I didn't mention, right? I mentioned Butter, Heart,
Radiant's bottom tower
off-brand Satanic once in a while.
Abyssal later.
Abyssal is a later item, but yeah, sometimes the slot is indeed BKB. And I think it makes sense here. You're against Darkseer, Disruptor. It's a lot of magic damage. If you get doomed and you have BKB on, you might survive. But at the same time, you also reveal who you are, right? So, gotta be, it's a little bit of a...
All right, up the hill we go. Undying. Yep, Dubu's. Oh, quick blink there from Ice Ice Ice. So knowing that there's a smoke in the vicinity, AA Blast just to scout out Roche. Roche does not even move. He is not affected by Ice Blast there.
He's so tough.
Yeah.
Guess all of those scales he has keep him warm and safe.
I wish we knew more lore about this this creature from the abyss. Yeah, now an illusion comes in just to make sure that Undying are not trying to do any crazy shenanigans.
What do you think Roshan does for fun?
Well, considering how much he has in his belly each time you kill him, I would say he goes to an alternate dimension and eats a lot of fast food probably. And then comes back and it just converts to Aegis, cheese,
and
shard,
all of the fast
hags.
food is cheese.
I
Rosen
mean,
has a cheese platter.
yeah, everything does have cheese in it, that's true. He's probably lactose intolerant as well. That's why he can't digest it properly.
Oh, yeah.
Comes out as a full fledged of cheese.
That's some hardcore intolerance, let me tell you.
Yeah.
That is...
But you can see Arteezy, in terms of the net worth now, is starting to really create some distance. And Butterfly, I mean, we just looked away for like 30 seconds, it feels like. He's halfway to a Butterfly.
Yeah, he's farming so incredibly fast.
I mean,
Undying are still like, they're keeping up, right? It's not like they're losing by an insane amount, but we have to remember it's Doom with Midas, and the gold is still rising on the Dire.
I mean, tell me this, though. This is a Weaver going into late. I'm not saying Weaver's bad late game, but this is a Naga we're talking about as well.
Yeah.
But is there a point where Naga just doesn't become as effective? There's like a ceiling. It feels like
there is
like an anti-mage type, right?
Yeah, there is a ceiling. Naga I would not put in the category for like absolute monster late game heroes. It becomes a little bit awkward sometimes. Like, let's say this Doom gets really far and has Shiva Refresher and AC, for example.
Right.
It takes Naga quite a lot of time to kill him, and the illusions are just going to suffer so much from Scorched Earth with Talent, Shiva's Guard coming out, that they just slowly will away over time. Double Ion Shell, also worth keeping in mind. So yeah, I do think EG aren't in the clear here for a super late game scenario, because Doom is one of those monsters in those situations. If both Weaver and Naga are absolutely maxed out, I think Weaver has a strategic play of just killing Naga's team and finishing Naga off in the end. Darkseer scales very well into late game, can make Naga illusion.
All right.
Io is a monster late game support. So is Disruptor if he gets Ags, but it is Dubu, so we're looking at an upcoming staff of Wizardry.
Oh boy, Tomato, there's the Ravage from Ice 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 again, but the BKB. Tomato's perfectly fine. Mumiander, though, bursted down by Crit. There we have the glimpse, but looks like everybody's going to be relatively fine with Arteezy popping that Song of Siren. So again, like these smoke ganks, for the most part, have resulted in nothing. This one is at least a kill, but it is just the IO.
I wonder if Undying can go Roche when IO spawns.
Yeah, without the Song and Ravage?
No Song, no Ravage is pretty big. No Finger, too.
Yeah.
All they expended there was effectively a Weaver BKB, which comes online before EG spells do. So I don't think that was that bad for the Radiant. The question is if Undying are going to try to take advantage of it. Just based on this series history, I have my doubts about whether they're going to, what's it called, press the envelope? Is that the saying?
Push the envelope.
Push the envelope, press the shirt. That was what it was. Yes.
Yeah, you can make your own sayings. Ice jumps in with the Anchor Smash and a quick BKB from Saberlight. Doesn't feel like that was needed, but...
Oh, Ice is kind of dying here.
Yeah, he is getting very
very
low,
dying.
vacuum back, and down he goes. He does have buyback, but of course no Ravage for 80 seconds. I'm not sure if he wants to expend that. I mean, right now EG is probably just trying to delay this with the illusions, just try to be annoying. AA Blast.
Successfully being annoying.
But Undying, if they can get this Roche, this will be a pretty big deal.
Yep. They're going to keep going for it. Saberlight dealing with the illusions not very well here.
Yeah, he's
Buyback
trying
Disruptor.
to. Okay.
Okay. Undying are committed now. This
Yeah.
Disruptor buyback tells me they're going to stay here until the end. And that's why Tomato gets out of there immediately. Okay, he's back
No,
in.
he's going
He's
for
out
it.
again. He's in.
I mean, they
He's
have
out.
Song now. EG has Song.
Is this
could,
Tom and Jerry? Hello? Can you just do one thing?
This could be a big Song.
Oh, Doom is available!
Bryle. Yep, there's the Doom coming out with the boat, as well as the Static Storm, and Arteezy is just dropping like a rock. 65 seconds on the deck with no way to buy back, and Undying winning this fight in spades. They get another one.
Oh, the Tether Stun.
Tether Stun, okay. He actually bought Shard. Interesting. Fly, still invisible, has the Shadow Amulet. All right.
How on earth did Moonmander not hit a single Spirit there?
That's a good question, Cinderin.
Did he not hit? He hit one? He didn't see it, or he really doesn't care about flies.
Right.
Like, whatever, man.
So Undying get a very critical kill on Arteezy. They get the Aegis on Tomato.
This game is wide open, honestly. It's very far. Unfar.
Yes.
Close.
God, you are very good at English.
Yes.
You can see the initiation from Bra. This is what they need. The wall comes out as well.
Yep. Catching
Just beautiful
Arteezy is the
execution.
dream. Dooming Naga is very good.
Yeah.
Especially if the illusions haven't come out yet. But even if they have, the illusions just aren't strong enough to deal with Doom. He has 35 armor, Shiva's Guard, X-Mark.
Yep.
Moonmander has Tether ready.
He's dead.
He doesn't have health, though. I can't tether without
Also
that.
silenced.
Yep. All right.
We have, okay.
get
Ags
them
now on Ice, so have some counter push. But yeah, this is
And let's
looking
not
a lot better
forget,
for Undying.
Aegis is really good against the Dire team. It's a very, very good item against this kind of lineup. Lineups that use ultimates for key kills hate playing against Aegis because it feels bad to Ravage Weaver now. It's felt good all game, and now it's not a guaranteed teamfight win anymore to kill Tomato. He technically has 3 lives, right? He has his life, then he has the second life with Aegis and BKB, and then he has a time-lapse buyback. So there's a lot of problems that you could potentially run into BKB.
Okay.
Saberlight's fine. We'll back off. Interesting to see the Boots of Travel on him. I don't know if that's... I feel like that's pretty uncommon to see in this spot.
Yeah, that is strange.
Instead of... usually you see Darkseers either... If they split their brown boot or their boots into brown boots to use the energy booster for something else, they would usually opt for building another teamfight item before you get these travels. But
especially
he
considering
needs to solve Naga Siren, I suppose. You got to have someone taking care of the taking out the trash bottom. And
he's only so effective though, especially as Arteezy gains more farm. Nullifier looks to be next on the menu for him. He has the butterfly in tow, so being able to take off any potential Eon discs, as we see Refresher
Ghost
on Bryle.
Scepter as well.
It's
4
good at
staffs.
taking off Ion Shell in addition.
Yeah. It is actually a good purchase here because your primary issues in this game is that Dubu has a 4-staff and there's an IO with a Ghost Scepter, right? You don't solve either of those two yourself. So maybe with a Nullifier. I could have actually imagined Arteezy going Silver Edge here as well instead of
Is
the
there
Falcon
any
Blade.
thought process behind Lincoln's?
I don't think it's worth it.
Okay. Every time he's gotten doomed, he's died. I mean, getting Lincoln's doesn't like necessarily prevent that, but
Maybe it could be a thing. I don't know. It just feels like you're playing against Glimpse, right? Like it's a very, very long range Lincoln's Breaker. But at the same time, you have BKB. So if you pop BKB when you go in, then
Bryle,
you're very
he's
safe.
ion shelled up. Fly is going to get backed out of that TP. Down he goes. Remember, this game has huge implications on the group stage. Undying are in the lower bracket no matter what, so...
And if EG lose this game, there's no tie.
Yes.
And if they win, there's a 3-way tie.
Indeed.
So Undying are basically playing to screw EG over.
That's right.
And that, if there's one thing that motivates Dota players, it's the misery of other people.
That's
That
right.
is...
That's very accurate. It's not just Dota play, that's human beings.
You
that are
have
in.
so much misery from playing pubs yourself that you feel like there's only justice in the world if other people feel as bad.
Right.
I was having this conversation earlier today about whether the world, like, happiness is a null sum. So every time you're happier, someone else has to suffer on the other end.
Hold that thought, Cinder. We have a Doom applied
Doom
to Ice
tide.
Ice as Crit takes his way to the grave, and Abe with that shard being shown here. Not going to be able to save anybody, though. So that is a pretty big kill because Ice has no buyback, despite having Ravage.
Oh, boy.
Indeed. So now the Tier 3 tower top being applied to pressure from Undying.
Was that a normal sentence?
No.
Okay.
I just had a
to
stroke.
do a double check. Yep.
A stroke has been had
Right, it
at
wasn't
TI-10.
me. That's good.
Well, you
We're
can't
fine.
have it as a machine.
Yes, but you can have programming errors.
Tier 3 tower, null sum. You use that in normal conversation. Give me a break. Tomato and company taking out the racks now, and I don't think... Oh, okay, Ice does have buyback now, but I think they're just going to give up the top one now.
Yep, this lane is definitely gone. Undying, really, they woke up in this game. It's good to see. Like, that game one was not good, and this second game was looking like it was following the same trajectory, but they kept their cool and they found a window and a way of playing this game with some adjustments from the first one. Same phase opener with the IO Weaver, but then they changed things up. They got the Disruptor instead of Maiden, and they got that Doom on Bryle, and it's been paying off.
Yeah,
I would say now they're actually in a commanding position. I know it's only 1 melee barracks minute 40 and you're against Naga, but just looking at... I don't know what Doom's win rate is in this tournament after minute 45, but it's got to be insanely high. Like, this hero just wins late.
Yep.
A lot of the time.
He has double Doom, double Shivas, double BKB. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Double Blink.
Double Trickster Cloak.
Arteezy, by the way, I don't believe has buyback, but he bought out for an Abyssal this time, so changed it up from Nullifier.
They're kind of committed now, EG, I think. This is a game-ending move, potentially, if things go awry. They know they're only playing against one Doom for a little bit. Oh,
Yep, the
so
scan,
good
they
position
know,
on Undying.
They know.
Oh, Bryle, he didn't react
they
in time.
jump in. Ice gets off the Ravage, but a huge back wall with the boat coming in now. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but the buyback on the Bryle. Remember, he has the refresher to work with. And there's the retreat with the Naga song.
If Bryle was ready there in BKB, they could have won. Like, there were 3 heroes running into him, and he got hexed before he pressed BKB. Also, no relocate save coming out either, so there were definitely things there from Undying that could have been cleaner, but EG with a big risk, it pays off. It was a nice back wall, and they do kill the Lion, but that's all they got. The Doom buyback is pretty big to get out. This gives EG a window of opportunity now for 6 minutes. If they kill that Doom, or 7 minutes, pardon me, then they could take the next Roche with any Doom kill at the right time.
Right.
And I think that Abyssal from Arteezy also caught them a bit off guard. I think they weren't really expecting that.
Abyssal
when he
reveal
did a
is
lot of
always
damage.
classic. I mean, keep in mind, this is not the... For people that haven't watched Dota that recent, this is a... Abyssal does not have much range anymore.
No.
It used to give like a little
back to
blink
its
strike.
original.
Yeah, so... Yeah, depending on how far back you go, I guess maybe it hasn't changed. But Fly, going to be gone on by Saberlight. All right,
decent
turn this
damage
around with the Finger of Death, and the AA Blast is actually going to tick out, but there is the Doom.
Oh, Bryle doesn't buy back. This
Bryle, yep, he gets the BKB
Okay.
off with the refresher, and the second Doom comes through onto Ice. Can EG get out is the question. The right clicks from Tomato, but there's the song, BKB. Tomato is able to right click through, but he does have buyback on Ice. So see if EG can chase here. They're going to go for Moon Meander. Looks like an easy one there. Completely mana drained.
I don't think you're mad at this if you're EG.
Double
really
Doom
good.
is down. So now maybe going for Roche.
Yep.
Well,
no Dooms,
it's gonna be
no
spawning relatively shortly.
BKB on... Well, actually, he does have BKB. He only used that before the refresher.
Oh
not
my
after.
god, it's almost max timer on Roche. That's very unlucky.
Yeah. EG, of course, do not know this. This is information that
I mean,
is
is
only
there any
available to spectators.
consideration to just pushing then instead?
I think they're not going to be able to pull that off, realistically speaking. High ground is not an option here, but you can get some decent map control in and maybe set up, again, for a potential Roche. Crit, if he wants to stand around here and wait for Roche, he will have plenty of time to go and get himself a little beverage. Maybe quick massage for Arteezy. He has to...
Yeah,
there's a lot of microing to do. It is exhausting on the joints. Of course, Arteezy's still in his best age.
If
so
he's going to get a massage, it has to be
fine.
from a teammate, because I don't think anybody else is allowed in that room during the game.
That is true.
So, Crit will be giving Arteezy the massage, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. I forgot my thought process. Now I can't think of anything else other than Arteezy getting a massage by Crit. Thanks, Cinderin.
You're welcome. A little bit of fan service to some of the viewers there.
True. Yeah, very even game as Pimp Uncle is trying to change the subject. As I know he can't stop thinking about it.
He's like, I can't focus on observing. I keep seeing other things.
We should mention this, though. Tomato has the MKB. He is fully stacked for the most part, and this is where he starts to become scarier than Naga, right?
Yeah.
Getting close to that point.
It is. It's a pretty powerful Weaver here. Eyeing an Aeon Disc, actually. Interesting. Just needs some sort of way to survive the all-in play that EG's lineup kind of has to do with how it works. So I do very much see the logic here. Now, what all Undying want to do is buy time. Yep, no Doom yet.
The spells are up. The Blink into the Hex with the Finger of Death. Ice gets off the Ravage. Is going to connect on two, but Tomato with the BKB.
Oh, he's back.
Dark here. Abyssal Blink. Can he get the time lapse? He cannot. He's dead. 90 seconds on the deck, and Moon Meander looks to be next. EG have just killed Tomato with the Weaver. Unreal. Unfreaking real. But the buybacks are there for Undying. Everybody else can come back. Bryle gets off one Doom, pops a Refresher.
Back wall.
Yep, Shiva's again. Beautiful back wall. And they're all just stuck inside this wall completely. Arteezy's getting decimated. He has buyback. They're going to expend them knowing that Tomato does not have his.
Oh, they still get tied as well.
Triple kill for Saberlight, a god tier vac wall. They were literally stuck in the wall.
And EG bought back all of their heroes to get this Roche. They're in disbelief. Where are you?
Well, they'll have about 30 seconds time here.
Finally found his dream restaurant in the alternative reality, and he just doesn't want to come back.
Stop eating
He
the
is
shards.
eating cheese Aegis and probably also a Scepter.
Yeah.
Or a Refresher.
Wait, is it
cake.
it's second Roche.
It's second Roche, so
just
it is.
shard.
He didn't. He was searching for the restaurant, but there was no restaurant around with the cheese.
Ice Blast top, Moon Meander. He is going to be able to get out
gonna get
in 3
X.
seconds.
He's
Wait.
dead.
Yeah, X is there. Okay. So just trying to create some space here. And he's just going to go down to the right click of that Bloodthorn. As we can see, Arteezy and company are going to be able to secure Roche with the Shard. So Aegis on Arteezy. Shard is going to be on Arteezy as well. Okay.
This game is super close right now. I think Undying should be happy they didn't just straight up lose on this fight.
Yes.
So Tomato here, he gets bashed by Naga into perfectly timed Abyssal and then just barely enough damage. Moon Meander never relocated him out. He had it ready but didn't go for it. They thought he was going to be fine.
Yeah.
Damn, that was just perfect execution from EG. But then that vac wall coming up here in the bottom left corner of your screen is really what changes everything.
Yeah, wait for it.
One Doom, there's the wall, vacuuming them together. And they're just all stuck in the trees.
Beastly from
Absolutely
Saberlight. That's the play of the game
there.
for sure. Well,
this is a very close game. EG again. Now kind of in the driver's seat because of the Aegis advantage, but honestly anything can happen right now. This Aegis on Naga is deceptively weak just because, like we've talked about, for the most part what Undying can do is just kill Arteezy's team and just kill the illusions. If the illusions are gone, you don't really need to kill the hero. It's not that scary compared to a lot of other carries, so having the Aegis on him, my advice to Undying is probably just to ignore him. Like, kill the illusions and kill his team. Don't try to kill the Naga twice. It's going to backfire way too hard. Dooming Kunkka as well as Tide is the recipe for a victory in a team fight. And you see Ice knows it. He's getting a Linken's on Tide. That's a very rare pickup on this hero. Because he has Kraken Shell, right? So how often do you need to block a spell?
Yeah.
But against this one hero, it can be worth grabbing an Lenglon Sphere.
Lenglon Sphere. Okay, well, this just got mega interesting, Cinder. Lots of buybacks expended from EG's side.
Worth keeping in mind for sure. Three heroes.
Shard was picked up by Arteezy, which is kind of like a supporty thing where every time you song, everybody on your team gains HP regen. Arteezy has to use it. As you can see, the heals are immense, Cinderin.
Want a D ward here, Undying. They're not going to get it, though. Oh my god, Brawl is so slowed by Gush plus Ice Vortex. He was down to a crawl. But, yep, they don't find anything. They were actually choosing to go for Arteezy there.
Yeah.
But is a hard kill with the Song plus Aegis, of course.
I mean, he doesn't have BKB for another 50 seconds as well. I mean, this feels like an Aegis that you're just deleting a portion of time from your buyback, because I don't think they're going to go with Aegis. Do you?
Oh.
Well, we'll see. Maybe I'm horribly
Maybe
wrong.
Undying are.
Yep. See the Gush come out. Oh, Bryle's in a lot of trouble.
Yes,
Beyond this
disc.
procs, though. BKB as well.
Back
Hook
wall.
up to Tomato. There's a nice Static Storm kinetic field again. As you remember, Arteezy doesn't really have much, but still has the Aegis. Glimpse back onto Abed, back into the wall. We see a Ravage on the sideline. Cricket's a nice Impale as well. Trying to take out Bryle on this Doombringer. Doesn't look like they'll have enough in the tank here, as Abed ends up getting bursted down, and Arteezy kind of left to his own devices here. And like you said, they're just ignoring him, Cinder. And Ice Ice Ice, nice back again from Saberlight. The punch with the shard. And that is 3 dead for EG.
And if Undying have kept track of this, they know there's 2 of these heroes without buyback. In that huge Roshan fight, Arteezy, Abed, as well as Fly all bought back. So Kunkka and AA cannot return to the game. They know there's no Ravage on Tide.
Yeah.
They can flat out just walk down mid and end the game right now if they make the right call here. I don't think there's any world EG can defend their base for a full minute without AA and a minute and a half without their Kunkka. So they're just going to run straight down here. Relocate is available if things get scary and they want to bring the Doom that little bit faster.
And now we have a Divine Rapier for Tomato.
Oh my goodness.
He has hit critical mass. And remember,
they're going to try for it.
Yep, the Finger of Death with the Eon Disc proc again. Arteezy gets off the Song. So they're just going to trade BKBs. This is just going to delay a bit. But Bryle jumps in with the Hoof Stomp. Song.
Back to wall.
Back again. Wall comes out. Ice 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 taking a ton of damage. Arteezy is really the one that you want to find, though, as he's going to get chased.
He's dead.
Inferno Blade is there, and that is a dead Arteezy for 2 minutes.
It's
Undying. They have found the lore within Superman, the Kryptonite, Cinderin. The counter apparently is just playing better.
Yeah, that's a good counter. That's what they should have played better against Superman as well. That would have been a great
so again,
idea.
This changes nothing for Undying, but it screws over EG. They will not, if this continues on this pace, make it to upper bracket. But jumping from crit, he gets immediately stuck back again. Normal punch onto Ice Ice Ice. And Crit's going to get bursted down as a double kill for Tomato. GG's come out. Undying finally slay EG.
What a great and exciting game that was. And very well played by both teams, really. Like I said, nice to see Undying waking up from that last game, which just really did not go their way. EG also played a great game 1. And they were on the same trajectory here. Things were looking very, very good. And then Undying just managed to, you know, slow down the game, get their BKB on Dagger on Doom, get their BKB on Darkseer, and all of a sudden, all of this like huge AoE teamfight that EG bring to the table, it gets a lot weaker when people start getting those Black King bars. And yeah, that was really what unlocked the game, was the 3 BKBs they got. And they made it work. So
and
Undying
Saberlight also
sending a message going into the brackets as well here.
Yeah, true.
Like you said, technically this game was not, unless we're wrong here, but I don't think they had much to win, except EG here, of course. They get a better placement, I imagine, with this in the groups, so they will face a weaker opponent from the other group.
They're tied with EG in terms of record, right, as 5th.
And in the heads-up, they're also tied. And at TI, we only do tiebreakers for games that affect upper and lower bracket and knockout.
Right.
So I think the head-to-head for who gets 5th and 6th will be about how they placed against the higher teams. So who got the better results against the top 4. I don't know by heart who that is right now, but that could mean that Undying actually finish 5th and therefore get to choose or either choose their opponent in the other group if that's how it works, or face the lower rated opponent.
A lot of
from the
theory
other
crafting
groups.
going on here. Undying
Just want to say that win might have mattered more than we gave it credit for Undying.
Fair enough.
That was not, and they sent a message, and they beat
Maybe,
EG, which was great.
Maybe. Great talk.
Good job. Good job.
So that is the end of this series. We have Beast Coast versus, I believe, LGD. Right?
Yes.
Coming up, so that should be pretty hype. So stay tuned. We'll take a bit of a break and be back with that series. Hi there, Suns fan here with Cinderin. We're deep within the draft, so let's get in and check out what we got because this is Beast Coast versus PSG LGD, who is the #1 team right now, and they are looking unstoppable. But this is an interesting one, Cinderin, because LGD doesn't have too much to play for in terms of standings because they're secured top 1 in the group. Beast Coast,
5 seconds remaining.
if our calculations are correct, they need both games. Well, technically, they could slide in a tiebreaker if things
draw
go a different way with some of the other teams that we think are going to go. For all intents and purposes, let's just assume Beast Coast needs 2 games, which is a stretch.
That's a tall order against this team.
LGD has lost 1 game, 1 single game.
They're
so far.
13-1, and they drew against Team Secret. That was the only single game they lost. The interesting thing about this LGD team is that they've been behind in a couple of games, even quite severely. They had a game against, I think it was Fnatic, that they were very far behind. And they had a game earlier today against Elephant, where they were very far behind. And they still managed to come back. So the majority of their games, they're just better. And then in some of the games, they actually get challenged a lot, and they're still just better. So, you know, it's impressive to watch. They're an absolute treat, and a lot of people anticipating them to go the whole way, or at the very least. At this point, I think it's fair to say for PSG LGD fans and LGD in general, anything below top 3 is a massive disappointment at this point, just with how good they are. That would be a very big letdown. So one of the clear favorites going in and still delivering. So Beast Coast, a team that people were a bit uncertain about. You know, some people were like, okay, they're not going to do very well. Others had them to go in the upper bracket, and they have the chance now to do that with a good result here. They're currently 7-7 in their group, which is a very respectable result. Easily the best performance out of the SA teams, of which we have SG as well as Thunder Predator, both now mathematically eliminated from the tournament. So the one remaining SA team here might not only survive, but also make the upper bracket with a good showing. But they do have the arguably hardest match in the end, and that can be both good and bad.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Beast Coast has played relatively well, for sure, like you said. I mean, this is a tough group. I mean, I guess both groups are tough in the end, but LGD taking Io, Rubik, Lesh to start things out, and Beast Coast with the Earthshaker, Timber, and Hoodwink.
Dire team pick.
Which I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more Hoodwink, actually.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Pangolier.
That's true. Pango is, well, Pango did get changed, and it seems like it ends up being a nerf in the end, in some cases. In most cases.
When he got changed with the slow going onto the shield crash,
that was fine. But
then he was really good.
Yeah, but then they changed some mana around. Basically, he's starved for mana horribly.
Yeah.
And it just makes him feel pretty bad overall. But we're going to see it from LGD.
No. I've seen it, I think, out of all the games I've caught out of the corner of my eye. This is the first game we cast a Pango. I think I've seen it played once or twice only in other games. And this is a great counterpick to it.
Indeed.
Bloodseeker, Rupture. Pangolier is an extremely mobility-dependent hero. His ulti relies on free movement because you're magic immune, but obviously the ulti of Bloodseeker will pierce that and punish you every inch you roll. I said inch again, so you understand what I mean.
Thank you.
If I said millimeter, you would have been like, how much does a millimeter weigh? And we want to avoid getting into those kind of conversations because it's embarrassing, and the audience just wants you to understand. So
thank you, Cinder.
You're very welcome.
You're very kind.
Yes.
The Imperial system is pretty garbage. I will agree with you. But either way, the millimeters or inches, regardless, we will see a lot of rupture damage being done to Mr. Pango here. But we don't even know what position this is technically. It's probably the 3. Unless it's like a core Rubik in some respect, which we haven't seen in quite some time.
Yep.
When's the last time we've seen core Rubik?
Not at this event.
Yeah.
At least.
I miss it. I miss mid Rubik. So fun. So fun. Probably a little too good, though.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if it was too good. I don't think the win rate for it was that crazy. If anything, it was probably below 50% when people were playing it core mid. If you're talking about the one that had the Fate Bolt Steel's damage talent.
No, this was. I'm talking about the
You mean
Dendy
TI2?
days.
Okay.
Dendy days, yeah.
Right. Very old.
Good stuff.
I don't know. It was very entertaining. I think people are more forgiving about heroes being powerful if they're like fun and high skill.
Yeah, Pudge, for example.
Yeah.
Pudge would be pretty good with a Bloodseeker, Cinder. Just throwing it out there.
Pudge was good for 2 weeks when his passive gave health regen in lane. That was
that
great.
was more than 2 weeks, and that was glorious. I agree.
loved that version of Pudge, and therefore it had to be taken away.
Yeah, not only did they take that away, but they also lowered the hook speed.
5 seconds
Okay,
remaining.
let's make him unusable. That's great. And then his shard was picked up. Oh, we're starting to see some Pudge again because you can eat your teammates, which is always very fun to do, especially when you're morbidly obese like Pudge. Then they changed the cast range, and now it's very difficulties. Very sad indeed.
I just want Pudge to be good, man.
Yes.
I do. I think the hero is really fun, and it's fun to watch. It's fun to play, fun to watch. Not so fun to play against, but you can only have 2 out of 3 of those. You can't have a hero that's fun to watch, fun to play, and fun to play against. That's just not possible.
That's probably true.
So.
I feel like there might be an exception there, but I can't think of anything off the bat here.
Maybe Leshrac.
What about Pango?
He's not fun to play against. He's very annoying to play
Well,
against.
if you're Beast Coast and you have Rupture,
I guess so. If you have the right hero, he might be fun to play against.
there's a lot of right heroes. A lot of things go through BKB these days. Get
True.
a Bane, get
Yeah.
a Winter Wyvern.
It's true. 2 of my favorite supports are actually decent against Pango. So
Juggernaut. All right,
Jugger.
so LGD.
Yeah,
Got quite the push lineup going.
Yeah, less Jug. Definitely want to hit those towers. And they want to, maybe some of the logic here is you want to stand your ground, right? You're playing against Bloodseeker and Timber. They want to chase you down and kill you. But what if you have Healing Ward and you can just stand and fight instead of resetting and running away?
5 seconds
Might be part of the reasoning here. Also, double heals. IO with Healing Ward is so much healing on the primary target. I assume we might see IO playing together more with the Leshrac than the Jugger this game. In this tournament so far, we've mostly seen IO played with carries, but obviously you always do have the option to play with any of the heroes in your team that you like. So, interesting stuff. Might play Jug Rubik lane and IO Pango.
And what are we looking
How
at for
about
Beast
Pango
Coast?
mid?
Pango is a position 1 this game, I would assume.
Pango? Or Bloodseeker?
Sorry, Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Bloodseeker's a 1.
I wish Pango was
They
mid.
play
Holy
this on
jeez.
K1.
That would be a dream.
I think this is an offlane Timber Shaker, Hoodwink 5, and they're going to last pick a mid hero for Chris Luck. Maybe eyeing the Queen of Pain. These heroes on LGD don't have that much health, and you do have some stun setup with Shaker and Hoodwink. Quap is also good at bursting health down really quickly, which is something Bloodseeker loves to play with. If you have any hero in your team that gets multiple heroes to, like, say, half HP quick, that could be nice.
Sniper! All right.
Wow. All right. Well, one thing
Seen a
LG
couple
don't
games.
really have is good catch.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Luck will be playing with one of the most expensive cosmetics in the whole game.
Yeah, that's a tough one to get.
That looks like it is from a totally different game than Dota, but somehow passed the glance value control police.
Cinder, once something is put in, it doesn't matter how crazy it is. Within a week, everybody they forget about it.
Yeah.
You remember when Scan was put in? That's basically from StarCraft. It feels like. Now nobody's complaining. That is actually a feature as opposed to a cosmetic. Cosmetics are way down there.
Yeah. And honestly, his silhouette is still very identifiable. There's no one smaller than Sniper. So
That's true. And he has a gun. Who else has a gun in this game?
true.
Maybe Ursa had with the cowboy hat cosmetic.
Cowboy hat was
Maybe there
definitely a gun.
I think he had a toy gun in his pocket.
Oh, did he actually?
I made that up, but
Oh, that's
fooled you.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, anything is believable at this point with cosmetics. So.
That's
Oh,
fine.
there's a new Ursa set where he has a gun. Well, good for Ursa. We'll go nicely with the cowboy hat for the full cowboy look.
I wish they would just re-release that as a golden version and then
Golden
screw
cowboy
over
hat?
all the people that hoarded it and sold for so much money. You know?
You just thrive off other people's misery, huh? It would be
That's
a
right.
great owner of Team Undying. Well, like we did conclude last game, it didn't matter for their placement. Undying should be finishing 5th in that group. But we're into this group now. We're into Group B. And, of course, let's have a look very quickly again. Just going to reiterate the current standings in Group B, including current results. So currently, SG are mathematically eliminated. Team Spirit are 9-6. Team Secret are 9-6. And Beast Coast are 7-7. This means Beast Coast needs to 2-0, and Secret and Spirit, one of these two teams, have to lose one game.
Right.
So Secret has to either lose game 2 to Vici, or Team Spirit have to lose game 2 to SG Sport. If both SG and Spirit win out, Beast Coast are 5th. if any of them lose a game, Beast Coast are in charge of their own destiny here, and all they have to do is just to beat PSG LGD twice. So just do that.
And if you guys zoned out completely and didn't listen to a word that Cinderin just said, you can use the Dota 2 Tooltips extension on Twitch to look at the standings, actually.
And you
Very
can
handy.
cheer for PSG LGD if you think.
Cheering has not been enabled.
Yes.
We're waiting for Twitch to do that.
All right.
Good
Well,
effort.
I'm seeing cheers.
Yet cheers are within Dota TV right now.
Yes.
The feature has been completed by us, but Twitch is the one we're waiting for. Thank you. For
There
bringing
are the
that to my
cheers.
attention. There we go. That's from
Let's go.
Dota
For both
TV.
teams, let's hope for a good game. And honestly, with this draft, I think I kind of favor LGDs on ease of execution, but I think the sniper last pick can be a true wild card in this game and can pop off. So I'm very excited. Also think it's just an entertaining hero to watch in general.
Yep,
Makes
I
some
agree.
funny moments.
Oh.
Nice fissure. Not really going to
Not
be
good
leading to
GG.
much more there, though. And actually is going to result in 3 runes for PSG LGD.
Indeed. So apologies in advance. I got excited with Pipmunkle last series doing camera. I will be back on camera this time. And I just realized that I think my monitor is 60 hertz. This is going to be a rough one. So you know how much I like the 120
It's not
hertz.
60 hertz.
It's not smooth.
I'm looking at it right now. It's
okay.
not.
We'll see.
Oh,
You see
maybe.
this?
Actually,
I'm telling you,
I'm
this
not
is
sure.
not.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
the expert on 120 hertz, Cinderin. That's
Yeah,
all you
mine
need
does
to
look
know.
smoother.
You see the shield crash from Jin Q. Of course, for those that haven't been keeping track of patch notes as of recently, they got rid of the slow aspect of Lucky Shot and applied it to shield crash instead. So you can see how many changes were made in the tooltip. If you hover over, good clean stuff. Bot lane, Ame playing the Juggernaut, no big surprise there. Y is going to be supporting him on the Rubik. Schofield, Earthshaker with Whisper as the off lane. So do they have kill potential, Cinderin? Spin is obviously good against Timbersub, but they don't really have that much.
Timber Chain is just godly in this lane, right? Like,
Yeah.
what you need to do is you need basically Jugger to come in close and start spinning, and then when Timber Chain gets thrown out, you need to use the Telekinesis. If you open with Telekinesis, the kill doesn't exist. So Whisper knows very well how to play this lane. He has had some standout performances this tournament on Timbersaw, and I actually think Beast Coast are the only team that is now first phasing this hero because they just have that much confidence in Whisper on this hero. And no, it's an important series. There's a lot to win here for Beast Coast if the stars align. So might as well give it your all here and pick your best heroes.
Schofield gets a nice snipe on the courier here. Well, on the counter side, Cinderin, what about PSG LGD? They don't have a lot to play for, but in my experience, when teams like don't,
Fissure.
like they want to hide Fissure just to get the courier kill with boots on it, that's a pretty big deal. And he's going to get it. Nicely done from Schofield. Not the prototypical courier sniping hero we're used to seeing, but we'll take that any day of the week. Anyway, what I was saying is teams that end up like trying to hide strategies and whatnot and then end up potentially losing a game or two in the group stage, that can have an effect going forward. So I'm expecting LGD to just continue on with what they've been doing.
I think that LGD have so many different strategies so far that they've shown in the group stage that they will just keep on learning, keep on expanding on their stuff, and not go like full crazy and pick something totally weird. They have their plans and ideas, and they've been working great so far, so.
Bloodright's not going to miss here. Talk about this lane just shortly. K1 on the Bloodseeker, Stinger, Hoodwink versus Jin-Q Pango, and Faith Beyond Io as the Swashbuckle comes out, but not going to be enough to finish off Stinger here.
I think Shinkyu didn't get exact block that he was looking for there against the Hoodwink. If he gets in front of him, maybe there is a kill there. Not the case. Gonna stack the hard camp here, PSG LGD top lane, so they have a double stack to now pull. K1 is pretty fast. Just from these two heroes top being at 2/3 health, he's running at about 400 move speed. That's been some interesting buffs on that Bloodseeker. Whisper doesn't care bot.
Yeah, he is perfectly fine.
Very nice.
It's not going to be until level 6 before Ame has some sort of potential kill.
Even then.
But, yeah. What about this
rough.
mid lane? This is the most interesting one. Nothing to say. Playing Leshrac, which we've seen a ton of, and Sniper. We have seen a few games for Chris Luck here in the mid lane. How's that match? I mean, Lesh seems like he would need a gank partner to be able to take out Sniper.
Yeah, realistically doesn't really kill the Sniper, but I think both heroes farm. This is, whenever we have a Sniper matchup, unless it's obvious, I will genuinely not be completely sure who's favored because there's so little data to go off. This hero hasn't been played very much in general for the last year.
in any pro Dota. It sometimes gets last picked like this, but not very commonly. But just theoretically speaking, I think Sniper should maybe have a slight advantage. You just shrapnel out the lane. It's very cost efficient to push that, and then maybe you can farm some stacks. You're going to see it right now. Chris Luck is killing this entire wave with shrapnel. It's hard for Lesh to really contest. He can get a couple of denies perhaps, but after that, Sniper can look to do exactly this and farm the double stacked side camp as well that he made for himself in mid top lane.
Another swash, but not all
Stinger is...
nice
Who's in
pushback
trouble?
from Stinger. Is now K1 looking really healthy. Pops the Fairy Fire. Looks like he's going to be able to find a kill, but the first blood first goes to LGD. K1 with a double, though, afterwards, and that is very nice for him at the very least.
Yeah. Catapulting up to almost top net worth, just behind the Jugger of Ame. Oh, getting a little pause here.
Now Ame spinning down that entire creep wave and does not quite hit level 6, although even with it, not going to be enough to take out a Timbersaw with 16 stacks of reactive armor. Went 3 levels in it, so a 1-1-3 build for Whisper.
Yep, this is just going to be a farm lane. I think they accomplished enough for the Jugger here. If this were to be just a flat-out 1v1 from minute 0, I think Timbersaw crushes Jug. But with the head start that Ame got with the help of Rubik, he should be fine on his own now, and it frees up Y to look elsewhere for opportunities. Currently eyeing top lane. Good damage again from the IO Pango combination.
Acorn Shot and Bushwhack really good against IO when you're tethered this close, have to say, especially in this laning stage.
Stinger gets slowed.
Getting chased.
No
Wise in the
swash.
vicinity, but the Blood Right creates a good amount of space.
Oh,
and
nothing
a
to
lot of
say is here
damage
as well.
to
They've rotated a lot for this kill. They will get it.
Long-range telekinesis into the splitter. Nice communication from LGD as the TP is canceled. That's going to break things up at the top lane. Looking at the CS, 38 and 11 right now for Chris Luck, and nothing to say 30 and 9. So off to a very good start.
Schofield was in the neighborhood. He's in trouble now. Telekinesis 5 seconds. He doesn't even need it. Lesh is too fast.
To say is gonna be able to secure the kill for himself. Ame does have the healing. Oh, it's destroyed immediately by Whisper. Nicely done. It's gonna force Ame out. It's actually just gonna attempt to TP. Chakram. Oh my God! Whisper finds the damage. Huge kill in the bot lane. So Beast Coast.
All right. I thought he was going to be okay there on Jug, but never doubt Whisper Timber. He'll find a way. And he's going to
that.
even
I mean, that's bot lane basically won for all intents and purposes. Mid, Chris Luck is doing great. So we can look at the net worth right now. Actually, Whisper's the one on top. See Jin-Q. He's going to get blood righted. K1 gets a creep kill to get some HP. Faith Beyond connects to Jin-Q, so he's going to be perfectly healthy. Why? Not so much, though, as rotations have come from Beast Coast. Jin-Q just standing in place. Hoodwink gets off the Bushwhack. Shield crash in. There is the Blood Right again. But Stinger's going to be the one to find his way to the grave. So 1-for-1 supports for supports. Oh, Omni Slash. Ame making his transition to this top lane. A nice
Ame
kill
Slash.
for
I
LGD.
like that. I don't think that's what you said, but start saying that, please. That's good.
Ame Slash.
Ame Slash.
Okay. I'll try to remember for you.
Thank you. You're a good friend. Man, that sounds like something Jenkins would say. I take it back. I will find a different wording that does not sound like Jenkins would say it.
Yeah,
That's very nice of you.
Jenkins always pretends that everybody is his best friend. Like, you're my best friend, you know that? And then he'll go 5 feet away, 10 minutes later, next to somebody saying the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Ame has his spin.
Maybe he just makes friends really fast.
Swashbuckle.
Blood Right?
I'm not going to find a kill this time around. Stinger. All right, Bushwhack connects, but they're not really going to follow it up with much. And meanwhile, we can see in the mini-map that Whisper has just taken command of this bot lane, which is what Timbersaw typically does when left to his own devices.
Timbers do timber things. And he's going to zone Y out entirely.
Bushwhack into the Rupture. Spin to follow. And the TP will be successful for Ame. Now they're going to try to turn this around, and Jin-Q does just that. Stinger gets taken out. Schofield, in the meantime.
He's in trouble now, actually.
He's only level 3. Has Arcane Boots at level 3. What in the world? He's gonna drop here. That is what? Level 3 with arcane boots.
Yeah, Shakers without levels can be okay for a while, but eventually you do need to give this guy space for experience. You need the levels in Aftershock for when you get the dagger. Getting dagger on Shaco when you're level 6 actually sucks. You want more.
I caught that kill, guys.
Well, I'll tell you from experience, standing as a solo support against Timbersaw is generally not very fun. Because he can dive you in the tower, so it doesn't even matter what hero you are. He will just go and kill you.
Right.
And Y got a taste of that there. He did get some experience before he got killed, but not as much as he would have liked.
It feels good. Nothing to say, though. Has recovered. Well, I guess there was nothing to recover from. He's done fine. It's more so that Chris Luck has been doing very well this game. Basically even in net worth, though, as he has the Horsey to work with now.
Yep.
And close to finishing Maelstrom at 9.5 minutes. Not too shabby. There's nothing to say working on Yules, I assume. Indeed.
Yeah.
Pretty good to think that too.
Hasn't necessarily been the go-to build for Leshrax, but I think in this game it's fine. We've seen some games. We saw the earlier game today between EG and a Dying. We saw a Hood build. Hood into, I think it was Kaya.
Uh-oh, we got Relocate coming in.
Oh.
Jin Q attached to him. Schofield still level 3, slowed down to a crawl. And Whisper is the one we're going to really be watching because we know that Schofield's going to die here. But all that rotation just for an Earthshaker kill.
And Whisper's level 10. That is very good. Minute 10, I've heard, for offlaners.
Yep. Not bad. Not bad. Maelstrom on the way for Ame soon. 600 gold out from that. And let's see what K1 has to... Maelstrom Gaming today, I guess. We've got 3 Maelstroms being built. Looks like his is being delivered as we speak.
Yep. Have to ram up that farming speed.
Ame. Don't really have... I mean, he still has spin TP. No way to deal with that at all. Schofield now level 5. Enchant Totem not going to connect. So he's going to wait this long.
He wants the wave.
Okay.
It's a nice play. Schofield makes sure to deny 1 melee creep.
Yep, very
while
important.
he's TPing out. So the little things, Shannon, it might matter in the end.
They add up, so I hear.
They do. It compounds.
Only now into the triangle he goes. So, in terms of the pace of the game, would you favor one team? Because it just feels like mostly everybody's fine with farming. Is Chris Luck? Oh boy, he has no escape mechanism. This is the downside of Sniper. Very gankable. So he's going to drop. Looks like the shrapnel was stolen as well, so they'll find a additional kill onto Stinger. But Whisper coming in, nice chakra. With the relocate though, Whisper, I would say has to be careful, but he is so tanky they're not even going to bother. The Ame slash takes out Schofield's head.
And now they might be looking at mid tower as well. Nothing to say, 10 seconds on Edict. He has IO by his side still.
Does he?
Just kidding, he left with relocate.
I was going to say.
He could have had him to his side, but then he couldn't.
The ability was programmed a little bit differently, Cinder, than maybe.
I think if IO was still there, they would have probably pushed for that tower. But they're going to chill, and it's fine. They got 3 kills. They did expend quite a bit for that Omni Slash as well as the Rolling Thunder, so just slowing things down a little bit is fine. And you got to keep in mind, as far as Beast Coast goes, their playmaking potential is kind of limited. We already covered the Shaker being low level and not having very much gold right now.
Yep.
You have a Hoodwink as your position 5, who isn't the best catch, especially with 0 points in Scurry.
Boy. K1 doing ancient stacks. He's going to get Yules. Chris Luck as well. They're going to get 2 core kills in 1 gank. Oh, that is very unfortunate if you're a Beast Coast fan. Ame, in the meantime, just spin TPs. And away he goes, and the rest of Beast Coast might be in some trouble, nothing to say.
Oh, the roll.
Yeah, beautiful roll. Whisper stuck inside the Split Earth now, and the burst damage, or not burst damage, but the magic damage, more than enough to drop him to his knees. And that's going to be a 4th kill very quickly for LGD, as they are now in control of this game.
Structures looking so fortified.
It's so fast too. Like LGD just make that snap decision to go there, and they get the absolute maximum value from the play. 4 kills, tier 1 tower, and I think they even stole some of the ancients perhaps. Not sure how much they got, but Very, very nicely done by LGD. Getting themselves now a 2K lead and tower advantage by 1. And you would imagine that the Knicks play some sort of smoke. Again, killing Sniper and then taking mid tower. Yeah, could definitely be good. Love the dagger on Lesh this game, by the way. I'm not always a fan of this, but I think it's exceptionally good against Sniper. You just want to get on top of that guy and kill him. The only real counterplay that Beast Coast have is one fissure, and that's it, right? If you're in the right position, it's kind of hard for Hoodwink to... maybe Hoodwink can get you with a little bit of a spell combination. You got to keep in mind how fast Sniper dies. He has 1,000 health. This hero's stat gains, his strength gain is so bad that... And you have to itemize damage, right? Because if you don't farm fast enough. So obviously for quite the foreseeable future, Chris Luck can just get soloed by Lesh very, very easily.
Yep, he is going for the Dragonlance, which obviously not too big of a threat. Do you think going Hurricane Pike is just too much of an investment for the defensive capability of it?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe you can go Pike after Maelstrom, if that's what you mean.
What about concussive grenades, Cinderin?
It could be a thing.
I mean, this game against like a Lesh, it's not that great, right? The disarm doesn't really...
But it knocks you back.
It does knock you back, and it pushes you it pushes you back and them back, right? So
yeah. It creates like 800 distance between you. It's pretty good. It's kind of like what Pike does.
It's 700 cheaper than the Force Staff component, though, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. You might as well. If you already have the Dragonlance, you probably do the Pike if you want Grenade, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, it's going to get the Lance here for Chris Luck in another 100 gold, so still doing quite okay on the net worth. But it is starting to be the story of LGD slowly pulling ahead. They're 1,000 gold ahead on the 5. They're 1,500 gold ahead on the 4.
Oh, we got the relocate and a bunch of TPs coming in. K1 gets off the rupture for now. He's taking a lot of damage, but a nice fissure from Schofield on the backside. Sharpshooter coming in, deletes Nothing to Say as Faith Beyond getting Jin Q the hell out of here. So nice rotation from Beast Coast.
For sure, really good fissure from Schofield. Doesn't have the dagger yet. If he did, that would have been a triple kill right there with how they were lined up for an echo. This opens still up nice. They get the Lesh.
Damage here onto the tier 2 tower. They're going to back up though. That is the wow. That assassination looks crazy with that Cosmo. I don't think I've ever seen that. Whisper. Oh,
good Yule.
Still attack. What? That didn't break it? That was so far away. He will die anyway. That tether looked like it should have broken twice.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Looks like this tier 1 tower will be destroyed by Beast Coast. So 15 to 7 advantage for LGD. Net worth is quite even. I mean, you can see the carry farm here for K1 and Whisper.
The big thing about the gold distribution is, yeah, there's 2 rich cores on Beast Coast. I think the net worth on Pango is extremely valuable, though. He's just getting a dagger now. So this is a position for Pango at 5,200 net worth.
Oh boy.
Very, very high.
Why, with quite the good steal. Chakram completely destroys poor Schofield. Now Whisper, after basically assisting in his teammate's death, will have to get out of dodge.
Here comes the dagger.
Yep, Rolling Thunder. Gonna be able to get 1 stun off. And oh my god, the Whirling Death against Timbersaw. Crazy. As K1 gets off the rupture onto Pango, but gets lifted in place. See if they can actually chase him down. Looks like Whisper is more than fine. K1, Ame, slash, just like Cinderin wanted, and that is going to be a freebie for Ame. And they're going to find another one in the lower river. So LGD, it's a nice exchange here.
Gonna take away the Ancients, and more than likely, Nothing to Say will grab the mid tower. Glyph is available. It's going to be popped as soon as this Diabolic Edict goes off. As soon as it goes off.
You got it.
Oh, they didn't have Glyph. Well, then it's not going to go off. I misread the cooldowns. It was scans that were ready, not the glyphs. Well, what do you know? It wasn't up.
That could be a buff where you scan your own tower and it fortifies it.
What a random suggestion. Why would that make any sense?
Why does Guardian Angel protect your buildings? They're not beings. What does he give a shit about them?
They're on his side.
Doesn't matter. Omni Knight has nothing to do with buildings in any way.
That's
Shut
just
up,
like
Simba.
your opinion, man. You can't say shut up to someone who isn't saying anything.
That's what was. That's the joke.
That's not a joke.
Your face. Okay, so moving on here.
I love TI group stage.
You think this is going to be any different from main stage? You're in for a world of hurt if you think this is changing, Syndra. Chris Luck. Okay, he's actually pivoting. So BKB instead of the Hurricane Pike. Probably for the best.
Under attack.
But that means he will want to fight. But can they? 4K net worth lead for LGD after just that one engagement that they've kind of opened things up a bit.
I would definitely like to see some more value out of the sniper, right? You have 9,000 net worth on this hero. It hasn't really done much for you all game. So with the BKB, hopefully for Beast Coast, that is going to change things around. Shaker Dagger. Well, maybe get Ame here. Oh, he missed the Fisher because Ame stopped to hit.
I mean, who does that though, right?
Yeah.
That was very strange. Ame just with all the confidence in the world.
This reminds me, there's one of my friends that I used to play
You're
going
going
to
have to hold your horses soon.
I'm
because there's
holding
a
my
smoke.
horse. I'm holding it.
Ame. Oh, the big Echo Slam from Schofield. Will he be able to get any kills here? It's a 1-for-1 to start. Ame already used his Omni Slash, and K1's going to have to pop the BKB and run. Rolling Thunder getting canceled thanks to the Yules. K1 TP's out to safety. So after all that, it's a 2-for-1 with the Sniper taking a tumble. Whisper.
I think you're still going.
Yeah. Another Timber Chain should be good to go.
Is he? Okay. It looked like he was going to keep diving.
And not in a good way.
All right, you had a very important thing to talk about.
It's too late.
Damn.
So, Shaker got a Dream Echo here. Oh, well, maybe Dream is slightly exaggerated, but a very good one.
Yeah, it was.
Still, just the... Like, okay, can we get a replay on that again? Look at Pango's health. Oh, we get another replay of this. Pango's on like 10%, and IO press button, and then he's just full. You know?
That's what happens.
Okay, we might not need a replay of that. Basically, Pango was super, super low.
I think you described it quite well.
Instant locket mech, and he's up to full, and that changed the whole outcome of that fight. If Pango dies in that Echo Slam, Beast Coast run away with that one. But
oh, look
crazy.
at this, by the way. Nothing to say. Going. Oh, that's nothing to say. This is IO. All right, he's going for heart, though. It's a long time since I've seen this. But it is technically a core IO here.
Yep.
Dyer's top tower is being attacked like
Yeah,
nobody's
Schofield,
business.
amazing Echo Slam, just not enough follow-up, and like you said, the heals were redonkulous. 3-man smoke here for Beast Coast. Schofield, no Echo, and no real targets in sight. There's nothing to say, working on a Bloodstone. All right, they're gonna find
Q.
Pango to start things out. Q, there's the full heal, basically. Rupture now. Nice jump in from Whisper. Whirling Death doing a lot along with the Chakram as K1 and company able to secure 2 kills on LGD. Ame gets there a little bit too late. Already spin. Omni Slash not available for another 12 seconds. This will be a huge
good
kill
first
if they're
half.
able to take him out. But looks like he'll be safe.
Nice sequence, though, from Beast Coast. That was really good. Like, they have to fight through so much healing before they even get the first kill.
Yeah.
It's insane how much IO can heal there. But they do eventually make it through that.
And getting to him is difficult. I mean, Timbersaw is the one hero, and I guess if Earthshaker's in the right position to try to do something about IO. They're actually trying to defend this. Telekinesis buyback onto the Pango. He still has his ult available as well. Whisper, nice fissure stolen. And there's a Rolling Thunder. Can they actually get this kill?
Oh,
He
missed
blinks.
the blink.
Yeah, slight miss there, Whisper. He gets whipped while the roll is being secured here. And it looks like Stinger does get out his ult, but there's a big Echo Slam onto 2. That is beautifully done from Beast Coast. Nothing to say in Schofield taken out quickly. But Ame and Faith Beyond trying to clean things up. They take out Chris Luck, and it looks like Stinger's next. So even with... it feels like Beast Coast are doing the right things. They just end up in the short end of the stick by the end of the fight.
These fights are really close. Again, the big thing in these fights is about the healing and the sustain, right? And it is on marginals. A very competitive game so far. Unfortunately for Beast Coast again, however, Chris Luck just not really there, right? Like I think he got Omni slashed off to the side, and you can't do anything. A sniper.
I mean,
You're Omni'd, you're dead. There's
if
no play.
Okay, I'm not saying I hate doing this. It's too late. I've already started. Imagine a different mid hero.
Yeah.
You said Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain would have,
I think
like the
Quap
burst
could've-
damage against an IO. Was it banned?
No, Quap could have been nice this game.
Yeah, Quap would have been.
But I mean, Sniper can still prove himself to be a very valuable
Yes.
pick, but so far unimpressed with what Beast Coast have got out of Chris Luck here.
But that's kind of to be expected, right? Sniper's not that good early. He needs to farm up some items if you want to become a right-click machine at least.
He can be really good early, but I think it really requires perfect positioning. This hero is so unforgiving.
That
You
is
never get
definitely
caught.
Stinger secures himself the Philosopher's Stone, of course, so we'll be getting very farmed as a result. Looks like he's going for the Spirit Vessel. Ame has the Maelstrom, SNY. Scotty looks to be next, just a point booster away from getting that bad boy. And Faith Beyond is not too far off from Heart. Another 1,000 or so to at least get the Reaver portion of that. And I mean, in a combination with the Shard, Holy Locket, and Mech, very difficult to take out for sure. Is Ame already expended the Blade Fury. Whisper, oh boy, he jumps right in. There's the fissure though, the counter one. It's gonna get lifted. Bloodrite is there, it's gonna apply to Ame pretty nicely. Can't really do much as Jinkyu, nice fissure from Schofield. Jinkyu has to deal with Rupture and that as well.
Omni Slash.
Absolute, well, okay, I missed the Omni Slash, my apologies, Cinderin. Looks like nothing to say. He gets the Yules off on himself, along with the Essence Ring. There's the Echo Slam, only on one, but they will be able to secure the kill on nothing to say as Schofield gets spun down by Ame. Wait, one more right click will do it. Indeed, he gets it. Double kill for him. Why? Not able to chase any further.
So I guess off camera there, Chris Luck took a full Omni Slash. And they tried to bring in other heroes to jump on with the Omni, but they just got really unlucky.
Yeah.
And Ame just had his eyes set on the Sniper the whole fight, and all of the Omni Slash hits just caught onto him. So again, another fight, Chris Luck, just no impact. Apart from, I mean, I guess he tanked an ult. But not what you're looking for with that hero. I could honestly I could see Sniper going, or sorry, Jugger go Dagger as well. Like, I wouldn't mind that. Just blink in on the Sniper and ruin his game.
Yeah.
It's very clearly being very effective whenever Ame gets on him. They do at least kill off the Lesh again this time, Beast Coast, but Aegis now in the pocket of Ame. They play very aggressively. Killing him twice for the Dire lineup, almost impossible. I don't know if you noticed the healing in that fight as well, by the way. It's actually crazy when there's the healing ward and the locket on Wisp ready. The amount of output that they have, that Beast Coast are doing really good damage. It's just the math isn't like it usually is in these games when this is in play.
Just being out-healed, essentially.
Might be a big part of the reason they picked the Sniper was for some way to kill that healing ward, but I don't feel like it's been that consistently. Just look at him. He's not even taking damage there on Jug. With Io as well as the lingering healing ward.
Yeah, and Ame's just going to get a free tower. He's down the healing ward and actually scans just in case. But Beast Coast not able to really do much about this. So 5K net worth lead now for PSG LGD, as again, for them, this game is more about pride than anything, I guess. As they've secured themselves #1 in the
Pride
groups.
and practice, and keep the momentum going.
Yep, pride and practice.
Just
sure.
keep winning.
Sounds like a book. Pride and Prejudice, Pride and Practice.
Yep.
The Dota version.
Yes.
Probably ends with a very sad, in a sad way as well. I just made that up. I have no idea what that book is about. So
It's
hopefully I
about
got that
Pride
right.
and Prejudice.
Okay. Sounds very sad. All right, we're close. 400 gold away. Faith Beyond. Heart. Like, what do you do against that? That is... whew.
Yeah.
I mean, really what you do about that is get farm on Chris Luck's Sniper. But he is just... He's died 5 times. He's 1 in 5. He's died 5 times on position 1. See a sharpshooter?
All right.
All right, we didn't actually see it, but I just said we did. So Jinkyu is donezo for now. And Beast Coast going to group up and attempt to push this tier 2 tower, which is already quite low. Telekinesis. Oh, did he get him on the cliff? No. Stinger will come back to the ground. And Y will pay with his life. And that's actually a canceled TP as well from Ame. So LGD on the retreat.
Radiant's
Are
bottom
Beast Coast
tower
thinking
has
about high
fallen.
ground here?
Seems to be the day for it.
I don't know. This is against the Aegis, but it is 5v3 right now, Cinderman.
Oh, Whisper's in.
Yeah, he has the Ags, by the way, so double Chakram.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Extremely strong. I mean, he's 8-1. He's so difficult to kill. And he deals so much damage. Ame has the Ame slash avail. He gets Ruptured to start things out, but there's the Healing Ward, and there's Faith Beyond.
Killed it with an illusion from Bloodseeker's Manta there.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have that much tower damage. They need Timbersaw Shard, and obviously we've talked about Sniper's Farm. Timber Shard would be pretty good here, though.
Look at Jug's HP. He's healing like 100 per second when he's tethered. That's pre-heart.
It's about to be post-heart, Cinderella.
Pretty strong.
Heart is being delivered to Faith Beyond. And he's going for Aghanim Scepter. Okay, so talk to me about Ags. What did they do to nerf it? It's just the spirits in general were nerfed, I think, right? This is quite a while ago now.
Yep, the axe is still the same.
I know the Ags is the same, but the reason it's worse is because spirits have been nerfed.
Spirits were nerfed, and they were moved to level 20 with the plus damage talent. It used to be 15. I believe at TI9. Was that TI9? It's been so long.
Yeah, TI9, that's the...
it might have been a TI8. That's what I was thinking.
Special. Well, maybe. Beast Coast getting run off here. And the Aegis is going to go down in about a minute, so we'll see if LGD tries to get this tier 2 in the meantime. That will be almost all the outer tower. Still the tier 2 bot remains. And let's see what's Chris left. He still has the BKB. It's good
Okay,
to
look at Sniper. Or sorry, look at Jugger.
238 regen.
That's with the healing ward. It's not counting. Just look at his health pool. That's 2 chakrams.
I mean, one thing they do have going for them is if they have vision of the healing ward, Sniper does have quite a bit of range, right? That's one thing. But even without the healing ward, Faith Beyond is crazy farmed.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Now we're going to see a smoke. All right, so Beast Coast on the hunt. 4K net worth disadvantage. They know the Aegis is being reclaimed soon. Schofield ready to go. Smoke's going to get popped. Oh, they're considering their options. There's the Aegis. Down it goes. Oh, boy. He gets stunned by the shard, but there's the Echo Slam going off finally. But he's going to pay with it with his life as Jin Q has a shard of his own. It's just stun locking the Timbersaw. Can't do anything. Double kill for LGD. Or Ame, I should say. And make it 3 overall.
Ame has a dagger. He could get more kills if he sees them.
Oh, Sniper. Chris Luck dead again. That was a completely disastrous fight for Beast Coast. And now, obviously, LGD had the advantage to begin with, but have firm control of this game.
I don't even know what kind of execution you need to kill this IO Jug right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, just from a mathematical standpoint, if you want to kill either of these two heroes, right? One of them is 3.5k health, the other one is 3k, they have 4 armor, and they heal each other so much.
They're going for Throne.
Yep, why not?
They know that Echo Slam is down. Beast Coast does have several buybacks, but Sniper's not one of them, but it's only 15 seconds for him. GG's just called. I can't blame him. Man, LGD is just on like several different levels of most teams at TI right now.
Yeah.
Crazy. Every game that we've cast, at least, just shellackings.
This feels like main stage OG at TI9 right now. They're playing all sorts of different stuff. They have these different strategies. They're playing core IO here with Jug, healing strategies,
We're not
burst strategies.
We're not center.
Okay, moving. Like they have so much in their arsenal, and they just keep winning. And again, this is a well-played game from Beast Coast, in my opinion. I think they played well. Questioning the Sniper,
yeah,
that's the one thing. I think everyone else in their team played a really great game. I don't know if Chris Luck played poorly or if LG just handled Sniper well, but I would love to see the game replayed with a co-op, for example, in that slot, and they play again. Because maybe all those fights where Beast Coast are like 10%, 20% damage away.
The last 25% of the game, they weren't close to getting kills.
No way.
But before that, absolutely.
And Dota is a snowbally game, so if those earlier fights are won with a co-op, then maybe co-op gets items and IO gets the items slower, etc., etc. So, but yeah, honestly, just LGD are very good.
Yes, very good analysis. Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of game 1. We'll be back with game 2 after this 5-minute break, and I don't think probably won't have tiebreakers, but we're going to look into it between games and let you know. So we shall return.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Suns fan here with the one, the only, the Cinder, the man himself. We got Game 2 coming up between Beast Coast and LGD. It doesn't mean anything, though.
Right. So
LGD is secured number 1. Beast Coast locked in number 5, lower
remaining.
bracket.
Yep. So this is what sometimes happens in round robin on the final day when you get to the final series, is that things, if everything lines up, can be completely determined, and that is the case for this game. So consider it a show match, consider it practice, whatever the teams want to do, confidence builder, testing
This
grounds.
Pudge game.
It is
That's what it
entirely possible to play a pudge game, but I do want to say, based on bans, that the teams are really sticking to meta stuff here so far. LGD banning Timbersaw after that last game, and they're going to grab themselves a Monkey King, which has been very meta this tournament. Tiny is available as a potential pick for both teams here, and Beast Coast will grab Phoenix Clockwork as their counters to Monkey King.
Wow.
And an immediate Snapfire pick, very popular in this tournament so far.
I got some ideas.
Okay.
All right, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Snapfire Ags can consume somebody and throw them.
Yeah.
If you get a Life Stealer,
Yeah.
if you get a Pudge,
10 seconds
you
remaining.
can basically gank the entire team with one hero.
So you
5 seconds
Lifestealer
remaining.
infests an ally, that Pudge eats with Dismember,
Yeah,
and then Snapfire eats Pudge and spews him out.
that's right. And it's a full team initiation.
That is actually a weapon in Worms Armageddon. It is called a cluster grenade.
Okay.
Or is it cluster bomb? I think it's
Well,
cluster
whatever it is, I'm sure it's not as cool
bomb. They're
as Pudge
very
coming
dangerous when placed correctly. If you place that right underneath the worm and it's like stuck between,
10
stuck
seconds
under a
remaining.
wall, it can get one shot because all of the clusters just explode on it right away.
out. Wow, that is
Kind of what
so
a
interesting.
that is actually what those what the Snapfire ult could do, or Snapfire Ags could do, like a little cluster grenade with, if the right heroes explode on them right away. What if one of them is a Shaker, Shannon? What then?
That's true. It could be dependent on what heroes. That would be very stupid design. But
You actually sound so uninterested
if
right
Ice
now.
Frog is listening, then make
10
sure
seconds
Cinderin does
remaining.
not get involved for the next patch. I know that you.
Why?
I know that you took the Underlord's Ags idea from him, which should probably just be the regular ult. Let's.
That's
be
what
real.
I suggested. I suggested it as a new ult.
I understand. He's right every once in a while, but sometimes there's some real stinkers, and that was whatever the hell you just talked about was a real stinker.
You're old
10
enough to
seconds
appreciate that
remaining.
reference, but you don't play video games. You
I-
only watch movies.
I don't. Yeah, never. I played.
5
Yeah, I didn't really
seconds
play Worms.
remaining.
Man, Worms is a legendary game.
Well, Matrix is a legendary movie.
I also watched it.
When you were 10,
No, 12, maybe.
and not ever again since.
No.
You're the weird one, not me. Moving on, Pudge. Great against Phoenix, right, Cinder?
Very bad against Phoenix,
Yeah,
actually.
bad against
and
both Phoenix
Clockwork.
and Clockwork.
It is terrible.
But
So-
if you win with a Pudge, that puts a stamp
That's
on
true.
the rest of the main event, right?
And if you lose with it, it
Intimidating.
also puts a stamp.
Yeah, it means you don't care. Like, you can do whatever you want. You
Brilliant
can't,
team.
can't do anything about it.
Mm.
Unpredictable. Please, pick Pudge.
I genuinely think both teams are going to pick regular stuff and try to play better and get more information and try to just explore something. So the reason I think Phoenix Clockwork are good against Monkey
10
King
seconds
is Phoenix is
remaining.
kind of self-explanatory. Attack speed slow against Monkey King is really good. A lot of
5
damage.
seconds remaining.
It's a hero that Monkey King can't really kill in the egg. He doesn't have the best attack speed.
Pick.
And Clockwork gives vision, which is one of the best tools against Monkey King. Find him in the trees, then hook shot, and you've got yourself a kill. Really enjoy playing that matchup as Clockwork.
I could not
Snapfire
think
against
of
Phoenix
a-
makes sense.
I could not think of a worse Pudge game.
It is pretty damn terrible for
10
LGD.
seconds remaining.
They're not going to pick it as
What
much
about
as you
Beast
wanted.
Coast?
5
Oh
seconds
no,
remaining.
Please.
we're not getting it. But Snapfire against Phoenix makes sense. You get Little Shredder. Does a lot of attacks really quickly to destroy Supernova.
Yep.
And on top of that, Snapfire is just in right now. The Invoker coming out of Beast Coast is, I will say, I feel like this is a draft Beast Coast would not have done yesterday. So I do think they're being a little bit creative here, a little experimental in their draft, while still sticking to meta. I think they're picking stuff that they want to play that they also think is good, but not necessarily their absolute S tier comp here in their lineup. Kunkka grab from LGD, great lane counter to Invoker.
10 seconds
Does
remaining.
very, very well against this hero.
And they're assuming Invoker is core because they have a Clockwork. So more than likely Clock Phoenix supports and Invoker mid. If you're Beast Coast and you want to be creative, you could put the Invoker offlane, or you could play Invoker 4 and either Phoenix or Clock 3 and the other one 5. That is possible.
Clock 3 feels pretty bad.
It is not very good, no.
Phoenix, at least, like, itemization-wise, it makes a lot. Like, your egg, just levels alone.
I think if you don't want Invoker mid, the best choice is to put him offlane, probably. But I don't know if Whisper plays it. Maybe it does, actually.
Legion Commander.
All right.
All right, you got to dispel for the old cold snap. Quick Ursa response from Beast Coast. Okay.
That didn't take much time to think about that. He has some good matchups here. K1, he'll be facing 3 melee cores, one of which is Legion Commander in lane. Ursa is one of the carries that fares best in this matchup. Just overpowers Legion Commander too easily. Legion trades very well with plenty of melee carries, but Ursa is one of the ones you generally don't want to run yourself into. Yeah, I really like Ursa this game in general. I think it's a great pick. Also good against Monkey King because he's one of the few heroes that can just, you know, stand and deliver in melee against Monkey. Even in the ring, sometimes you can win as Ursa if you're a little bit ahead before the ring comes out. And against Kunkka, your Enrage kind of breaks the X combo relatively easily. Status resistance does work against X marks the spot, so I like it. He might even get some nice alacrity on Ursa, giving them Roche potential as well on Radiant. So many, many good things to say about this pick from Beast Coast.
Yep. So LGD looking for, I would assume, a position. I mean, I guess Monkey King could theoretically play position 1, but has been mostly support this
5 seconds
this
remaining.
tournament. What position 1 is good against Ursa? Probably a range.
I would say Weaver fares pretty well. At least one of the better ones. Just very mobile and ranged. Some illusion carries could do well depending on the situation.
Radiant team ban.
This is actually a decent PL game.
I think Terrorblade is good against Ursa. Troll can be fine. That's a Medusa, depending on the game state. There's plenty of options here. It's not
what about carry Pudge?
Dire team pick.
Oh man, it's true. They made Pudge even worse. I genuinely don't know if you can make Pudge any worse than this. Like, they've picked so many heroes that are good against Pudge. Maybe that was the idea from Beast Coast. They're like,
Yeah, they knew it.
we know they're going to pick Pudge, so we'll counterpick it as hard as possible. And LG like, I don't really want to. So
They knew it all along. But yeah, it'll be Clink. So there's your range carry. We have yet to cast a game with him.
Yep.
The new new-ish Burning Barrage ability that
5 seconds
the tooltips
remaining.
will not work for. The video portion. It's outdated.
Choose your hero,
Don't
my
tweet at
good
us with
friend.
that. And Enigma, final pick from Beast Coast. So lots of team fight.
Yeah, LGD don't really have any counters to Black Hole except Duel, which is a bit better now than it used to be because of the cast range talent.
Yeah, that's true.
But it is a 5 Legion Commander here from Y.
Huh.
Xinkyu will be playing the 4 Monkey and a 3 Snap.
All right, that's Ags with LC.
Yep.
That's the duel. Right.
So the reason Y is playing Legion here for LGD is they want to avoid this Ursa matchup entirely. Snapfire fares relatively well in that lane, has a lot of burst damage, which Ursa doesn't like. He likes to be the burster and win that way. But if you already get pressured down on low health quickly, you can lose the trade entirely and die. Very nice together with the Monkey King in lane as well. Minus armor synergy works very well. So like that a lot. But this last pick, Enigma, could prove to be very powerful for Whisper. If he gets some good farm, Black Hole plus Invoker plus Phoenix, the team fight is there. That's for sure. Yeah, interesting draft. I honestly don't think for me that there's a clear favorite based on picks, but based on so far the results in the groups, hard to go against LGD in general in any matchup, in any game right now. No matter which team they face in the tournament, they just look the best. So exciting to see Ame Clinks, though. This was a really big pick just a month ago before the nerfs. He plays it very, very well.
Indeed. Oh, look at Mortimer. Nice close-up.
Yeah.
Sadly, doesn't have the that one cosmetic.
Is there anything in Dota that looks more like a Pokemon than Mortimer?
You're asking the wrong guy.
It feels good to be this good.
He's very cuddly.
That's right. You don't really know Pokemon. You didn't do that stuff. You watched movies.
I watched Matrix a lot.
Yeah, you watched Matrix once a day.
Didn't have time for that.
Oh.
All right, 5-man smoke from LGD. So yeah, Clinks. We have yet to see from our cast, but was very strong as of a few months ago. Then got nerfed, then got micro buffed, I guess you could say. As K1. Hit by the tower here just to see if there's any early wards placed. But yeah, it is a relatively good Ursagen for sure, other than the Clinks, I guess. And I'm really interested in what the build is right now on Clinks. I'm sure Maelstrom is part of that, as knowing that this is basically a show match, everybody giving high fives.
Hello.
I'm sure we're going to see some really, really crazy plays. Oh my, nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
What is that?
That is just bad sportsmanship.
I agree. I think we should impose some sort of a penalty in the main event for LGD because of that bad mannered play.
I love stuff like that. That's hilarious.
Jin Q getting a nice ward up here. So we'll be seeing the Jin Q Monkey King again. Seems, yes, we would. I would love to see that play again if we can.
We get the replay here. So a nice setup here coming in from Beast Coast, but nothing to say with the cleave.
Yeah.
Immediately party pooping on this one. As they were having a great time, K1 proceeds to play the whatever that instrument is called, the cymbals. Is that the word?
Cymbals is an instrument.
Is that the one? I think it is.
Oh, you're talking about the. Yeah. Actually, don't. Maybe. Let's just say maybe. As the crowd goes wild for no particular reason. They really like that replay that they're not watching
love
that's
it.
within Dota TV. So Kunkka versus Invoker Cinderman. What do you think of that matchup?
Very good matchup for Kunkka. It's one of Invoker's worst matchups in lane. Kunkka can constantly harass you, has a good damage advantage, can combat you against your regen. Unless something has changed a lot, I do think Kunkka is expected to come out on top here.
And then in the top lane we have Mr. Ame himself on Clinks, as we talked about. Why the support LC? And then Schofield, Clockwork, Whisper, Enigma as the double Sages masks already.
Nice taunt from Nothing to Say there. Always love watching Kunkka players mind game. It's actually, in many ways, one of my favorite spell designs in Dota Torrent. The whole mind game aspect of you see the animation come out, but you can cancel it early, so you don't really know if it was cast. You don't know the exact direction of it because he doesn't need to turn entirely to where he's placing it. Very, very enjoyable. And nice connection there from Nothing to Say. Gets him a couple of CS in the lane. And Cleaves are going to start mounting. Obviously.
Oh boy!
Oh, they killed
Clinks.
Ame.
We saw that. Sure we did.
Yep.
Wow, that is surprising though.
That is not the lane I was expecting First Blood in. Clockwork is very good against Clinks, to be fair, if you do catch him in cogs. Doesn't really have too much of a way of dealing with that. The old Clinks was actually better against Clockwork because you could cast Strafe and remove the cogs really quickly, but now you only have the Burning Barrage, and that does not attack wards. So,
gadgets, yeah. Chris Luck in terms of CS, 12-2. And Nothing to Say, 15-2. So relatively even to start things out. And then the position ones, K1, 13-1 right now. And Ame, who just died, 9-0. So obvious advantage for Beast Coast. Extremely early on, though. Looks like K1 going for the casual Morbid Master. We're going to see some early Roshan attempts here, Cinder. And maybe we'll get like a 5 Rosh game. That would be an epic way to end the group stage.
5 Roshes.
Yeah. And then it has to be 60 minutes.
Mid lane.
Yep.
This might be an attempt here from Nothing to Say. It is not.
Nope,
I thought he had
tiebreaker was
Cleave
not
ready.
up.
Yeah.
It's gonna get
Even
on the
then,
clock here,
not
though.
enough.
A lot of regen coming out from Chris Lex, so it's all about the burst. Nothing to Say. Yeah, what's the build for Ame? Maelstrom was pretty much the standard. Then
He's still gonna do that. He's gonna get a
Falcon Blade first.
Falcon Blade into Maelstrom.
And then you just go
这么菜，你的队友不
more
会生
damage
气吧，
or
哥哥？
you need HP like
what was it
Scotty?
Clinks usually did? They went Scotty mostly, right?
你很机车
I think they went Maelstrom Scotty
Good to be this good.
with treads.
Cogs is going to be an issue for him. Perhaps I think Hurricane Pike is too defensive for a Clinks. Like Force Staff is just so nice against Clog. We see Tornado in the mid lane. The battery start from Schofield coming through as well. Nothing to say. Gets off the Torrent. TP support from Y with a nice press the attack. Nothing to say. Looks like he's going to live.
No,
And
Schofield's
Schofield
dead.
dies to the tower. So nice rotations from LGD.
The classic play that everybody is so used to by now. Legion Commander level 5 TPing mid, or position 5 TPing mid to cast one press the attack.
Yeah, classic.
And getting a kill with the tower attack. Honestly, really good awareness from Y. That was an instant TP. And it did just enough.
Just think of the days. Legion Commander in Dota 1 had a thick mustache and a fat, obese horse that he rode.
And you miss it every day.
Now she's a support. I just missed the
Your
horse more than anything.
your whole prophecy of this hero, or your whole opinion, is becoming more and more true by the day.
Yeah.
Which is press the attack is the hero.
That is right.
And duel is a side dish.
Indeed.
A lot of the time. And
I mean, a Persona bringing back the horse.
that
be
would
great.
make people pick it core.
I actually think so. At least in the pubs. In the pubs, for sure.
Yeah. Heroes just get better when they're riding a horse, except Ogre Arcana.
That's not a horse, though. So.
Oh, that's true. It is a chicken.
That's Schofield.
All right. That's
Alright,
okay.
gets off the cogs and awkwardly walks around the tier 1 tower and takes a lot of damage. So.
Okay.
Maybe not worth. Oh, I heard a boat. It's mid lane. It's going to connect onto Chris Luck, but he has the Ghost Walk. Oh! Tidebringer, not enough damage. Level 3 right now. Jin Q has made his rotation as they fight against Schofield here. Nothing to say. Pops his wand. Can't get the... A nice block from the creep. MVP creep on your team.
Legion Commander 5 has arrived. Did
That's right,
30 damage.
Schofield. All right. They'll get the trade, but it's support for mid. Which creep was it? Was it this one? I think it was this alligator, Synderen, or crocodile. I don't know the difference.
I'm not trying to be rude.
You love those creeps, don't you?
Yeah, they're amazing. Not the Radiants though. They're chameleons, I think, but they're nothing like they need to be hippopotamuses.
Where are they from, actually? Those ones.
I don't know. TI something.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the water-themed one.
Maybe.
What was that theme officially called?
Water.
Yeah.
The Water TI.
Radiant's top tower is under
Very
attack.
catchy, I know. Chris Luck.
Not in a good way.
Looks like Jin Q wants to attempt something. Nope. There's going to be a TP though from Chris Luck, so bottom lane, Faith Beyond might be in some trouble. Of course, K1, not a whole lot of HP
NATO.
to work with. Nice tornado. There's the overpower. K1 has to be careful here. They don't have any damage to follow this up with, so.
Faith Beyond's pretty tanky. He has 2 bracers and a soul ring.
Yeah.
And just barely living there on 25 health. He needed all of those items.
We
to
have a
stay alive.
black hole top lane as Clinks takes yet another death to his name. Ame. Uncharacteristic here, but K1 gonna get dropped by Jin Q. Whoop, the Fairy Fire keeps him alive. Faith Beyond not gonna want to tank these creeps any longer. And now they're gonna turn this around. The Sunray coming through with the Tornado in addition. And Stinger diving in. Cookie keeping him safe. Oh my goodness, K1 ends up being taken up by Faith Beyond. Ends up being a trade, but still an avoidable death. An unavoidable death, right? Unavoidable death in the club.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under
You
attack.
can't just say that, man. It doesn't work like that.
Well,
It's going to crack me up every time, no matter how you use it. Oh, I'm going to lose to that every time. All right. Pretty even. Wait, nothing to say mid. Full-on combo on the Ursa.
Yep, he's still level 5, so no enrage to work with. Faith Beyond's made his way here as well.
1 glob, no need for the glob.
The cookie is the ender. So K1 with a second death in about 30 seconds.
Yep.
Make it a minute just to be safe.
不会生气吧，哥哥？
Strange to say,
And now the tower
is under
taking
attack.
more damage from Faith Beyond and company. Like you said, double bracer on him. He's going to be going for Yules. And I would assume Ags is after that, right? Like, this is a core Snapfire.
Definitely could. There's different builds. like I talked about earlier today, there can be like an orb. Okay, nice sidestep there from Schofield. Still going to take an absolute beating there, but
Tomato EMP. Nothing to say. Does have a regen, but needs to get out of the damage waves. Mortimer's Kisses apparently was used to take out Schofield.
And NTS has regen, so he's just going to heal up fully here.
Indeed.
After that cleave. Full value.
Yeah.
That
Use the Torn on
feels
creeps
real
too.
good.
Use your mana for fun. Come on, you got the Torrent. Just use it.
He's going to use it here.
And no.
Disappointed.
Very. Inefficient play from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, I can do better.
That's why you're sitting here, I think.
Yes.
Oh, Chris Luck makes a nice rotation bot. Jin Q spotted in the trees. Gets off the Boundless Strike, but you have to think that he's going to drop here, and indeed he does. So another good rotation this time from Beast Coast. Relatively even games to start things out. If we look at the net worth. Whisper is on top, by the way. Has a Midas. I just realized. Wow.
Yep. He's going to get rich on the Enigma for sure.
Very good.
Rocking the double Sage Mask plus Arcane Boots, so it's basically infinite mana for his Demonic Conversion.
He has a Mango as well.
And a Mango.
Don't forget it.
Little bit of a Limbus bread for when it gets cold out in the dark, dire side of the map. A little snack.
All right, Nothing to Say. Stuck inside the cogs now. Chris Luck is here as well. The boat comes through with that damage mitigation. The rum is too tasty for Nothing to Say. He's going to get the kill, but a nice tornado onto 2. What follow-up do they have with Stinger in the vicinity? Earn is applied to Nothing to Say, but it looks like he's just going to walk this off, although the buff does run out. All right, ticks out in the end. Rum does not last long enough for Nothing to Say.
In the meantime, Whisper got killed top by Monkey King primarily, and a little bit of assistance from, I believe it was Y. Obviously Wukong's command there from Q. Worth keeping in mind he is position 4, but his item build, Power Tread's first item,
oh wow, yeah,
very strong for this fighting. We've seen Monkey Kings bypass boots entirely and go for Atos builds. Very flexible as a position 4, has the core potential if needed. I think Whisper didn't see him there in the trees.
The old Roshan attempt here.
Yep.
See if LGD has any idea this is going on. Boundless Strike onto Whisper, gets off the Malefice is Y, and Nothing to Say. Not really that close, so maybe a little bit too early.
They have no idea this Roche is happening. It's great.
Absolutely not. That's what the Morbid Mask is for, Cinderman and Roche, #1.
They have an
out
idea
of 5.
now. It's too late.
Yeah.
Hook shot from Schofield onto the clock above Roche. Does not connect on that. It is purely visual for observers. Did it just for insurance in case someone was coming in there. I think maybe the Monkey King, he was worried, was going to try to steal it. Is that
to say now.
Kid Invoker laugh really great?
Yeah, let's not get into this discussion. This is a TI-10 group stage match. We have to be very professional.
I'm dead.
What are your thoughts on the Kid Invoker set?
On the set? Does he have Dark Artistry on it? He does, right? Dark Artistry is one of my favorite sets in the game. It is very nice.
He is going to be getting a Midas, which isn't a surprise on an Invoker, but considering Enigma also has one and got it earlier. Does that surprise you at all to have 2 Midases on the same team? Very greedy. Why? Nothing to say.
Duel? Not duel?
Trying to get the duel off. There's Wukong's command. Instant duel victory for him. Boat already expended. Looks like Schofield has bit off a little bit too much to chew.
Nice Tornado MP though. GQ.
X marks the spot is available, but now that K1 has made his transition here, gets the overpower off. X going to send him right back. Jin-Q just wants to get his proc off. Does so successfully, so Jingu is going to force everybody back. What?
Jingu and Jin-Q. It sounds good.
Thank you.
It rolls off the tongue like XXS.
Nope.
Say it.
XXS.
Wow! You've been practicing!
I went back to the hotel room and I just looked in the mirror.
And said it for 3 hours straight and went to bed.
You're not going to eat food until you say this correctly.
And that is a motivating factor if I've ever heard of one.
From an obese man
Let's
myself.
go.
Yes, absolutely.
Good job.
Thank you.
I genuinely thought you were going to screw it up for the 10th time in a row, but you nailed that one.
XXS. XXS.
What was the problem yesterday?
I had a mini stroke, I think.
For 30 minutes straight.
That happens.
Oh, well, I'm glad you recovered.
It's an American thing.
Yep.
I'll just believe it.
Yeah, just
it's
believe
easier.
It. So, Aegis online for 2.5 more minutes. So back to my discussion, Cinderin, that you never
yes.
Took part in. The double Midas.
Yes.
Very slow.
It is indeed very slow, but I do think this is the kind of game you can get away with it. The build-up of LGD's strategy takes some time here. So maybe they can pull it off. Okay, nice. Quelling Blade there from Schofield. Cuts down Jinkyu.
Haven't seen much from Ame, other than the 2 deaths. As the males from Falcon Blade is going the Dragon Lance.
Yeah, and then Scotty probably. He might go Pike against Clock. I don't think that's worth it, though.
We had this discussion about 5 minutes ago.
Wait, that was last game.
That was not last game.
Did you have like an internal discussion with me about this? I didn't say anything about it.
When we're done for today, you can go watch the VOD, and I would actually be interested to know what you're thinking during that moment when we have a discussion. You actually respond to me, and then literally forget.
You asked me what the build was on Clinks, and I said usually
Hurricane
it's Scotty.
Pike could be good because there's a clockwork in the game. Like, no, I think it's just going to be Scotty. You're an idiot, Suns fan.
I definitely did not say that.
I think you
but
did.
I did say the Scotty part, and I still think that's going to be the case. He changed to BKB. Okay, Phoenix.
X marks. Okay. The cookie keeping Y alive for now. The K1 with that Aegis is something to fear for sure. Has the defusal as well, so that's of course the build we've been seeing from Ursa's for the most part in the last year or so. Pig pole. Not going to save a life here. Schofield's going to take a couple more right clicks, but nothing to say. Gets off his boat. K1 pursuing.
All right.
Too much. So, oh, the black hole. It's only going to connect on one. Nothing to say gets saved. We're going to try to turn this around as PSG LGD. That's the Aegis, and now he's completely surrounded. Mortimer's Kiss is on top. He doesn't have Enrage, so easy cleanup crew for PSG LGD, and the egg is toast. Chris Luck looks to be next. And
now you're
that
just
is
making
a
me
full
hungry.
team wipe.
Egg and toast in the same sentence.
Egg
That
toast.
is so good. What's it called? Why can't I remember this? Eggs Benedict.
That's what you're...
Oh.
All right, Cinder.
That is so good.
Why is... I won't even ask.
Awesome fight, though, from PSG LGD there. That was really, really good. Like, the Whisper is so close to getting the black hole he's looking for, but just narrowly doesn't catch the... I believe it was the Kunkka who escaped it there. But they come in from the flank with insane damage from Clinks and just make quick work of him and Whisper. This is what you pay when you go double Midas. You don't have these, like, you know, value items right now that might give you that bit of health or bit of armor to set you up. So perhaps shouldn't have been looking for the fight to begin with. Played more patiently. Let the Midases pay off their value, because... in all honesty, LGD weren't like really threatening a lot of buildings right now, or Roche. You already got Roche yourself, and maybe that's why they wanted to fight, so they don't throw away the Aegis. But easy to say afterwards.
All right, little thought experiment here for people that are in Dota TV. If you'd like to cheer for Beast Coast, you like Eggs Benedict. If you like Toast, PSG LGD. Please let us know your thoughts.
What if you like both? Can you cheer for both?
No.
Dude, you can't tell me Eggs Benedict isn't just god tier.
Okay, nobody cares.
Oh my god.
All right, we should stop talking about this.
I never watched The
Valve's
Matrix,
gonna
not
walk
even
in.
one time.
Valve's going to walk in any minute like, you're done. That's it. All right. Looks like
All
it's
right.
Eggs Benedict.
Valve can come
Wow,
and
they
take me out of the
really like
cast
it.
as long as they give me Eggs Benedict, okay? That's fine.
I will be paid in Eggs Benedict, please. I mean, it is nourishing, Cinderin.
Oh.
Ame did finish the Dragonlance, and like you said, Scotty is next, so no Hurricane Pike for him, Cinderin.
Yep.
Despite what you said and promised.
Oh, he changed back to Scotty.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, I know you just said that, but I'm still happy because he just changed to BKB and was making me look stupid, and now he changed back to Scotty and making me look okay.
Wukong's command, Boundless Strike. Stinger does have Egg, but no. Not able to cast it in time.
No X-Mark connected there on an additional hero, though.
He did not eat his Eggs Benedict today.
I actually think K1 enraged early, so when he got X-Marked, the duration was so short that they couldn't connect and build anything out of that. So.
All right, Chris Luck working on an Aghanim Scepter, so we'll be able to see the Cataclysm not too far in the future. It's halfway there.
All right.
Schofield has an Invis rune and an interesting angle down here, but the problem is Ame with this build-up is starting to get very, very tanky now. Gets the health from both Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, and the ultimate orb on the way to Scotty.
Yeah.
As long as the Death Pact is running, he's actually a very difficult kill at this point. And you always have to factor in the potential save from Legion Commander if Y is nearby. And it's hard to deal with Ame here.
I mean, one thing that PSG LGD have to kind of fear is the team fight of Beast Coast. Obviously, it's cooldown dependent, especially with the Black Hole. But in theory, even if they're down a bunch, which they kind of are right now, we didn't really mention this, 8k net worth lead for LGD, but Cataclysm, when that's online with Black Hole, Egg, Hookshot to set things up, and you have a fat, juicy bear with a little baby on his head. I'm not just making that up, by the way. That's what you see right here, just for those that are interested. That's a lot of damage.
What do you think if you had this Immortal with the baby Ursa on top, that one could also have cosmetics?
I was thinking that the cowboy hat should be able to be combined.
On the baby
has the cowboy hat too.
Or the baby Ursa could have an even smaller baby Ursa on top of it, and then it's like a Matryoshka doll.
Oh, yeah, that's actually beautiful. So is this Schofield hookshot. Why? Of course, it is a support Legion Commander. Midnight Pulse and nice Sunstrike. Okay, down he goes. But TP supports are here. LGD looking to potentially defend. But again, very, very hesitant when Black Hole is still available.
Yep. Paying some respect here to Beast Coast's potential Wombo combo. They're not in a hurry here either, LGD. I think, you know, sometimes it can be scary going late game against Invoker Enigma, but the flow of the game, what you're accomplishing right now, you know that when Kling says Scotty, if you get the next Roche, that's when you can truly start threatening high ground, because how do Beast Coast realistically kill your Klinks twice when he has 3k health? Oh, Clockwork is
dead.
Nice, Yule. He's going to get out here.
Dead.
He got out.
Yep. To another dimension where Roche... Well, actually, Roche is alive, so...
Yep.
Where Roche was.
All right, Shannon. Roche number 2, who do you give the shard to?
For which team?
LGD. I think they're going to get this
LGD shard? I mean, Ame's is really good.
Klinks is really good, right?
Tidal Wave is okay. Snapfires is really good.
Dude, they have so many good shards.
Monkey Kings is cool, but it's a position 4. And LC's is god tier as well, but it's, again,
maybe give
5.
it to Legion, actually.
It's possible.
I think they'll give it to Klinks if they kill it.
I think so. So the Klinks one is the skeletons when you use your
Skelly Walk. Yeah. Every time you appear from Invis, you get to...
I don't know. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I think Faith Beyond should get it. Scatterblast one is crazy when you have a Blink Dagger. Like, this thing is
That's
insane.
true. He's currently... He's going to buy it himself, though, in 100 gold.
Oh, yeah, so he is. Okay. So no faith that his team will allow him to pick up Roche's insides.
Dude, Klinks' wave clear is so disgusting.
Does have Ags now, so Cataclysm is available.
Oh no.
K1 going for Roche.
Oh no.
Oh, it's going to be close. Boundless Strike is there. Duel to follow on the Ursa. Oh no, this is a disaster for Beast Coast. Into the Roche for LGD. Klinks gets the Aegis. Oh man, that was perfect timing from LGD. They get 3 kills, they steal the Roche, take everything from within his disgusting bowels, and Klinks did take the shard. Man, oh man.
Dude, that is just so clean. They send in a Legion 5 to scout, and then instant double hero Boundless Strike there, wonderfully placed by Jin Q. And that fight just plays itself. And yeah, I mean, Beast Coast, they're trying, right? It's kind of desperation territory. You do have Blink BKB Enigma, which was kind of the timing you waited for, but unfortunately you did end up hemorrhaging way too many kills getting there. So now you're at a 13k deficit and fighting into an Aegis, so you question whether it's going to be enough in the end anyway. But man, nicely done by
still, we're at the
PSG
point of
LGD.
the game where the Midases have yet to really pay off, right?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but LGD are playing well here.
Yeah, shocker.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from them.
They fluke their ways to only 1 loss so far.
Absolute fluke 14-1 so far. Looking to be fluking their way to a 15th win.
K1, it's going to be spotted out by Ame. You see the shard going to work. Has to pop his Enrage, but there's the Yules. Status Resist does nothing against that. But
Black Hole!
Whisper jumps in, gets the nice Black Hole. Cataclysm to follow. The Shark comes in, but that is not going to do anything to Whisper, but Ame does get the damage reduction. So after all that, they get Snapfire. Is position 3 this game. As we see a duel. Easy victory for Y thanks to Ame.
All right, so that was Black Hole, Cataclysm, Supernova, and they killed one hero and did not get the Aegis.
Yeah.
And then they lost their clock. So it was a 1-for-1. Faith Beyond just drew a lot of stuff on the map because he was dead and had nothing to do.
No.
Now Ame's drawing a line.
Are you sure it was him and not Stinger?
I don't know, maybe it was Stinger. Nah, I think the color was Faith Beyond's. It was a Faith Beyond pen.
Okay. They're going to get the tier 2.
They might go high ground here. The big abilities are down.
2.5 minutes to go.
Oh, hello, Whisper.
Black
It's gonna
hole.
blink.
Ame taking a decent amount of damage, but there's the press the attacks from the low ground. Has to walk through the Midnight Pulse. Up, a hook shot. All right, nothing to say. Stuck inside the cogs, but Lynx just continue to hit the buildings for now. There's the duel, but it's on Ursa. Can he get this kill in time? This is going to be really close. Deafening Blast is there, but Ursa gets blown up. And that in and of itself is a pretty big kill for LGD. I mean, they have a monumentous lead right now. As we're going to see the X marks. And Clinks will come back, and still 2 minutes on Aegis. LGD just look unstoppable in every game. Right, nice
Good
meteor.
damage. There's so much
Midnight Pulse.
percentage-based damage between Phoenix and Enigma, actually.
That's true.
Midnight Pulse Sunray is no joke.
Oh, who is this?
Clock is
right.
on a mission.
To die?
Maybe you felt like if he's in a jetpack, they can't reach, but Monkey King is higher up than the jetpack
He
is.
has jetpack, wow.
So,
Sunstrike, oh! Shared with the creeps though, so this is going to be the death of the tier 3 at the very least, and with 1.5 minutes left on Aegis, you'll probably be fine dying here. Or he could go for another X marks play. Oh, his TP is down for 30, so probably not. Yep, just going to come back in.
nice
Gets
cookie.
the cookie heal. Stuns the buildings. Very important, of course. That's a huge Midnight Pulse. That talent is insane.
Yeah, it's actually so
Good
wild.
lord. Good luck going high ground with that, even with this advantage.
Yeah.
And LGD is going to be happy as they have more than doubled their lead in the last couple minutes. So I assume, yeah, he does have Shard on Faith Beyond, so we get to see the, I call it the shotgun blast now.
I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been
Basically
What is
pushes
it?
units back
What's
and
it
does
called?
extra damage and stuns for 2 seconds.
Oh, it's still just called Scatter Blast. It doesn't, yeah.
I mean, they could just rename it to Shotgun.
But Shotgun is Morph with E-Blade. It's already taken.
That's not an actual name, though. Schofield in his jetpack, just leaving a trail of fire, ruining the environment, but Jin Q holds him in place. The newly picked up Gleipnir. Oh, I hear a shark. Chris Luck is getting bursted from afar.
Oh
so
my god.
he is Dunzo as well, and Aegis will be Dunzo very soon for Ame. But it looks like LGD want to continue. I mean, they are missing a pretty considerable part of their team fight in the Invoker, but Enigma does have Black Hole now.
Yeah, do they have enough damage in though? I guess they do. If they have a Sunray and Midnight Pulse, they can still kill with Invoker dead. But it's under the condition that it gets to go off.
Gleipnir, Wukong's command. Heals aren't trying to be
cookie him
there,
in.
but
Cute.
Stinger can't heal nearly enough.
Zin cute.
As Assault Kuros now on nothing to say, has the halberd as well. BKB is still 8 seconds, so still pretty high. It's one of the better changes that's actually been made to BKB, in my opinion. The fact that it's not 10 to 5 in terms of the scaling duration. Very underrated change, if you ask me. I'll assume your silence means that you disagree.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Just disagree with me. It's more natural.
I can understand why you and Jenkins get along. He also just wants to be punished.
Masochists like to stick together.
Well, it doesn't really work if both of you just want to suffer. Somebody's got to inflict it.
That's you.
Oh. Just my mere existence.
Yeah, just knowing
ruins
that you're here.
both of your days. How do I deserve to have so much power?
So because they don't have the Aegis, they're going to just go for the tier 2 bottom instead. And yeah, I mean, Beast Coast, I think they're okay. Hookshot misses.
Well,
What was his
thank
plan?
God for that.
What was his
What
plan?
was the plan? It was going in 1 on 4 with no vision around.
You know, it could
Is
be
he
one
farming
of those,
fantasy points at stun duration, or what's the plan here, man? Like, what are you
It could
doing?
have been a next level play where you want to show hookshot to make
Oh,
your
he's flying.
team
Okay.
assume.
He's kind of.
He's out of the map. I didn't know this was possible.
Oh,
Okay,
he's back
down.
on the map.
They see him. And away we go. Can't jetpack your way out of this one. All right, thoughts on the next level play where you miss your hookshot on purpose to make the other team assume that you have backup. It didn't work, obviously.
Yeah.
But the idea.
It's an interesting idea. Probably wouldn't do it when I'm 20k behind, but you know,
True.
every spell kind of counts at that point.
Ame's now holding a Daedalus. Satanic is next. And his farm is out of control. Of course, Beast Coast does have options, and like you said, a lot of percentage-based damage. Black Hole with BKB. Only thing that stops that is the duel, which he did go the dual cast range, as you were mentioning earlier.
And Ethelens.
Oh yeah, true.
Doesn't have a dagger though.
Yeah, that's a problem. And no Ags being built for Faith Beyond, although looks like he's going right-click. So once he gets to 20, little Shredder will do a lot of damage when you get Daedalus. And then the 25 talent is beyond busted, by the way, if you go this build.
Yep.
It is insane. 3x little Shredder multi-shot. You can just triple kill people in one spell. All right, Refresher is now there. As you can see, Beast Coast fans are very happy about that. So double Cataclysm.
Okay. And double Black Hole. Yep, they've both got one. Invoker does not get Black Hole, before you ask.
Maybe the Ag Shard combined would do that, but no.
Here we go. Last-ditch effort from Beast Coast. If everything fails here, it's over. If everything succeeds, it's probably still over. But it could be over later.
And by over, you mean the game, not the
Yes.
standings, because this
Yes.
does not affect anything.
This game is, for all intents and purposes, practice and a show match.
Oh,
Whisper.
Whisper gets spotted out. Jin-Q jumps in. Whisper has to pop that BKB right off the bat, and they've actually used the egg as well.
All right,
just to
Jin-Q.
kill Jin-Q.
I got him.
Enigma dies, though, so 1 for 1, and now Stinger taking the brunt of the damage from Ame. Oh my god, his damage is out of control, and there's the dual victory. Triple kill for Ame. Buyback was expended by Jin-Q, but it's going to be well worth it, as PSG LGD well on their way to finishing their group stage in style.
Good news is Enigma still has 2 Black Holes, so in 40 seconds,
After the game is over, his
they just
black
need to
holes
hold out
will
40
be available.
seconds. They have Glyph. They are not using Glyph.
That is correct.
They are
Cinderin.
still not using Glyph. Just another 28. There's the
Yep.
tornado.
You can do it. They can still do it, Cinderin.
They called
Don't go for
GG,
buildings.
just 20 seconds to
No,
go.
they can do it. GG is fake. Don't go for the ancient. Beast Coast. Double Black Hole still online.
Ugh.
All right, so
It could have worked.
coulda, shoulda, woulda. PSG LGD. Is it 15-1?
15-1. The
And the one
only
loss to
team
Secret.
to beat them one game was Secret in a game that was very close as well. LGD in that game were playing Alchemist on Ame against Ogre Tiny. Thank you. Nice not having to move myself. I do appreciate good service. Thank you, Shannon.
I'm sorry, were you done talking?
This game is over.
Okay.
And
so
so
that
is this broadcast.
is the end of
for
the group
today.
stage, indeed. Beast Coast, as we've talked about, ends up 5th, so lower bracket, but they're the highest seed. And then, LGD, as you can imagine, top of the world right now, but we'll see if they can do it in the main event. So we're done for group stage, Cinderin. Any thoughts about it in general? China is dominating.
Chinese teams look amazing. LGD, IG, as well as Vici Gaming, probably the 3 biggest ones, right? Yeah, they are. They have the best placements. Overall, a lot of people are expecting LGD to do super well here. They're delivering 15-1, IG now 14-2. I think the team most people were expecting in the upper bracket that didn't make it is EG. I think that's the biggest negative surprise from an upper bracket perspective.
3 and 8, all 3.
All 3 and 8 teams,
bracket.
lower bracket, yep. They're all
Yikes.
alive at least.
Well, the thing
And
that feels
the
bad
silver
about
lining is if the 2 NA teams play against each other, then one of them makes top 12.
Wow, that's really good news.
So
that's the
something
saddest
to
part
hold
about
on
it
to.
all is
they
that
might meet.
Yeah, if they meet, that's very, very sad as an NA boy myself. But that is the end of
It's
the group
brackets,
stage for
anything
us.
can happen.
Stop talking at the same time as me. It doesn't really work. You might imagine having ears, so you should be able to understand that concept, Cinderin. Suns fan and Cinderin signing out, everybody. We'll see you guys in the main event.